Don't worry about it.
Okay. Hey, man, what's up?
You've heard of spontaneous combustion?
I've heard of spontaneous human combustion, yes. I did articles about it in high school because I was way in at.
Have you heard about spontaneous nuptials?
Oh, we're doing this, huh?
Not fully.
Okay.
Just a toe in.
All right.
Because framework needs to be established for how weird of a mood I'm in. That's all.
Because I was, okay. You know what? Take it away.
You had the respect to assume that it wouldn't be going there, and you're correct in that it's not. But at the very least, weird spontaneous nuptials have occurred.
Yes.
Within the family, and I'm in a weird.
You should
frame.
rephrase that slightly, because you're implying that spontaneous nuptials are happening within your family.
Oh, obviously not entirely within the family, but
you're describing a family member.
Yes.
Had a spontaneous nuptial.
Yes, and
context clues.
Yeah. and flip a coin, throw a dart, last minute weddings were had, and it's a little bit odd. So things are a little bit weird, but I'm feeling pretty well rested. I'm feeling okay. I do not like the fact that summer means like cons, events, cons, wedding, cons, event, and random travel and so on back to back. But at the very least, it's like
That's why Pat loves the bad weather.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. You'd wake up.
Oh,
this
I have
morning,
a story for you.
You wake up this morning. You look outside. You live in Montreal. What do you got? Full on fucking winter going on.
April 9th.
Yeah.
Proper snowfall.
Eat shit.
My birthday's on the 22nd. I have had 2 birthdays that, if I remember correctly, had snowstorms on them.
Yeah.
And I remember looking outside and going, "This is bullshit."
Yeah. It's a weird one. I think the like in particular, I think I had like 2 days on the ground before I had to like jump back into another plane, and that kind of feeling is going to sort of continue. And I was, in this case, it was like it lows down to like sunny southern America, not South America, southern states, where things are pretty whatever.
And look, then it's the sun.
It looks like what April should feel like.
Yeah.
And then
maybe a little misty.
Yeah, and then flying back, it was like, suddenly you're in gray clouds.
Yeah.
You hit one of those turbulence pockets.
Yeah, I love those.
Where your ass is out of your seat.
Hold on to this. I got to move the thing. I'm going to move the thing.
Do what you got to do. It doesn't happen often, right? But I had an ass out of seat, drinks in mid-air turbulence drop.
Fucking sick.
And
that's dope.
That's the ones. That's the ones where you're like, oh yeah, fuck stats on riding a car or walking outside versus a plane. Fuck the fact that the numbers on flying a plane are infinitely more safe than they are doing any other form of transportation. I'm in a metal cone in the sky.
You're just on.
I'm sorry if you're listening to this on a plane right now.
You're just on a bumpy road in the air.
And then you go and you're just like, right, what is turbulence? What is the, what's the, and you're like, okay, yes.
It's just a gravel road in the sky.
Sometimes the wind will hit the thing, and then sometimes the wings will, it's totally.
Planes can bend.
The wings can bend almost 90 degrees.
That shit's nuts.
It's insane, but it's awesome. It's meant, and it's tested to the point where, because I read the full turbulence article, back and forth, it's tested so that it can bend to within an inch of its life.
It's funny because, like, you say, fuck the stats. The stats give me great comfort.
Yes.
Actually.
Yeah.
Like, I feel, aside from the seating arrangements and the usual shenanigans, aside from flying, I feel remarkably at peace in a plane. I'm like, air.
But then you do then you jump out of your seat. And
that's cool.
And then you see the turn happen before like it hits your side of things. Yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah. When's the last time you had one of those?
I don't know, a couple of years ago.
Okay. Was that the reaction you had at the time?
Well, my first reaction was whoa, and then I was like, yeah, it's like a little bumpy roller coaster.
You can almost feel the fucking the Bane venom juice that goes,
Yeah.
and you can feel like everything in your body like stimming up in those moments.
You know what I'll tell you, dude? Did you ever... Okay. You ever travel to... You went to Chateauguay at least once or twice, right?
Yeah, I've been out there a
You hop
couple
on the
times.
bus, right? Do you remember before they fixed the highway next to the reserve? It used to be that big fuck circle,
Sure.
right? I would take the bumpiest plane ride ever over a bus driver hitting that curve too hard, and you can feel the bus wanting to go up on two wheels. You know that feeling where you're like, this motherfucker's gonna tip over. That's way scarier to me, because the plane can tip over all the fuck it wants. No worry there, and there's no other drivers to hit.
I guess.
Well, there's birds, but
I
fuck
guess,
'em.
but it doesn't change the fact that there's something like that is like there's something illogical or irrational, I should say, within you that like understands all those facts,
Yeah.
but is still just like, but the height though.
So the goofiest thing
You know.
is that our situation should be reversed, because you're usually the calm one, and I'm usually the very big anxious one, in whom statistics matter not.
I'm not an anxious flyer.
No.
My
No,
brother.
I'm an anxious person.
Okay, well, because I mean, my brother, for example, he refused to use them for years.
It's the Lord's domain.
But well, it's also like, how do you? Yeah, I guess. And there's a whole whatever, there, like, I remember for a while John Madden refuses to fly, which is why the Madden tour bus was like a thing, right? And I know a couple other famous like people have similar things where they're like, they will not fly, so they just bus it everywhere on ground, and they make a big celebration of them being huge cowards.
Yeah,
but
look at me.
But anyway, like I said, it's every once in a while, and in particular, I've had more of them with there's a Canadian airline called Porter.
Yeah.
Right? And it's
I've flown that more times than every other airline I've ever flown
and
combined.
that's the one that to me is the worst, because that's where I've had
It's because it's the baby plane?
because you're on a prop plane, basically.
Yeah.
You're more or less on a prop plane, and that is where the bumpiest, unsmoothest landings and rides and utter chaos. Like you're fine, and then the moment descent begins, and then like the landing gear pops out, is when those planes you start to feel parts flaking off of them.
Yeah.
And they're
See, maybe my experience is different, because like
before they land.
When I was a little kid, my mom and I took a trip to the Bahamas, and you go to Fort Lauderdale, and then you go to Grand Bahama, I think it was. And then from Grand Bahama, you go to Nassau or whatever. And then we went to Grand Bahama, and that flight was a propeller plane, but like the cargo thing was just a back of the plane covered with like a tarp in the middle, and you could hear like wind going through like some of the gears.
Dude.
And I remember being like a little kid, like, ha, the plane sucks.
I mean, like I've flown on fucking Biwi. I've flown on the Air Carib like lines, you know what I mean? Like the Caribbean Airlines. Like I've been on some shitty ass fucking planes, but the level of just like what is going on as you pull into Billy Bishop in Toronto is like it's been a consistent. Why is this thing falling apart?
It's not falling
30
apart.
seconds from the runway.
It's just small, and there's a little bit of turbulence.
I know that there's an American like shitty airline that is like you get for cheap flights, and it's like I forgot the name of it, but everyone makes fun of it all the time, and I'm like, yeah, I get the reference because everyone makes fun of it, but I'm not American, so I don't actually know what the thing is. But I kind of come off of these things just going every time. I'm like, dude, fuck it, fly direct, spend the extra, hurt yourself. Pay the money and make it not Spirit, exactly. Yeah, Spirit. Everyone talks about shitty Spirit Airlines, right? And it's one of those things where I'm just like, never again. Just pay the extra to fly direct, not have to do a fucking transfer, and fly a big ass stupid Airbus crazy fucking plane.
I like an Airbus.
That's so huge that any wind will just hit it and it'll go whatever, Not that that's how it works.
That's not how that works.
But at the very least, the weird prop shit doesn't happen where you look out and you see the propeller slow down and then like speed back up.
It sounds like you're saying like spend money to comfort your goblin.
It might be. I mean, tell you what, like if you don't have to have, if you want to talk numbers, right?
No.
It's takeoff and touchdown.
Yeah.
So if you take 2 takeoffs and touchdowns and you turn them into 1, then
Then you're,
a little bit better,
you're
right?
increasing your safety odds by statistically infinite negligible amount.
All right, let's. Someone's probably listening to this on a plane. Let's not.
Oh man,
let's dive off.
Don't look at the wing, buddy.
Yeah. Shout outs to that Reddit where it's just like thoughts that you have all the time that you like. You don't know why you have them. And you can't get rid of them. And the one where it's just like, what if I just pulled the escape right now? What if I just
you mean like every moment of my entire life?
What if I just hit the exit row right now? What if I just did it? What if I tried it?
We've talked about this. You're walking down the street. Hey, look! It's someone standing in front of a television camera. What if I just ran up and knocked that shit to the floor, or made a funny face, or took my dick out?
Yeah.
Right?
But the longer we spend on the topic, the weirder it gets as I have more flights in this year left.
Yeah.
And if one of them just goes wrong and then you come back to listen to this podcast and go, oh man, it just got weird. Does the call out right now make it triple weird?
What if you get on the plane and your carry-on is a parachute that's labeled parachute and you are asked, hey, what's up with that, man? And you're like, just being sure.
Yeah, go check the numbers on jumping out of a plane and with a parachute and seeing how that works out. Spoiler alert, it doesn't.
People do it for fun.
Yeah, in depressurized cabin chambers where it's meant for that to happen.
Why are you looking all this shit up?
Well, no, that I already knew.
Oh, okay.
That I already knew. But yeah, it's not the same if you're in a fucking normal cabin and you know. But anyway,
I'm not too worried about it.
I'm not too worried about it either.
You sound kind of worried about it.
I bring it up because I had a really bad turbulence bump. I've had a couple of those over the course of my life, like only few as bad as this one was.
Yeah.
And it's on my recent events of things that happened. And
see,
for lack of podcast topics to discuss, I'm like, let's talk
actually
about
have a
the
ton
bump.
of the shit that I played this week, so that works out.
Great.
But like, I don't understand worrying about things like plane crashes. I think people should worry about, real threats like centipedes eating through their cans.
Yes, despite the fact that you can eyeball a can for holes.
Okay, did you see that exchange?
Yes.
Because my favorite part of that,
your brain immediately goes right, and we ignore the part where we can eyeball the can for the holes where the eggs would hatch.
That's not what I'm talking about. Because I was talking to people on Twitter earlier this week about a time where I got scared of a centipede and threw out all my food because I thought centipedes would lay eggs in the cans and the cans would open up and attack me with centipedes. And somebody went, why couldn't you just eyeball the cans to see if they had been open? And my response was, how can you listen to me say that I'm afraid that centipedes laid eggs in my cans and then I would open the cans and the centipedes would attack me and ask such a reasonable question? What fucking reasonable answer? Or you think I'm going to say, oh yeah, you're right, I could have checked the cans for centipede damage. Silly me.
It's quite simple, and it's the basis of how and why I'm able to entertain this folly. It's really, and what it comes down to, and it's the same thing a lot of the times when I'm like, there's certain types of times where I'm like, I enjoy having a debate with somebody, or I enjoy getting into like certain types of confrontations.
Yes.
It's when I found out about like
you start rubbing your hands like, ooh.
Yeah, like when I found out about like Steph's old racist neighbor that was like, hey, you should never marry a black guy ever.
And then you showed up.
And I was like, can I meet this guy?
Oh, this is going to be exciting.
I super want to do it, right? It's that the centipede thing and that thing all come from the same place where I'm like, you're so incredibly wrong about where you are that I want to come and dance in front of you and have fun because eventually if you decide to sit down and go, wait, hold on, let's have a conversation, you're going to get blown the fuck out.
That's right.
If you don't want to do that, if you're just going to start yelling, you're going to get blown the fuck out. There's 0%, there's zero realities in the future where you can have the stance you're holding and not get blown the fuck out.
But Wooly.
So I want to show up for that because it's such a guaranteed home run that you're going to get blown the fuck out.
But Wooly.
That I want to be there and maybe even have you get a teaching moment out of it. Maybe you'll learn something, right? Yeah. So when you go, oh, I know it makes no sense. That's fine.
Oh, it's totally absurd.
Then I'm like, well, then I can just
There's no fun
I
here.
can coexist with that.
Yeah.
Whatever. That's fine. You know, then yeah, sure. It's when someone's like, no, I know it makes no sense. I know I'm wrong. I know it's dumb, but whatever, I'm going with it. And I'm like, oh, well, I'm done. I disengage
what you have fun
completely.
with is the experience I had, I want to say 2 years ago, where I was talking to somebody, and they're like, you know, I just want to trust you with this. I don't know why I feel like I can tell you the reason why I'm here is because when I was little, the aliens told me to. And I'm like, yes.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've been given a gift today. Let's go.
Yeah. I really got to sit down. I wanted to be able to sit down and say that I watched Beyond the Curve.
Yeah.
But I didn't watch it yet, so I'm probably going to have that ready next week. But you've heard of that already.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Beyond the Curve or Behind the Curve is a new Netflix documentary about, guess what? Flat fucking Earth. And they go deep in, and they break open. They break open.
Watch that.
Yeah. So I'm ready. I want to go.
Flat Earth is my favorite one.
Yeah.
Because it's so... You can stand in a tall building and just fucking physically see it.
Well, you can't. But the fun part
You can! If you're high up enough. You can't see a slight curve of the horizon.
The fun part is that if you... Like when anyone who digs in to really try and go to what's the origin source here, it's impossible to tell whether it was a latent existing religious thing amongst a bunch of people that were looking for the Earth to be 6,000 years old,
and who are like, no, it's flat.
or
no,
whether it
was
that 4chan thread, right? And it's like it could have been either one, and we don't know whether one informed the other or they just both fucking yin-yanged and created a
Flat Earth
perpetual motion hustler's paradise. Like, we don't know
Flat Earth
what it was.
Is the geological equivalent of those MS Paint comics of troll science, which is you holding a sheet and plugging in a fucking plugging in a fucking fan into the thing, and you go, aha, it's infinite power. And it's like, oh, you fucking stupid idiot.
I want to say it's like someone found the Time Cube website, rallied the base, got them together, and decided to like create Time Cube merch and push it out, whether or not it was on that guy's behalf, and then create an actual movement. You know?
Are you? Oh, which one is it? There's a fucking, I believe it's an internet thing called Poe's Law, and
is that never a tribute to malice? What you can equally attribute to stupidity?
Poe's Law, I was right. So Poe's Law is this. It is where a position becomes so absurd that it is impossible to tell whether or not it is sincerely held.
Yes.
Or parody.
Yes. Absolutely. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And
I occasionally embody this.
Yeah. And I think that's the thing about it, right? Because some people were like... Because there's the shit where, like, if you want to go trolling, right, and some people are just going into like maximum troll
Flat Earth's
culture.
a good one.
Flat Earth's a good one because it's not like fucking like anti-vax where you're like, uh-oh, now like this is really bad.
Yeah, this is dangerous. This kills people.
Absolutely fucking with something serious here. You know what I mean? Like,
you're
not getting into that weird territory. You're not getting into the fucking the Alex Jones Sandy Hook shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh man.
Because but it's like when you're a conspiracy, because that's the thing is where you're going into like, okay, but mental illness though, right?
Yeah.
And you're scratching on something where the unknown, the darkness, the answers we don't know, no matter how much light is in the room, whatever little bit of shadow is left, you can always go, but we don't know what's in there.
Yeah.
And that's something
the
appealing.
human-centric universe.
Yeah, it's that search that you just can't get rid of. It's something that is like you're scratching on something really bad that is like actually
it comes
a
from
problem this person has.
It comes from a personality trait in which like people need to feel like there is a grander anything.
Order in life. You're also looking at like the fact that we are categorization machines.
Yeah,
we're really good at like uncovering,
forming groups and associations, what have you,
and foldering things.
Yeah.
So we really, really, really want to do that even when there's no need to, right? So we're totally aware of all that. But Flat Earth is one of those things where you pull back out and you're like, this is so utterly nonsensical that how can you not just like laugh and be gleeful?
It's kind of, and
right?
like
when you see the guy go up with the level and he puts it on the fucking plane seating tray and records the level as the plane takes off and lands, and then at the end he takes it away and is like, what? It stayed level the whole time.
And you're like, you're a goddamn fool.
Yeah. And
aside from the nebulous like erosion of intellectualism and whatever anti-science thing, like that's a minor thing, but all in all it's like, oh, Jimmy thinks the earth is flat again.
Yeah.
Which is, hey, what's his name? Lemmy? Hey Lemmy, which is heavier?
Yeah.
A pound of feathers or a pound of steel?
Yeah. Now some of them go to that level too, because there's the like the hip hop and like hyper weird religious versions of it where you get into that like the BOB stuff and whatever.
I'm sorry, did you just describe hip hop hyper religious flat earth?
Yes. Those who are aware.
Missed that one.
That's what it is.
Okay. I'm just saying I missed that one.
There's massive overlap in a bunch of like communities where like BOB, for example, one of the guys pushing it out there is like amongst a group of people that are like pushing this from a hip hop angle where they're like, okay, but like
flat Earth's hip hop,
but question everything and you know, like they're out to get us, and you know, hey man, MK Ultra, COINTELPRO, we know about that shit, cracking the hood. So why would this not be the next step, right? And it's literally coming from that place. And then there's the 6,000 years place as well. So, and that's the religious angle.
Yeah.
And so there's all these different pockets where you like you turn it into like the origin of nonsense.
What is the fucking explanation for flat Earth and time zones?
Well, the level 2 that's actually really funny that I can't get like wrap my head around is that it's like the level 2 is that like you have the fucking ice walls at the end, Game of Thrones style,
and then the good old ice wall,
and then like this is all the actual zone enders for the containment dome that were placed in for observation from the aliens who placed us here years ago. And you're like, well, why can't the aliens who've just placed us on a spheroid? Right? Why would it have to be a flat dome? Like, why couldn't you just skip the flat dome part based on the on like tons of evidence we have and just go straight to the other? Because that's a lot harder to argue with and go like, yeah, we're inside a spheroid. Like, well, yeah, sure.
I
can get there way quicker than I can get to the one where you're like, but thus we're inside of a fucking, you know, dome bubble. What?
I have a strong feeling that much of this comes from people who never leave whatever generalized location they are from, because the existence of things like physically experiencing a different time zone.
So again, it seems like the documentary will get into the fact that what it actually is a sense of community that you don't want to lose, which, guess what? A sense of community around literally anything.
You can have a sense of community over fucking TV shows from '94.
Around literally anything, as history has proven,
whatever,
does not mean that you're any more right or any more wrong. Like, it's like you literally can have a sense of community around the most nonsense and not want to lose it, and thus you're going to buy into the
populism's a good source for facts. Wait a second.
Like, the Vox Populi?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway.
If we all believe it, it'll be real.
I mean, the fucked up part is the times when it's like there are the few clear examples of like, oh shit, that conspiracy was super real, you know, and you have an actual thing of like, oh yeah, a lot of people
sometimes
did lie about this thing, and it took a while for that to come out.
So I would like to,
and that is like, oh no, you just fucking you Homer squirted onto the barbecue like all the fucking kerosene and lighter fluid, you know, just to stoke that fire that would have been faded out by now.
So I would like to make a distinction, because I'm sure it'll come up, right? And like we're comparing flat eartherism to like a kind of religious sentiment. Granted, flat earthers, I'm going to assume a good proportion, maybe most, are not necessarily religious. But that's not what I'm talking about. There's a specific word for it, and it's a logical fallacy. It's called magical thinking. It's called like A plus B equals magic fucking whatever, right? It's the same kind of thinking of, I better wear my lucky sock to the big game today so my team will win. Just applied to fucking anything.
It also assumes that like, you know how you like when you know how like when you're standing at the bottom, it's impossible to tell how high the mountaintop is. And when you're halfway up the middle, you know exactly how much of a day's climb it's going to be.
That's
you've
correct.
Climbed halfway.
Yeah.
But it still seems pretty far away, but you have a much better viewpoint.
Yeah.
It's a bit of that
tricky
where...
perspective.
Yeah, where you're like... You actually think that, quote-unquote, people in control are way more coordinated and, like, intelligent than they are.
The Illuminati are just the same bunch of jagovs you are.
You think
they
that
just have
people
infinite
have
money
as
and alien support.
Yeah, right. Well, and like the you know and the whole like you know fucking like so scratching the microphones out of your skin thing is quite a distance from my phone detecting what ad I'm gonna be. Like my phone hearing me talk about diapers and then showing me diaper ads later, or me wanting to put tape on my cameras, right? Because those are literal cameras and Alexa fucking things sitting in your house.
I feel because like when I was younger, I was way into conspiracy theories, but as like a fascination, like I just thought they were interesting. I didn't actually buy in. And as I've gotten older, all I can think of is like how disappointing that whole thing is because you don't really need conspiracy theories anymore because so much of the world is like overtly crooked. Like when it comes out, hey, sometimes your phone might accidentally overhear your conversation and feed that to ad data. What do you need a conspiracy theory after that?
Yeah.
That's scary as shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really that's what it comes down to is like it's like you can probably assume that it like whatever form of mass monitoring you're worried about is based on trying to sell you a car.
Yeah. I actually
unless you live somewhere where it's actually like in a political turmoil and shit's
there's
a million asterisks I should put after that because it sounds super ignorant to just throw it out there in a case where people actually want to find out what you're up to, but in North America it's kind of like this weird thing.
I spoke about this somewhat where I was talking about the Epic Store, everyone's new favorite thing to talk about, which I went and downloaded and whatnot. You remember that big Reddit post that's like the fucking thing is scanning all your processes and stealing all your information to sell to the Chinese government?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
Well, that's a whole other thing. Yeah.
Right. So it turns out that guy who made that post didn't know what he was doing, and smarter people than him went and like, no. These are just the laziest programming ways you could do these things.
Right.
Blah, blah, blah. And then it became a thing of like, okay, well, this reframes the discussion of the Epic Store from this thing will kill your computer, steal your social insurance number. That would be your social security number for you Americans. To this store sucks. Right?
Yes.
And
let me get the actual name of that law because I really like it.
I kept seeing over and over, I saw tons of people on my Twitter going, I can't download the Epic Store because Tencent is a fucking spy corporation for the Chinese government. And I'm like, okay, let's unpack that slightly. One, I don't know whether or not that's the case, but I'm going to assume maybe not or whatever. But also, B, Tencent owns massive amounts of Ubisoft and EA and Activision and Warframe, and like if they wanted the thing, they'd have it by now.
The slow buyout is way more effective.
And like the other thing is that I'm sure people are gonna think I'm an Epic Store shill, but it's like. It comes from this place.
Does that exist?
Yeah, totally.
Okay,
absolutely.
Well,
it comes from this place where I see people ranting and railing, and I question the intellectual honesty of the proposition. Or people like, is the Epic Store fucked up that it doesn't need email verification to make your account? Yes, that is fucking stupid, and they need to fix that ASAP. But people talk about the Epic Store and losing their Fortnite accounts like it's the greatest security threat in the universe. I don't know if you remember, Wooly, but last year on Christmas, or maybe it was the year before, when you logged into Steam, there was a percentage chance that you would just log into somebody else's account and get to see their address and fucking payment information.
Sick.
Do you remember that?
I
We
don't.
did a fucking podcast story on it.
I don't.
Right? That was terrifying
that's
to
bad.
me.
That's bad.
Because at the time I had my credit card set up and it didn't have my credit card number,
Yeah.
but it did have my fucking home address. And
Yeah.
I don't know who the fuck logged in and saw that.
Yeah.
Right?
You see,
We had Sony lose everyone's credit cards
Yeah.
in unfucking password protected shit.
Yeah, that's where the like you have things in place where like the 2-step, even if it gets past the 2-step, it's like, okay, well, before you display information, you still have to.
It's
do
called
another
salting it or some shit.
It's another form of confirmation, right? Twitter does it. A couple other places do it. It's like you have a password or a credit card in there. Even if you're logged in, it's still not going to.
So it's like, hey, guess what? Use PayPal
Yeah.
on all your fucking online purchases.
Yeah. So.
Because at the very least, then they got to get through 2 layers of 2-factor authentication.
Yeah.
But
Hanlon's razor. That's what it's called.
never attribute to malice.
That which can simply be explained by.
I'm a fan of
explained by stupidity.
I'm
incompetence.
a fan of the Houdini / Penn and Teller version, which is cock up before conspiracy.
Yeah. It's just
like, listen,
people.
Hey, you're talking to a friend of yours, and he did a stupid shitty thing. Is it because he's a fucking stupid idiot, or is it because he's out to get you?
How many masterminds have you met in your life?
I don't know.
How many morons have you met in your life?
Oh no!
All right, planet
Yeah.
Earth.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just that simple.
So
Anyway,
speaking of the Epic Store, that store sucks. That's a bad store. There's no fucking category feature. You gotta scroll.
so it sounds like you spent your time looking at it.
I did. I played a shit ton of games this past week. One of which was off the Epic Store, but I'll get there at the end. Wooly, have you read or watched American Gods?
Yes.
You read it?
No.
You watched it?
Yes.
That's a good TV show.
Yeah, I stopped a few episodes in, however.
That is, like, very interesting, but mainly I just want to see the acting.
Yeah, well,
That is a character-driven program.
did you watch Deadwood?
No.
Okay, well, the dude who plays, what's his name? He's like Swinger in Deadwood, I believe. I forgot the guy's exact name, but he's main fucking charismatic dude with the mustache in American Gods. Mm-hmm. He's an awesome actor, and he's very fun, and he's a good reason to like tune into any show that he's in, because you're like, yeah, I want to see you do the thing. It something about it though, just like American Gods was a book. It was
It's a Neil Gaiman book.
Yeah, so
Gaiman.
Yeah, I something didn't super latch on. Like, we gave it a couple episodes, and it was like I was enjoying what was there, but it didn't really hook in to the point where I was like, I'm gonna keep going.
For me, it's,
Ian McShane. There you go.
For me, it's like my favorite fictionalized religious concept is that, like, belief is equal to power
Yes.
/ influence.
Yes.
That is my favorite thing.
Yes.
Because it that makes sense to me
Shin Megami Tensei.
in terms of divine beings, like, and them like playing around with that and exploring that is fascinating to
you
me.
should read his other works.
Yeah?
Such as
Transmetropolitan.
No, that has nothing to do with that.
Okay.
That's also
Because that's the one everyone tells me to fucking go.
well, that's Warren Ellis, but I was gonna say Sandman.
Okay, Sandman.
That's Neil Gaiman.
Oh yeah, no, that is the one. People.
That's Transmetropolitan's the other fun one. That's hyper anti-capitalist, crazy, fun, wacky future.
Because
It's one of the funnest, craziest pictures of the future compared to most other sci-fi things. It's great. Transmet's amazing, but no, Sandman is where you want to talk about belief and power.
Because, like, you get to the... so you didn't get to the end of the season 1 finale, then?
No.
Okay, because, like, you get to this point where it's like, hey, it's Jesus. And, like, oh, wow, they're doing it. It's Jesus. He's right there. And then there's Japanese Jesus. And then there's Mexican Jesus. And then there's Black Jesus. And then there's white Jesuit Jesus. And there's, like, 100 Jesuses all over the place. Because there are. But then you have, what do you call it? You have technology, you have media, you have etc. And then you have Crispin Glover being the creepiest motherfucker in the world.
I saw the black lady who was like, yo, have sex with her and then, like, get sucked in.
That's right.
I was like,
Yeah.
huh.
Yeah.
I hope that goes somewhere. Because that was some weird shit.
It goes some places.
That shit was weird.
Yeah, that's episode 1, I think. That's
Yeah.
like early.
It was a real weird
But yeah,
one.
no, I had fun watching that. It's fun.
Mhm.
So it's a fun little thing.
What tag would you put that one under? It's not Vor.
Oh, that's Giantess.
no, but
Vor.
like no, but it's not Vor because you're not getting eaten.
Now Vor is like absorption. Isn't
Unbirth.
It? Unbirth.
Unbirth.
Yeah,
Unbirth.
Take that, Melee.
Yep. You gotta tag shit correctly. Can't be out there tagging shit incorrectly.
Yeah.
Speaking of tags, fucking congrats to Kofi Kingston. That's awesome.
Oh yeah.
Anyway,
Congratulations, Kofi.
super cool.
Never thought I'd see the day. Think Vince is rolling in his grave? Yes, I am aware he is alive.
I mean, the funniest thing was like there was like a Mike Lawrence tweet that was just like folks who are celebrating the fact that like the first black champion is a thing today. Just like kind of realized that they could have done this anytime they wanted to in the past. It's like they literally could have done this anytime they wanted.
Oh yeah.
But nonetheless, it's very cool, especially because he's the guy that's worked super hard and has earned it.
Everybody likes Kofi. Good
Everyone
for you,
likes
Kofi.
that kind of story. And seeing Xavier up there like freaking out and having a good time, and it was fun.
Yeah, seeing a wrestler mark out over a title win is like a special something.
Yeah, chat says Booker T, but technically people are arguing that doesn't count because that was from the WCW championship.
Yeah.
It wasn't the actual prestige of the main one, so everyone will argue about that, and I won't because I'm not the guy who can pull those numbers up, and I'm not that much of a smart.
It's about having the look, Wooly.
Or the Universal Championship being higher than the you guys can have that discussion. I'm just happy for
Wrestling's
Kofi
stupid.
Kingston. It is, but it's also fantastic.
Yeah. Well, you enjoy occasional good roguelike from time to time.
Yeah, I dabbled into Rogue Legacy for a good hot minute.
So
I spent some time with that Crypt of the Necrodancer. I played a good bit of Dead Cells. Mm-hmm. I spent some time with Rogue games.
Over the past week, I went through all of the big ones, including some of the new ones because the Enter the Gungeon update came out. Mm-hmm. And I have some quick thoughts on most of them. Crypt of the Necrodancer is the best game that I am totally unable to play.
You want to try that again?
Crypt of the Necrodancer.
Yeah.
What did I say?
Something else.
Oh, I did? Okay. Crypt of the Necrodancer is the best game that I am unable to play.
Couldn't figure it out.
I started streaming, and I'm like, you know what this game reminds me of? It reminds me back when Rock Band came out, and Wooly would get super pissed off at me when we would switch off from drums, because Wooly knows how music works, and I was just playing a video game and hitting the buttons when the button showed up, and that was offensive to you as a concept. And Necrodancer takes that experience and flips it on me as I get to the second zone, and I'm like, I don't understand.
It's not the truth, but it's funnier, so we'll go with it.
Oh, is that not what happened?
It's funnier, we'll go with it.
Okay. I don't understand. I didn't move. Why did he move? And people are telling me because it's on the beat. And I'm like, do you mean the dots?
Dun dun dun.
Yeah.
Dun dun dun. Dun,
and I'm like,
now, not now.
Just hit a wall. Just hit a real wall.
You can play it off beat and not get the bonus.
Yeah,
and like
that sucks.
You can do the thing where you stand still sometimes when you're trying to catch that beat again. But yeah, it does suck. You're right, and the game makes you feel bad because the dance floor isn't lit.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, so that's fun. Played Binding of Isaac. Did
you make it through the first level?
I've made it through the first zone.
Okay, you fought a boss?
Yeah.
Okay.
I fought the chess boss.
Okay. Yeah.
So
you get what it's about.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
It's just I'm so bad at it.
Okay.
And I appreciate it, and good for everybody excited for Cadence of Hyrule, but I look at that and I go, yeah, it's probably not for me.
Oh, it's gonna be so good.
Went back to Isaac for the first time in a long time. Installed a mod that makes that game way better. Way better. I have serious problems with Isaac, and they were all fixed by this one mod, and it's very simple.
This one fucking mod.
This one weird trick. The game's achievement system hates it. And it is when you get within a certain distance of an item, a text box appears on the screen and tells you what the fuck it does.
Yep. Yeah, that's a huge one.
Because
huge one.
at some point after Rebirth, there became so many items that every part of your run was, oh, what's that? Okay, hold on. I'm going to pull up that
pause, look for the picture. Yeah.
Look for the picture, click it. I don't know what that means. Like, it's awful.
I know that there's something to the, like, the replay randomness and sort of like making it like a game you can dive into with the community as you all try to solve together.
Yeah, but I don't.
And there's numbers that change, right?
Yeah.
When you pick up the thing, and you have to figure out the specifics of exactly what happened. But I agree, it would make the game way better if you could just see that.
Right?
I agree.
The only problem is when I beat Mom on that, I discovered that you have to beat Mom and Mom's heart without any mods to be able to unlock anything. Yeah. And after, it's like, oh, okay, I'll go back.
I mean, you still have to be good at using what you've picked up to survive.
Yeah, it's just now
that you have a better idea what your kit is.
I felt like I had no control.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And
well, you don't have control. You're getting random shit.
No, but what I mean is, like, there are items that are bad that you don't want. Mm-hmm. But you don't know that until you've touched them.
Yes.
In many cases, stuff like that, right? Played Risk of Rain 2, which has just come out in early access. I don't get it. I don't get Risk of Rain. Everyone fucking loves Risk of Rain, and I don't get it. It feels like the most generic shooter ever, with the blandest levels and good music, but I just don't get what the appeal is. The art style is, well, have you seen Risk of Rain 2, what it looks like?
Let me look it up, because I've definitely downloaded it and picked it up on people's recommendations, but I haven't gotten into it.
Okay. It looks
I think Slow Beef recommended it.
A very old PS1 game with, like, the flat thing, and I dig that, but it's just like lots of enemies flood in, and you shoot them, and you get power-ups, and then you get to a new stage, and difficulty is...
No, I've never played this.
It's difficulty over time. Like, every second that you're there, the game gets slightly harder. And I just don't understand.
And it's a roguelike as well, right?
Yeah, I don't understand what the big appeal is. Like, it doesn't have...
Is it not simply the, like, slow crawl towards better guaranteed, like, loadouts?
Yeah, no, I played it, and I got to the point where I was just a fucking ridiculous gun.
Risk of Rain 1 was that 2D one.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, yeah. Okay, I definitely got the first one. And I think I only booted it once or so, and I'm looking at the second one. I'm like, I've never touched the second one. I didn't know that was 3D. Okay, right, yeah, got it.
So by the way, I took a peek at chat, and people are so mad, and they're telling me how wrong I am. And I'm like, I'm wrong about saying I don't understand why people. Fucking this fucking shit. Yeah, people are so defensive over their fucking game.
No, you bounced off of it.
Oh my god,
didn't work out, but.
I just don't get it. Like, there's parts about it that are cool, but the general gameplay just really doesn't do it for me, and it seems very plain, and I don't understand it at all. And then I hopped into Dead Cells, which I actually bounced off of
initially.
I played the early access version and enjoyed it, and then I was like, but I'll save my time for the full release, right?
Which was years ago.
Yeah. And then I played the full release, and it didn't get me for whatever reason. And then I played it very recently after 2 or 3 big fucking updates, and I love it. And I couldn't figure out what the fucking difference was, because I remember very strongly bouncing off of it, and then now I'm like,
I can tell you why I go back to it. It comes down to the fact that it feels amazing.
So that's the thing.
And your items are on a great cooldown.
So that's the thing. Back when I bounced off of it, I didn't feel that it felt amazing. I didn't like the feel of almost any of the weapons. And then, sure enough, digging through patch notes, trying to figure out why, they did a full animation pass on and sound pass and, like, feel pass on every single weapon in the game, like, a couple months ago. And sure enough, that made all the difference in the world to me.
Yeah.
But on top of that, remember those doors, those timed doors?
Yeah.
Those
closed 45 seconds ago.
Shit.
In
the original,
you didn't sprint fast enough.
Yeah, and the times on them were different.
The times on them were run past everything directly to the exit.
And they were not consistent. Like, you know.
There was no time to fight or grab anything.
And now they changed it so that on the first level, it's 2 minutes. Did you beat the first level within 2 minutes? Here you go. And it gives you a shit ton of cells, and it gives you a bunch of upgrades, which you need because you just ran past everything.
Yes.
And there's also a second door, very similar, that's did you kill 30 enemies without getting hit?
Right.
And changing that from a randomized goal to a concrete goal makes me go, okay, I can aim for that.
Well, I remember back in the old requirements, I made it a couple times, right, just to make sure.
Yeah.
And I got the reward, and I went, that's not worth it.
Yeah. It's not worth scouring.
It wasn't worth the sprint past what might have been great shit,
and
ignoring everything to just get this.
It's
and then
kind
I
of
was
fascinating
like, okay, well,
to me. You play a game like that, and just like a little tweak here, a little change there makes all the difference in the world, right? Went back and finally beat the fucking Pilot's Past in Gungeon. There's the Farewell to Arms update. That update is amazing. It's not bombastic. Like, they added more shit. They added a rainbow mode, which is hard as fuck. How familiar are you with Gungeon?
Familiar enough that I've beaten a couple levels.
So have you gotten a rainbow chest ever?
No, I didn't get far enough to get any like major progress. I just did a couple levels.
So a rainbow chest is the highest level of chest. It's always got like a S tier item in it, right? And a rainbow run is straight up, okay, you have one chest per stage, period. That's it. One item pickup per stage, but every single one is from a rainbow chest. And it's super hard.
Okay.
Actually. The goofiest thing about the new update is that the character that everyone wants to play as has the most absurd unlock condition. It is go through the game, find a weird paradox portal, touch it, right? Then you'll be bluish, beat the game. Okay, you've now unlocked the character Paradox, which is the totally randomized character, right? It's the, okay, now beat the game with Paradox and go kill the super secret final boss. When you do that, the game will glitch out and restart you as the new character, the gunslinger, that you want to unlock. Now beat the game again.
As the gunslinger. And if you die, you don't get it.
And fuck you if you die.
Yeah, okay.
Like, wow. Man, no pressure. That game's fantastic, and after playing playing this big swath of them, I came away from the conclusion of like, man, Isaac is amazing because it has all the shit in it, but it feels like crap.
Yes, compared to
it feels like fucking crap.
Isaac. Like, that's one thing where you gotta throw it down there and go like, sometimes the mechanics around what a game is doing are way, like, it keeps the game going way more than what the game actually feels like.
Yeah.
Right? Like, to me, Dead Cells is a case of like less content, best feel.
Yeah.
And Isaac is maximum content.
Maximum.
overdrive,
It's no one's ever gonna come close.
worst feel.
Right? By the way, they're doing another Isaac.
Sure.
Again, with even more shit.
Sure.
But like, you can feel that it was a Flash game.
Yeah. Something that feels like Dead Cells but has Isaac levels of content.
Yeah.
Would be that's where you're spending the rest of.
And so now
your
we have
pocket game
come
life.
full circle, and I'm really glad that you took that particular like avenue in. As I go to the Epic Store and I try out Hades.
Super fucking giant.
So, things to note about Hades. Early access means it.
Yeah.
Not in terms of polish or bugs or whatever.
Yeah.
This game is not done. There are 2 of 4 planned zones. There are 5 of 6, probably more, planned weapons.
And by zones you mean like tile sets, basically.
Yeah, there's literally only half the game in right now, right? The feel and presentation of Hades is A++.
It has never been less.
Like,
for these
Dead
people.
Cells, go fuck yourself.
I mean, that's a bit much. It's a very good
Play
game.
it.
Yeah, I
It
know.
feels like a better Bastion Transistor Baby.
Supergiant doesn't fail.
Right?
They just don't fail.
The art is so colorful and so amazing. And the only
You played Transistor, right?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I didn't beat it, but I played it. I'm
Okay.
gonna go back to it. At some
It's one of my favorite video games of all time.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I don't know where it is right now, but the Transistor lady is around here somewhere.
Just so you know, that's how good these people are.
Right? But as of right now, as an action game, Transistor, Hades is great. As a roguelike, it is fairly lacking because there just aren't enough different things that can happen, because the way that the roguelike actually works in Hades is very, very different from all the games that I've just described. You pick a weapon in Hades. There are currently 5. You have a regular attack and a special attack, and you have a cast, which is essentially a spell, but the cast is always the same, right? That's it. And then when you start up a level, you'll get like a boon, and a boon is from like one of the Greek gods, and it's like, oh, Artemis showed up, and now your regular attack has a chance to crit. Or Ares showed up, and now your special attack has a chance to, or it will apply a big hit after an enemy's gotten hit. Or Poseidon showed up, and now your moves have pushback, right? And those boons only apply to one of your moves. So you'll get like, oh, my regular attack pushes back because Poseidon, and then my cast chain lightnings because of Zeus, yada yada, right? There's currently 7 of those, right? But you're never, ever, ever, ever going to get more than one of those on an attack. So once your attack is like the Ares one where it has the dot on it, that's your attack now. And maybe you can upgrade it with a hammer so that it does a different thing. But that's it.
Okay.
So like, there are essentially like 35 different regular punches between all the weapons and all the boons and stuff like that. And then you go through different rooms, and the rooms are, this room is like super tough, but all you have to do is survive, or, you know, what have you. And there just aren't enough variety in things that can happen.
All right, so people are saying you're wrong about something.
Okay,
Give us some time to figure out what, but go on.
What am I wrong about?
We'll figure out. I don't know. Chat, go
on. There just isn't enough like randomness, and also you can just it's a rogue light in that your character gets permanent upgrades. Like they get increases to damage, they get increases to health. You can start a run with more money, stuff like that. And you'll pick, what you do is you pick rooms. You go, oh, I want the room with the currency, or I want the room with the key, or I want the room with the boon, right? But there's a point where you'll have unlocked everything. And so then the rooms that have currency, like for character upgrades, become like why bother, right? But like I said, it is still very early, and the feel is the best.
Yeah,
just the best.
What do you think about just in terms of like modifiers to things like crit chance and whatnot? Did you see Plague's tweet from like 1 or 2 days ago?
Was it about Division?
No, it was if a game gives you the options of choosing between critical chance, raw damage, etc., those aren't choices. They're just numbers. One's bigger, one's right, one's wrong. It's not an option. It's a spreadsheet Excel puzzle. That's why I hate math-driven design. Cut that shit out. What do you think about that? Like like raw damage versus crit chance. Like in terms of like a particular type of build.
I feel like in some cases it's actually a lot of fun. Like stacking for crit can give you goofy results, but most of the time no one gives a shit. Just tell me the DPS.
Right. I feel like when I think about it, I kind of go, yeah, like if you're giving me the choice between making the number bigger versus making the crit chance bigger, I feel like I'm always going to be like, let's go with the number as opposed to the crit chance, because even if the crit chance is higher, like how much, there's a certain number point where it'd have to be like X percentage and X damage multiplier makes it worth it, you know, but there's clearly a winner.
There's the worst
mathematically between the two choices.
Version of this is a concept called stat weights, and it's in a bunch of games, but I'm familiar with it in 14. It's okay. In your attack stats on your gear, you have a sword, right? The sword can have it has 4 of the following stats, right? It will have your primary damage stat, so for a warrior it'd be strength. It can also have Vit, skill speed, which is the speed at which your button presses register, determination, which is defense and attack values and the amount that you're healed by, tenacity, direct hit, which is like a small crit, right? These stats will be arranged. There will be 4 of them. One is guaranteed, which is the direct damage stat, which will be strength, right? Then there will be a second stat, which is maxed out and can be capped. Then there will be 2 stats, which are not capped, and you can add in with materia. And a weapon comes out, and it's the same weapon damage, but it has a whole slew of different stats. And people look at it and go, which of these is better? I don't know. So people run exhaustive tons and tons and tons and tons of tests, and they discern that 1 point of crit for warrior over this threshold is worth 0.87 points of strength, which is higher than 0.6 points of...
And let me guess. But the end result is the sword is solved. And
yes,
then there is an optimal way to do this.
It becomes, what is the BIS? What is the best in slot? And then it becomes, what is the best in slot? Assuming you hit your skill speed cap.
Yeah.
And it is the worst thing in the world. It is so awful.
It's an easy way to take fun away from things, especially if you're looking at, like, variety as something that is there for the sake of, like, how much you want to enjoy playing the game in a certain style or a certain way. And it reminds me, and it takes me back to the whole, like, Wooly's toothpick thing, if you remember that.
Oh, I do.
Where I'm like, I just want to use this weapon.
And on top of that...
And I'm not supposed to because it's wrong.
And on top
and
of
I
that...
being like, what the fuck?
I can tell you the worst time...
Is that feeling? What am I supposed to do with that?
I can do you one worse. So in Final Fantasy XIV in the Heavensward expansion, the final Dark Knight sword you could unlock in the game was terrible.
Huh.
So the way that the outside of all of that, there's the weapon damage number, which is the most important one because that's, you know, just the raw damage, right? The highest tier raid sword. Well, one of the stats it had, one of the secondary stats it had on it was parry.
Yeah.
And parry's stat weight is garbage. So it's like it wasn't there at all. So even though the weapon damage on it was way higher, and the game was telling you that this sword is way stronger, it was actually functionally weaker than a much more easily acquired sword.
Oh, okay.
And people who play Dark Knight were like,
little
this
anthem-y
sucks.
there. Little anthem-y.
I'm going to bust my fucking ass and beat this raid to get a sword that looks really cool, but isn't even the best. Like, what the fuck is the point of that?
I mean, at the same time, it's like, if you're going to adhere to that mentality the entire way through everything you play, then you'd go into every fighting game picking who is only the top tier character per balance patch.
And people do that.
Yeah, and ride out the wave and switch every time the game.
And that kind of sucks. I feel like that...
I mean, for some people, they enjoy that. Personally, I don't. That's why I pick a random that I like the aesthetic of or whatever and stick with them. And sometimes it turns out to be garbage, right?
Yeah.
But it's the same reason why I'm, when I play like JoJo's, right, 7 stand user, I'm like, yeah, I want to enjoy my ride here by feeling good about my pick and thinking that it's whatever the cosmetic
but
purposes
the problem
are.
is in games the more the number becomes important, the less that
Right,
viable.
right. The more people can tell you that, like, well, you're gonna hit a point where that becomes a mistake.
Oh, I don't even mean that. I just mean like in 14, for example, like the difference, but the different weapons aren't gonna feel different. They're just gonna perform better or worse. So why not pick like, for example, hey, I'm playing my Dark Knight. Okay, you have your materia slots, right? The materia slots add stats. What stats do I add? Somebody figured out the stat weight and discovered that if you're Dark Knight, you want to add crit. Crit's the best one. Crit will give you the best thing. If you're a white mage, you want to add determinate, or like whatever, right? And it's just like, what is the point of adding a system in where you can pick your stats if you've made a numerical system in which there is the right stat?
And here's the question: when you pick the right stat, are you crushing the game, or
no, we're talking
are you
percentile
like,
points?
Okay. Because that's what I'm like, is the difference between dominating the intended difficulty and or just writing it out normally.
But and here's the thing with a game like that. When you have an 8-man team, right? If everyone is kitted out perfectly and you're doing 10% more damage, that's 10% less time in the fight, which is 10% less time to fuck it up. Which increases success rate by more than 10%.
You know what's fun? Doing max axe, because those are crits that are skill controlled.
Yes, that is fun.
Skill controlled crits are the best. Makes a fun moment.
It's like a headshot, but with timing.
Hell yeah. It's so great.
Back to Hades, by the way. I actually got an answer about why I was wrong. And the reason why I was wrong is because I wasn't finished talking about Hades. The other thing about Hades that's really like wild is the amount of story content. It is a wash. It's like It's like a roguelike that's like a real video game instead of a roguelike.
Oh, okay.
And that there is a story and there's a plot.
Okay.
And there are plot beats.
Yeah.
And there is
it would be very weird for Supergiant to make a game that didn't contain lots of great writing.
Yeah, and there are just like there are S-links.
Okay.
In Hades. Every single character that you talk to has a fucking S-link bar, and it's like, talk to Achilles 15 more times, and he'll tell you some bullshit. Right? In addition to that, when you make real good pals with your Hades buddies, like say, hey, Achilles, you're cool. Here's some ambrosia, bro. He'll give you his Myrmidon bracers. And you're like, oh, cool. And you go to the start of your run, pick that, and go, I want to pick the Myrmidon bracers because it gives me extra defense from the front and no defense from the back. But they're like, okay, that's a pretty weak bonus. I think it's like starts at like 20, what is it, 15 and 10%. But then after 25 encounters, which is rooms, you'll level it up. And then after 50 after that, you'll level it up. And there's like a ton of those. There's like fucking 20, at least that I can see. And all I can think of when I play Hades is like, this game is so good. I would very much want them to go much faster to build the game. And, you know, I don't know. Like, maybe the boons can interact. Maybe I was wrong about that. But I have not encountered that personally. Oh, you gotta close that door, Wolves.
I'm wondering, I'm curious if this is something they wanted to be a full release that they kind of ended up taking too long on.
So that's not what they said, right?
We've got to start cracking it out now.
And from the way that the game's been being built, I actually don't think that's the case at all. Because you'll look at the patch notes, and in the patch notes they'll say, this was a community suggestion, which is something that I think Dead Cells pioneered. Where in the patch notes, it's like, any change that was something that one of you guys came up with, you put that little note next to it.
Okay.
And also, I think the best thing about the game in early access is that it is the only one that I can think of. On the main menu, it'll say Hades, and it'll say the name of the update. Right now it's Murder, Death, Kill, because of the Thanatos patch. And then there's the big character art in the background. But fuck that. In the bottom right corner, it says there are 28 days remaining until the next major update.
Okay. So they wanted a live...
And I believe it is 30 to 60 days, depending.
They wanted a live audience to bounce off of.
Right?
Yeah, okay.
And they are clearly bouncing off of them.
Okay.
It's so good. Like, you know, I would not recommend, even getting super deep, because you can totally crush it and beat everything that's in it right now, and then you're stuck in the process of like, well, okay, the new patch came out, and then you blow through it, but like just the feel of that game is fucking incredible. It's awesome.
Well, I mean, it's a Supergiant game that has like this massive replay value on the back end that will be there when its final launch happens,
and
it's a really exciting idea.
So whenever I play one of these, I always like play it for a while, and then I go and dig through the patch notes and go, okay, what was added, right? And what are they planning to add? And this game's been out since, I want to say December, right? So like 4 or 5 months tops. They've added a lot, and they're like, yeah, we're planning to have this in early access until like mid 2020.
Well, here's a question though. When patches come out and they're live updated, do the changes get reflected in your ongoing save?
Yeah.
Okay, because twice now I've had this happen to me where I've been playing a ton of Dead Cells with loads of updates that I never saw until I did that stream because I had rolled with my save.
Yeah.
And there was one point where they went, hey, we're out of early access. You can keep your old save, but you might as well start it over because you're going to miss out on all this cool shit. And Darkest Dungeon, where like a bunch of DLC and just all kinds of rolling updates happened after I'd spent so much time on my original file that I never restarted and I ended up missing.
The way Hades works, that would
be
disastrous because, like I said, there's like story arcs and character relationships. And like that would be the worst.
I don't like, so I'm not too happy and keen on the idea of falling in love with the game and dropping tons of time into it only to have to lose that.
Well, you didn't drop enough time into it that you didn't exhaust every single thing in the game, blah, blah, blah. Like,
what can I, you know?
Like with Darkest Dungeon, it's like, well, you should have beaten that game within a month of it coming out.
Right.
And then the update was just another reason to go back in. Like that. But also, it's like, it's hard to fault, like, companies for like creating more stuff and more value.
Yeah, I just hope that the save doesn't need a restart. I hope that you can make it a live.
Well, with
rolling-
Hades, I can't possibly see that happening.
You know.
Like the way that game works, that would be disastrous. I can see when it comes out of early access, them like being like start over. Maybe not explicitly, maybe not like forcing you, but probably telling you like you should probably fucking start over because we like tuned up that beginning part or whatever. Probably one of the best first impressions that Hades gives you is that when you hit start, you're in a run. Off the main title screen, you're just in a run. It's like, okay, you barely get a tutorial.
That sounds amazing.
The real tutorial?
That sounds
The
really
real
cool.
tutorial is your second run.
Yeah.
But the first one is like, okay, just fucking do it.
I love that.
And guess what? You don't get very far. You get fucking blown up.
It's great.
Yeah, it's real good. So I played all those games that felt good.
Sounds like you had a week of roguelikes.
I did, and then I ended up like passing out on the last one. So I'm doing Gungeon and Hades on Thursday. But in addition to that,
Wait. Gungeon. Did you play Nuclear Throne at all?
I did. I don't like it.
Okay.
I like what it is. I don't like it.
Okay.
It's very formative though. You can tell. Like that was one of the first ones to drop, and it's really cool. I don't like it. Just right. I played Risk of Rain 1 as well, and ran into an issue in which my character appeared to be 5 pixels tall, and I literally could not play the game because the character was so small, and I don't know what the fuck is up with that. So I played all those games, all those good feeling games, and I went, I need some jank. I need some crap. No, not crap. I need something cool that feels bad. So I went and beat Metro 2033.
The old one.
No, the Redux, the re-release.
The re-release. Okay.
And I'm about halfway through Last Light. And the Metro 2033...
Did you feel like a real comrade?
I felt a little bit like comrade. But, you know what's really crazy? The fucking the characters that go up on the outside world in that fiction are called stalkers.
Sure.
Of course they are.
Sure.
But get out of here, stalker. But
those cutscenes of like just like you drinking with all your buddies and then like having these moment to moment things where you're just a silent floating guy, but everyone's like, yes, bro, you're the fucking best. Come have a shot with me.
It's
so
Metro
funny.
2033 is a weird game because it came out right alongside when all first person shooters were like really linear. And Metro 2033 gets to dodge a bunch of that bad feel because you're in fucking metro tunnels.
Right.
Of course it's fucking linear. But and them adding like because the Redux added all the gameplay features from the later game from Last Light, and a lot of those help, particularly the new stealth stuff. But there are some levels in that game that are fucking bad, man. There's a stealth level where you have to go underneath a bridge. Just awful. And the final boss is like a dream sequence with platforming. Very not good at all.
That came in for test early on, and I touched the original version just to do an evaluation, so it wasn't a full... I didn't spend a full thing on it, but I remember being impressed by the textures at the time.
Yeah. Especially considering the nature of... I also watched like a video series on like the development of the Metro series. Forget who made it, but in which like game development in Ukraine is tough. Would you believe it? Discussions about THQ having to smuggle in desktop computers so that border security didn't steal them.
Right. Yes, yeah.
How there was not consistent power because the local coal plant that supplied power would occasionally break. Stuff like that. So it's amazing what they did there. But yeah, some of those levels are really bad. But more than anything, the feel of being in the metro is overwhelming. Like it has the best ambiance of like any shooter that I can think of. And then you play Last Light and it's like, okay, way more work went into making this play like a real video game. Like areas are wider, stuff like that. they're great. Those games are great. But you just can't get rid of that film
jank grime
of jank grime.
Oh yeah.
That informs the taste.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like it's actually fairly important.
Spread over it like Marmite.
I feel like video games, more than any other form of media, you can taste the region they're made in a lot of cases.
You can really, really smell it in like film. Right, and especially in like short film where they don't have time to fuck around.
Yeah,
an establishing shot, a certain type of music, and then like the way people in the shot are dressed will slap you in the face.
Right, but I always feel like that is preceded by the language or the accents on display.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Whereas games will be dubbed to a decent degree. Right.
Yeah.
And you'll be like, is this game from fucking Brazil? This game's from Brazil, right? Or
But like the feel of something being janky is like, I don't know how localized that is, because there's definitely a feeling of something where you can go like, this is a student made this, right? And then there's like a team made this / is in the middle of making this, and they're not done yet. And when they're done, they're probably not gonna fix the part where when you jump, the animation just kind of snaps into the jump animation and then lands and then snaps back to stand.
But there's a above layer of that, and it is, I don't know what I call it, jank or grime or whatever. But Metro is a really good example where it's like your flashlight in Metro is a piece of shit. Mm-hmm. It sucks, and it has a battery that runs down that you have to switch to an item in your inventory to hand crank the battery back up so that you have a decent light. And it's not that mechanic feels bad. It actually feels very responsive and like, oh yeah, I'm cranking this battery, right? It's more the feel of like, who would make a mechanic like this? Why would anyone make a mechanic like this? Oh, Eastern Europeans make mechanics like this. Japanese games make mechanics like max acting, right? And so on and so forth, right? It's just these pieces of flavor that are very regional, right? Like think of all those RPGs.
The difference between those two is so like nuclear, because it's like use your skill to like feel better than normal, versus to get a high, versus using your skill to not die. Yeah, you know, it's the coke high to like rock on and party and whoa, yeah, right, versus I need it
to get by.
If I don't get it right now, I'm gonna crash. I'm gonna crash. Oh god, get me that next hit. Right.
Like Metro, like moments of victory in Metro are like, oh my god, dude, I found like 2 filters and some military grade bullets, which is money. Oh yeah, now I'm not gonna suffocate for a few bits, right? It's this interesting thing where when you look at like everything, like Germany and East, it's like that's where all those RPGs come from that are like, yeah, you need to eat and drink or you'll shit your pants and die, right? And it's like, wow, why? So I'm playing through those to essentially remind myself for Exodus, because now I bought a game on the Epic Store, I might as well just bite the bullet and play Exodus.
So you go in trilogy on this?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Metro 2033 and Last Light are real short.
Oh, are they?
They are real fucking short.
Oh, okay.
I blew through 2033 on Sunday.
It always struck me as 12 to 15 hour games.
Metro 2033 is more like 9.
Okay.
And Last Light, I want to say, is like 12-ish.
Sure.
I haven't beaten Last Light, though, but I got about halfway through. Those games are great. The only thing I really don't like about those games is the ending contingent conditions. So there's 2 endings, right? You can get a good ending, you can get a bad ending, right? Mm-hmm. And the way that you get them is by accruing morality points. Did you do something moral? Good job, Artyom. You're a better guy. So these include things like, did you give a bullet to the beggar, right? Did you help the kid find his teddy bear? That usual shit, right? But it also includes, when you're sneaking around the level, did you watch this soldier get his ass beat by his fellow soldiers? Morality point. Did you look at this theater show? Morality point. Did you listen to these two women arguing about their boyfriends? Morality point.
Okay.
And I'm like, what is the what?
Yeah.
What is the fucking mixture here? And I think what they're
call someone Sikablat?
I don't. I think what the what they're going for is that it's or did you strum a guitar? Morality point.
You found interactable.
And I feel like originally it was like, yes, you do a good thing.
Yeah.
And then it became, we need to give people a reason to stop and stare at the enormous amount of background NPC shit that's going on. Like in Last Light, there's this little market district, and there are like 5 things happening. There's 2 guys arguing about the recent tunnel. There's a old man giving a puppet show. There's a dude juggling. There's 2 girls arguing about their boyfriend. There's a soldier telling a grieving widow. There's 2 kids running away to go see. And like every single one of those interactions, if you watch the whole thing, Artyom, you good man, right? Okay. And it's like, okay, that's what it's for. The problem is that like the good and bad ending, one is canon, one is not.
Yeah.
In Metro 2033, the bad ending is canon,
right?
Because it's the one that follows the book. In Last Light, the good ending is canon and leads to Exodus. So it's like,
yeah, that's I think the funnest way to handle that is what Yoko Taro did. I think that's probably the best way to just go about it. And just go, they're all canon in a bullshit, wacky way.
It's all canon.
We just go to different places as a result.
Their butts are huge.
Depends on how much story you got inside you, though. Okay.
And last but not least, I want to talk about the one big problem with Metro's narrative, which is fairly good, and it's the main character, Artyom. Artyom, he's a likable enough sort. Problem is, he only talks in the loading screens. He is...
Yeah, he's the best dude ever. Everyone's hanging out.
He's flat out mute in the other... in all other scenarios.
Hell yeah.
Which leads to very contrived conversations to get around the fact that your character can speak, but chooses not to ever.
The silent protagonist was probably not intended to come into the realm of voice acting.
It's so bizarre.
Mashing like a button prompt as you're going through a text conversation through ellipses is much more... You can ignore it and get past it. But then a world that's talking and alive and everyone's having vibrant conversations,
let me give you,
and you're awkwardly floating through it is so weird.
So the best example is about 2/3 through 2033. The whole mission of the game is you got to get to the Polis station to warn those guys to help out your home station because your home station's in trouble. You get all the way to Polis, right? You go talk to the guy at the front of Polis, and you got your buddy there. He helped you. You got there, right? And the guy looks, he goes, "Okay, who are you? Where are you from? Why are you here?" And your buddy says, "This is Artyom. He is here from exhibition. He has to help fight the Dark Ones." And the guy goes, "What? He can't answer for himself?" And he goes, "Listen, Artyom is very tired. Let's just go into thing." And it's like, just make him say anything. Artyom has a voice actor. He talks in every loading screen. It's so weird.
Yu Narukami.
In Exodus,
like same thing.
In Exodus, apparently the problem continues, and like you're talking to your wife, and she's like really emoting at you, and Artyom has the ability to like pat her on the shoulder or not. It's like, why can't Artyom talk? In Russian, he swears once in a cutscene. Like there's a crash, and he goes "frack," and he sounds like a 48-year-old man. But it's so weird.
So like this is something that certain games like are definitely using as we go forward as like devices, you know, but for the most part, yeah, it's a holdover from video games where you're just like, you're playing you, or you're playing you're a PC, you're a player character, you're floating through this world, and the point is that it's supposed to be you, therefore we don't want you to have to commit to someone else's thoughts, decisions, and lives. But
the other
it
thing
gets weird. It does get weird, and I mean it's not that you have to go one way or the other, but if you choose to make it silent, find a way or a device or something to like.
It would be fine if the loading screens were not voice acted. that's the part that throws you.
Where he's narrating
because
it
Artyom
himself.
has a voice and he does
so
talk.
Right. Yeah.
The other thing is like, hey, who does a good Russian accent in video games? Yuri Lowenthal, of course.
As you would expect.
Steve Loom does a decent one, and I forget the guy's voice actor. I really should look it up, but Papaneer. Okay?
Sojiro, yeah.
Oh, man. Almost every single person
Is all three of them.
is one of those three guys. Like, almost.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Yeah.
And the other thing, I like, so the dub in 2033 is quite bad. The dub in Last Light is quite good, despite having all the same voice actors. Don't know what happened, right? And people, you go to the threads and you're like, everybody's arguing, like, do you play it in Russian or do you play it in English, right?
Russian, no subtitles.
Russian, no subtitles, fine. But do you play it in Russian and subtitles? And here's the rub. The Russian does sound better for most of the story stuff. But remember that puppet show I told you about, the dude's doing for the kids?
Mm-hmm.
Ambient dialogue is not subtitled.
Of course not.
So those are minutes long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I appreciate playing the game in its native language because I get it, right? Mm-hmm. But if ambient dialogue is not fucking subtitled, I'm gonna play it in English no matter how fucking bad the dub is because I want to know what the fuck people are actually arguing about.
And they're not getting translators note. Plan means keikaku.
No, you're not.
Up top. So
Yeah.
what are you
So that
supposed to
kind of
do?
sucks.
Yeah.
And I can understand why, because if you're walking through an area, there are like 5, 6, 7 conversations happening within 10 feet of your character.
And it's choosing.
What the fuck
it's
is
choosing to grab one of them.
Yeah. Does it only pop in when your vision cone hits
Yeah,
them? Like,
yeah. That's always a weird one where, like, sometimes, like, you are having a worse experience in a game where, let's say you're playing a stealth game, Metal Gear, for example.
Metal Gear, yeah.
Where you are clearly not within earshot of 2 guards.
Yeah.
But you're sneaking far enough away, and then their subtitle pops up.
Yeah.
But you can't hear shit, and you're just reading about a conversation that
you can't hear.
and
you know guards are there,
and
even though you can't see them.
Yeah. That is a weird game thing. Yeah. You're having a diminished experience.
I've been running into that all the
Without
time
it.
lately with games where it's like subtitles start showing up, and the weirdest one by far is when you get a situation in which it's like a dream sequence or like a garbled radio, right? Mm-hmm. And the subtitles are the script, like they're the script that they were read, which includes lines of dialogue that are unhearable.
Oh,
that you can't hear.
They didn't cut them out? Because you would hear like, meet, point.
No. I don't mean that. I mean like, hey, instead of meet me at the thing, it'll be meet me at the garble thing.
Yeah.
But then the fucking text will tell you what it is.
What was originally, yeah.
Or the one part of the sound will be really low.
That's bad. That's bad subtitling.
Yeah,
that's
it
poor
really
sub-
is.
Yeah.
I run into that all the time. I'm like, but, and like sometimes I'm like, ooh, now I know what
Now
they're
you
really
have the
saying.
information,
But
yeah.
in one case in a recent game, that was a spoiler. Like I got too much information from it. It's so interesting. Subtitling is its own art form.
It is completely an art form. The timing of when you break the lines, how to display them, how much information to go on. Like, you can't... Because if you think you should just show off what is being said as it's being said, it's not enough. Mm-hmm. So you have to choose sentence by sentence. But sometimes one sentence is still... It's still too quick, you know. The pacing of how you choose to display information is massive.
Was it Nier Automata that did this, that had subtitling alongside the dialogue?
Yes,
that is a big deal, because while parts of Metro's subtitling are very good in that they choose an orange font for it, and it pops, like it is very visible in all of the game situations, because the game goes from total darkness to very bright. Mm-hmm. So they needed a consistent. The color is great. Mm-hmm. The typeset is great. Entire paragraph on the screen as soon as somebody starts talking.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
The thing with Nier
that sucks.
So Nier though chooses when its voice acting moments are going to do that.
Yeah.
Because some conversations are just voice like paragraph when there is no voice acting, but when it does happen, it's matching.
I feel like more than ever, particularly with everything being voice acted, like it has become so important that you have somebody on the crew that their job is to subtitle the game. Yeah. That is what they're Because
it's not always.
Think about fan subs and how much
not always practical.
How much work goes into the fan subber who does the sub timing.
Okay,
just the timing.
So back in the days during those QA trenches, there would be a department for localization where you're translating into different languages, and they would have to go script to script to whatnot. And in some cases, like depending on how much the budget or whatever the game had, sometimes the localizers would be actually changing the raw strings in the game itself, and like depending on how much the font size had, like an allotment for, you know, a certain amount of paragraph or whatever, it would like, you'd playing it in a certain language, you'd have a worse or better experience than you would in other languages, which fucking sucks.
All that shit is totally fascinating.
But like if having somebody dedicated to that on a team is a luxury that not every game can afford. But when you do have it, it makes a huge difference.
I remember like playing Nier and just being like blown away. Like, this is making the big, because I play every game with subtitles. I'm not gonna miss dialogue.
Yeah,
and if I don't have subtitles on, I'm gonna miss dialogue. Yeah, right. But bad subtitling can. So the actual worst, I'm gonna call it out. If you do this, I hate you. The worst subtitling / dialogue thing ever is to have a character's subtitle end with a dash
halfway through,
denoting that they will be cut off in the middle of their conversation 15 seconds before they get cut off. Yeah, that is the worst.
It sucks. It does suck.
I fucking hate it.
Yeah. Shit, what was I gonna say? I had a really good, there was a similar thing. Or like ... what was that? You know, or like, oh my god, or some other type of exclamation of some kind that just gives it away in the line. Yes, that's what I just remembered now. So for that exact purpose, sometimes when you go back, if you ever watch a dub after you've already seen an original anime, you'll notice sometimes that things and time seem to move slower, right? And it's because the time that you would originally spend reading a subtitle and paying attention to the action at the same time is now spent exclusively on the action. So you'll see it, like a moment in JoJo where it's just a bunch of mouth flaps moving as the layers of two characters kind of slide against each other, and you're like, uh-oh, everything feels way too slow and shitty right now.
Uh-oh, this is its actual real pacing.
This is bad. Because I'm used to the, like, part of my brain being dedicated to text, and therefore it can be a little bit worse when you're doing both at the same time. You know? So that's another problem as well, where I want to have subtitles on because I don't want things to feel kind of shittier and slower sometimes. And that's a weird one, but it's real.
I want to give a big thumbs up. Now, very few games do this. Very, very few games do this. But Division 2 does it. And, hey, do you want to put, like, a transparent, like, drop shadow underlay under the white subtitles for clarity? Fucking sick. That's awesome. Like, you know, you put, like, a transparent dark rectangle underneath white subtitles.
Yes.
So they show up on
crisp
every possible surface.
Yeah.
Fucking great.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I'm not super used to this because I don't play real MMOs, right? But whenever I see an MMO screen and I see the fucking chat log of everyone's colors going off on the side, and I'm just like, who's actually reading that and going, like, it just sometimes seems like a complete fucking mess.
Well, when you see multiple colors like that, that's people's general chat usually. If they actually want to focus, they'll switch to a tab that's all green, and that's your link show. All red, that's the shouts. All whatever. Okay. That's them just like, I don't know. They're not reading it either.
Just to close the fucking window. Like, why is that even there? Like, it just seems like such a
like when I play 14,
mess.
I have that my chat log is just people in my free company. That's all it is. It's just like my buddies talking. I don't have shout chat on. I don't have general chat on. I don't have, like any of those fucking things. You want insanity? The people who pull the fucking combat logs up on anything are fucking crazy. Those things move so fast.
Oh, like the kill feed kind of thing?
Yeah. The kill feed, but it's every hit of damage and every point of healing. What are you looking at? What are you reading?
So where can people tune in for more?
What's that?
Where can people tune in for more?
They can go down to twitch.tv/angriestpat, and I'll be streaming tomorrow night. I'll be streaming at 8 p.m. I stream almost always at 8 p.m. Use some Yakuza Kiwami. Got to catch up with that. Then the night after that will be Gungeon and Hades, and then on Friday will be more Vampire: The Bloodline Masquerade, which I'm not really talking about on the podcast. I'll talk about it when I'm done.
Mm-hmm. Getting to experience that old shit.
That game's fucking
old.
You know how old that game is?
It's old. AULD.
You know how old Vampire: The Masquerade is? You go to a computer to hack it, and you're like, how do I get to the email? Oh, type in email and hit enter.
Right. Yeah, you got a prompt.
And then it's like, oh, which date do you want? Type in the whole date.
Yeah.
Type it like, oh man.
So yeah, I have I didn't do much because I was occupied.
Yeah.
With the travel.
Don't worry, guys. DMC Spoilercast will be next week. We promise.
We can hit it right now because I did jump into that Bloody Palace for a second, and they really did change up. They changed up a couple things. And like I can see where the quality of life is. At the same time, I see the annoyingness of the song and like how that whole thing is.
Those first 20 floors, you're hearing like 30 seconds.
I feel what you're talking about with that now because now that I've done it, I can see like, you know what, battle music in Devil May Cry 5 matters more than it ever has.
Yeah.
So,
and also you're blowing through those early floors much faster.
Very quickly
in 4.
Yes. So I can totally feel that complaint now. The breaker selection floors, if you're playing as Nero, are like an odd one because you're just kind of anticipating what's gonna come.
The breaker selection floor is fascinating because it's telling you this is the tier list of these arms. Buster and Ragtime are broken, so you get 1 each. Right. I mean, I'm like at this point, I'm like, okay, if this is what you're showing me, and if this is what I don't know what's coming, then I'm bustering and I'm tomboying. Yeah. And that's my. So the way that I understood it is the reason why you can only get 1 buster arm is because the arm breakage lets you delete 1 enemy. Yeah. You just remove them
as opposed to your regular buster now. Yeah, exactly. So, anyway, that is all fun. I guess I wanted to get into the spoiler cast bit, but it's not so much a complete spoiler cast because there's so much to that game. There's a lot. There's so much to it, but there was one particular thing that I felt like I wanted to touch on, and that's the part that's most interesting to me, which is hilarious because in a fucking Devil May Cry game, like why would the story matter at all? But I think there's some meat to chew on here. So I'm going to be spoiling Devil May Cry 5. If you're interested in not having that spoiled for you, you want to tune out now. So, upon saying that I beat the game, got a message from my boy Soul Carl, who basically went, "Hey, dude, I'm sorry, but I'm about to upset you. And I'm just gonna say, V, better character than Virgil. Don't attack me. I'm sorry, but it's true." And I grabbed my keyboard. And my brow furrowed and my nostrils flared. Yeah. And I pulled up my fingers and I started typing, "You are correct." Yeah. Because V is a better character than Virgil. He's much more interesting. He is, because he's a character.
He's not the reverse of Dante.
He is not.
He's a different person.
And it's so interesting to me to have this giant chunk of personality out of nowhere inserted into the story and given more characterization through his scenes than the prior games combined, right?
He's given more characterization than the other 2 main characters.
And quite frankly, like while we're on this, you have to applaud the script in this game. I mean, the credits the credits roll on for swearies in those fucking credits.
Isn't that crazy?
Right? Like everyone's in those because they outsource to everybody. But for just the writing and the script alone, that you can tell they've revised and they really wanted to get it down. And they got it down to the point where what few lines are given to Lady and Kyrie do more for them than entire previous games about their stories.
Lady gets the line about her dad.
And
that's more than she got like that
in the story about her killing her dad.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And Kyrie on the phone with Nero.
No in-game model.
Just no in-game model. Right? gives you more than her being damseled in 4.
Yeah.
Like, it really gives you something to chew on, and the absence of the rest of what they would have to say.
Yeah.
You feel as if in that one line, you're like, I could sit and have you on a, like, I could watch you sit on a bench or a stool and just talk a bit about what happened after your game happened.
Yeah.
And where you got to as a person. Those lines are that, you know what I mean? You're like,
I completely
fuck,
agree.
That's great, right? So V comes along and gets spit out as this fucking, as we talked about, this goth kid, this William Blake loving nerd.
Yeah.
You know, you want to shove him in a locker. And, and
no, my mascara.
You know, and the whole time there's these bits where you're just like, okay, but what was his plan actually, right? And then I really had to sit and think about it, and I feel as if you're like, was he kind of like playing them from the get-go? Is his remorse sincere? A lot of questions are up for grabs, and I think what you're actually looking at is, it seems to be that he is legitimately sorrowful, but he does not want to die.
Yeah.
And the important part is that, unlike a lot of other times where you look at somebody that's like, look how many times a story will do something where a character is sorrowful for their past actions,
Yeah.
and thus they are nigh suicidal in their current actions, and you can almost explain the nonchalance badassery of someone who's just like foolhardy and running into danger.
I don't care if I die.
Because when you get them at a vulnerable moment,
Yeah.
they tell you about how they did something horrible, and they quite frankly think they deserve death.
Yeah.
So them running into it and embracing it is just there. We've seen that, right?
Yeah.
You very rarely see someone remorseful for what they've done, but also desperately clinging to survive, right?
But that power, though, man.
And the fact that, like, this is a game about these characters brashly and foolhardy in their stylish style beasting, running into danger and literally laughing in its face.
Yeah.
Whereas this dude is like, oh fuck, we can't handle that right now.
I'm melting.
And even before that the melting, he's caning his way away from
Gilgamesh.
as he's like, oh my god, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die, right?
Yeah.
The fear of his mortality is so present the entire time, and it's just as strong with him as the remorse he's feeling.
Yeah.
Right? He gets to the point where you have the actual conversation with Trish, who's like, I'm not your mom, V, right? You have that moment,
Fuck off,
etc. And he'd be like, it was this fool before you, right? And he's like, like, the answers are not gonna be found here, and maybe they lie within the heart of battle. Who fucking knows, right? Only you know yourself as a person and what you were before, and whether or not you think you're worthy of redemption, right? Now, we as an audience look at a character like that, and usually when someone's presented in that way, oftentimes you're like, well, the fact that they're questioning it makes me relate to them, and it doesn't necessarily mean that they've earned it. However, the sincerity and the spirit of, like, forgiveness makes you think, you know what, a character like that deserves redemption, right? Urizen, on the other hand,
is everything bad about Virgil in one thing.
And it's the irredeemable parts of him as a character split into its own, right? And he has nothing of substance to say, because what the fuck are you?
I'm a big monster!
I will show you. You're nothing. You're just an endless grasp for power.
You're a
right?
Kamen Rider villain.
And the fact that you literally grasp that power, crack that fruit in, pop your sin DT, or not yet.
Whatever.
But you know, you obtain ultimate power, and it fails you, and you're still lying there going, power! It's like, yeah, you're nothing. You're fucking nothing. And that desire, right, is so powerful that it is if you have to look at if you have to look at the breadth of, like, what makes up V as an interesting character and the different things going on with him, and then you just replace all of those folders with one that just says power. That's how powerful the desire inside of Virgil was to just be, I need more.
So V seeks power as a solution to his problems, and that's his human half, right? Urizen desires power for its own sake, and that is half of his entire personality.
And
So it's like 75% power.
So
right?
it literally is erasing what personality was in Virgil.
Yeah.
You know, because it's just this fucking obsession.
Yeah.
Right? To call it unhealthy is the understatement of the century. It is like you're a shell. You're fucking nothing with your stupid desires, right? So now you go, okay,
Virgil is actually just pretty insecure.
So you go, well, even before that, you go, so now while they're still split, you're like, what is V's actual intention here? And it's like, it's to survive, and possibly right his wrongs, but more than anything, he's playing both sides, knowing that the good guys are probably gonna win.
They're probably gonna fix the problem.
I need to get there before they do, otherwise I'm dead forever.
Yeah.
And I don't want to die. Dying sucks.
There's a line in his last mission is like, I have to get there before he loses completely.
Exactly. I am afraid of death, right? You get the fact that like he's calculating this down to the second.
Yeah.
Right? And the best part about it is how it explains that look on his face when Nero eats shit in the beginning.
Yeah.
And V is like, fuck. Do I just go in now? No, he's gonna.
They super lost.
Right? He has that moment of like, I don't want to die. I want to right the wrongs. He's right there.
But now I have to kick the plan down the road 3 weeks. I don't know if I'm gonna be alive in 3 weeks.
Or do I maybe even just throw it all out because my desire to survive?
Yeah.
Right. The fear inside me is so great that I'll just be like, "Hey, Urizen, what's up?"
And it's interesting because you compare that to Dante, who has like who could not have less self-preservatory instincts of any character I've ever seen, as he is functionally invincible.
Yeah. I think that facial expression was literally him calculating, should I just say fuck it? I'm afraid of dying.
Yeah.
Is this not going to work, right? It's such a good fucking moment.
And I really love the ending of DMC5 because they wrap up everything in a neat little package and then go, but here's 6 different paths we can go.
Let me get there. Let me get there.
Oh, okay.
So he gets to the point where they're now lying at the body, and it's like, Urizen, what has this gotten you? Fucking nothing.
Nothing. You lost!
Right? And ultimately, like, Virgil, what has this gotten you? Right? Virgil, someone who has been there the entire time, seen the ride, and in these moments is basically like, if you take the fucking, you take the Urizen side of his brain and you have him go, what's the line he throws at Dante? You've never lost anything.
You've never lost anything.
Right? And the obvious answer is he lost you, asshole.
And your mom also. Like,
yeah, you both lost the same.
You know the defining aspect of your life.
Yeah.
That all
you both lost the same things, except
what the fuck
he
you
lost
about?
you because of your shit.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're so full of shit.
And so like he's willing to ride that Temeniguru all the way to the top. He's willing to open up hell, get what he needs to, take that revenge, do what he's got to do. Right.
Yeah.
He's doing the whole thing. And now you get to the part where you're like, okay, you lost as Virgil, you lost as fucking Nello Angelo, you are disintegrating and you're about to die, and your desire for power is so great that you are basically like, you know what, fuck it, I am going to just go get that fruit, I'm going to put this plan into action, and I'm going to plant the fucking Qliphoth. Qliphoth does its thing, sacrifices an entire city.
So here's the thing. Apparently, if you dig into the library,
it does it on its own.
The Qliphoth is natural.
It does it on its own, and the whole point of Sparta was dividing that so that he could offstay that natural thing.
Yeah.
Yes. Nonetheless, right, I'm going to put the human-eating tree in the place where it's going to grow and do this thing.
No, I don't think Virgil planted it.
I'm going to benefit off of creating this existence and rooting myself to its power, right? The Qliphoth becomes his way of bringing himself back from the brink of death and riding it all the way to the top, right? He has no remorse for the actions he's doing, which in this case, unlike the others, like the other cases of like almost you can make it circumstantial, in this case, there is nothing circumstantial about it. Urizen is a fuck. You're killing people for power.
Right? When I say the tree is naturally occurring, I legitimately mean I believe that tree was going to happen, Virgil or no.
No, because the point from what I understand, the point of Sparta sealing off the worlds was to make that not be able to happen anymore.
Yeah, but the worlds keep
Mundus
on
did the
sealing
thing
all the time.
Yeah, well, but getting the Yamato allows you to abuse that shit.
Yeah, but
guess what? Guess what wasn't happening? The world wasn't coming together.
I really wish there was an answer in game for this because it's actually fairly unclear.
Dude, the world, the Yamato being inside of Nero's arm meant that shit was not going to happen, right? So,
but he used that to split himself. Did he use that to unlock the Qliphoth?
Okay, but it's like, what do you want to say then? So Urizen is faultless for riding this situation out.
Well, no. I think
it.
A much more interesting question is: Did Griffith? Fucking Jesus Christ! Did Virgil kill one person ever?
I'm sorry, this is so weird to me because,
did he?
It seems quite clear that...
Are you sure?
How are we even questioning this? This is so fucking crazy. Of course Urizen's the fucking bad guy. He's totally responsible for killing all these people.
But is he just chilling in the tree, or is the tree attacking people on its own?
All right. I think that's stupid. I think that's asinine. Right?
Then you should argue with the game's library that says that the tree naturally occurred.
It is a thing that occurs that Mundus did use, but you're telling me that the fact that
because I thought that it was really
the month that he shows up and all this rides out is not his plan.
Yeah, because he starts talking about that he has very little time left, and that could mean him, or it could mean that he knows that the Qliphoth shit is going to happen. But regardless of that, do you remember your complaint during the end of the LP that was really weird, where everyone is acting like Virgil did nothing wrong?
Yes.
Is that because he actually did nothing wrong?
That's where I was trying to go, because I have a really good thing that I've concluded based on that, right?
All right?
I have something that I really think makes sense, putting that all together, that feels like it's intentional.
Okay.
And the problem is if you're trying to tell me that, oh no, Urizen actually did nothing, and he just sat there and wrote on the
juice.
And he wrote on the benefits of natural karma killing everybody, then I guess the real villain was the tree, which we get to... That's nonsensical to me. That's insane, right? He's literally sitting there. So he's talking up a bit game. I will show you not your worst nightmares. I will give you despair and death.
Yeah.
Right. All of that and everything going on. It's
but
just
that was self-defense.
Right. I'm just writing this out.
Well, that was self-defense. Nero cut him.
Okay, well, anyway, that's not where I was trying to go, so I don't know what to tell you.
All right.
I had something lined up that I was trying to set,
Well, let's go there then.
Okay. Well, what I'm trying to establish is the fact that so he's fucking sitting there because your desire for power and the fact that you have sacrificed absolutely everything to get to this point.
Yeah.
You have Griffithed it.
Yeah.
Right. The Behelit is the Qliphoth.
Yeah.
Right. And I see that type of parallel as one where you're willing to, you're talking about protecting things as Virgil, but ultimately when you split it off into its raw form, it's not about protection. It's about
I just want it.
It's about just desire. It's about lust, right? It's about greed. It's not has nothing to you mix it in with what's left of V, and it becomes protection. It becomes defense.
It becomes Mamoru,
and it becomes a Mamoru kind of twist on the.
But
on the
really,
idea.
it's just I want it.
And that's the one thing that it becomes something that allows you to accept it for what it is, but Urizen exposes it for its rawness. It's just a selfish desire, right? He fucking sits there, he stabs the thing in. Dante, who twice now could have just tricked to fix the situation.
Or shot him.
Chose not to, but whatever. Dante has a really good habit of just going, wait, in the plot moments, but
No, don't.
He almost
my favorite is
he takes two steps.
Dude, the best is when Virgil comes back and Dante throws the sword to his side and goes, "Get out of my way, Nero!" And Nero is to the left and kind of behind him. And it's what do you are you just saying that for drama?
So they come back together. Alpha and the Omega drops. Yes, overblown title. Yes, but he is the beginning and end of Dante's story. It is what it is. Mm-hmm. Virgil's now back, and it's yay, there he is. There's the boy, right? And everyone's treating him yeah, it's Virgil, he's back. And he's acting kind of yeah, I'm back, and I'm a little bit different.
It's almost like I'm a completely different person.
But you're but the facts remain, you're a fuck. You are so guilty. You have so much blood on your hands.
But does he?
And we can't write that off. Let me at least get there.
All right.
All right. So he has this entire thing now where one half of you did the worst.
Yeah.
And is essentially irredeemable, which I remember calling sitting on that couch.
Yeah.
The moment it happened, I'm like, this doesn't right what you did. You went too far.
Yeah.
Right? And the way that Dante acts to him when he pops out feels as if Dante himself is like, dude, you went too fucking far.
Yeah.
Right? All of the lines Dante's throwing out at him are really like, this isn't just one of those, hey, what's up? Nice to see ya. Or, who's this villain? You're kind of cool. Oh, shit. I didn't know it was you. This is, dude, what the fuck were you thinking? Right?
Yeah.
This is, don't you understand that literally all your stupid angst is over nothing because mom cared about you too? Like, why don't you get it? Right?
Yeah.
And then ultimately it's, I literally can't trust you to your own devices, right? You can't be trusted, right? You're just, like, it's Dante getting to the point of, I'm sure somewhere inside it's nice that you're back, but also fuck, man.
I literally need to babysit you for the rest of your eternal life.
Fuck, right? And that, to me, lends credence to the idea that Dante thought he went too far, which wipes out the stupid idea that Virgil's not responsible.
I don't know,
for the
because,
actions.
like, I get what you're saying there, but the tone does not support it.
Right? So, that side of things exists. And to me, now you go, all right, so Virgil's guilty and thus he's not redeemable here. You're like, but wait, hold on. What about V? What about the experiences of V? What about the fact that this other character on its own in an isolated bubble, in an isolated system, I love saying it because it's a Muse reference, but V is someone who is redeemable, right?
Sure.
Who has walked the path and is trying to right his wrongs with what little time he has left, except he's not doing it selflessly because he has a desire to survive.
Yeah, okay.
So what happens when you fuse those two together to create the same person, right? And like literally this one has more depth than the original did.
Yeah.
Well, you get a situation where, to me, it seems like you don't deserve to continue to exist and not to mention, like, you're a shitty dad and you're the worst at that shit.
He
right?
forgot that he even
He
banged a
literally
chick.
just doesn't even.
Oh yeah, I did fuck that
Right,
broad.
you're
Yeah.
super garbage about that whole thing, right? But before he even actually knows who Nero is, the first thing he says before he walks into that portal is, "Thank you, Nero." Mm-hmm. So you go, "Whoa, what's that about?" Right? And it took a second. Here's my conclusion. That is V thanking Nero for the experience they had together.
Absolutely.
Right? Which means the memories of V exist within Virgil.
Oh, 100%.
Which is why he changes and questions things in the way he didn't, and so on. So the two come together, and someone who is redeemable and someone who isn't become the same person. Great. So you're writing a story. What kind of outcome does that person deserve? Well, Urizen deserves an end in death because you've done the wrong.
Bad.
Right? V deserves a happy ending, if not like one where he gets to go to a metaphorical heaven, but you don't quite get that. He deserves life. One deserves death. What can we do to compromise that? How about a Valhalla-esque, like, it's not quite heaven, it's a little bit of purgatory, it's not quite hell. You're literally in the middle because you're not getting to exist in the world with your new son that you just found out about.
Yeah.
You have feelings for him. You have sentiment because V has established that. Mm-hmm. You drop the fucking book for him because clearly now you are tsundere, but you have some connection there.
Yeah,
but
tsundere dad.
But you're not allowed to stick around and ride out this relationship. You don't get to exist in this world for what you've done. You get to exist in a purgatory of sorts. A limbo, but you do the one thing that you love more than anything else for eternity, which is you and Dante get to fucking fight.
Okay.
Right? So it's the way you take someone who deserves more and someone who deserves less, and you put them together, and he gets an outcome fitting of both characters smashed together, where it's not quite heaven and it's not quite hell, but it's something that you can live with, and it's, in theory, for eternity.
All right. So,
I think that's great. I love that idea.
I think 99% of that lives in your mind.
Okay.
And that it is, Vegeta was really bad, but then it turned out that they were able to undo all the bad he did, and then him and Goku went and trained in hell until the sequel.
Okay.
Like, I think it is literally that simple. And I think you going down this insane rabbit hole of redemption and different... It's like, no, Urizen was the bad part and he died.
Yes.
And V was the good part. And now Virgil remembers what it is to be good. So he is a changed person.
But does Virgil die? Sorry,
old Virgil is dead.
Does V die?
Yeah, no, V is now integrated.
Then that means Urizen's not dead either.
Sure, fine, whatever. But now he understands what it is to be guilty, so he is a better person, so that him and Goku can go fight Cell in the sequel. I think that is what the ending is about.
I mean, if you're gonna throw the fact that a sequel's existence is like as a lock in this way as a core point.
Look at the ending of that game where they go, Nero, you handle things on Earth. Trish and Lady, I have a job for you. Hey, Virgil, Dante, guess you're fighting in hell forever.
It could be.
Like,
it could be.
No, it is leaving everything open so they can do whatever the fuck they want.
At the absolutely, there is always a things need to remain open.
Yeah.
Right. And we'll have the same thing anytime we talk about fucking Persona or any one of these places where you're like, yeah, vague is good because it lets you build off of it if you decide to, right? If you don't, for what it's worth, I'm assuming the writers, and I'm assuming the people who are putting this game together are putting it together in its own.
I think they intentionally left it unclear, like the argument that we just had, whether or not Virgil actually ever, and I mean ever, killed even one person so that they can write it off later where he's had a change of heart, so it's all fine. Because that's the way Dante acts.
This is what I hate right now, because it's like now there's probably way more places to go with this conversation that we can't go because we have to literally like wait for someone to scroll to point out after this podcast is done.
I read
this one piece. I read it as well.
The Clifot occurs naturally.
Yes, but it also seems like the Clifot occurring in this case was something that Mundus took advantage of, but it seems like that not happening for the longest while was based on Sparta's actions to save humanity. So what I'm trying to say is that the fact, like, I think Urizen came along and undid that.
I don't think he undid it. I think he just took advantage.
Well, and this is where we can't go anywhere.
No, that's my point. I think that is unclear, so that they can go, yeah, Virgil totally killed all those people and he was evil all along. Or, you know, Virgil was just kind of misunderstood. Now he's wearing a pink shirt that says "Bad Man" on it, and
I mean, look, I'm the kind of person where I'm always willing to hear out the possibility that I'm wrong in what I'm thinking about. Yeah. Right? I'm willing to compromise if there's facts that present it otherwise. I'm not going to sit here and double down just because, yes, it's the funnier way to go, sure. But I'm realistically looking at this as I feel like this story written top to bottom for itself, for the script that is Devil May Cry 5, not necessarily knowing what's going to happen later, but wanting to potentially conclude this storyline, does this in a way where you have two halves of the same character that each have their beginning, middle, and end.
Yeah, so what I feel about that, genuinely, is that since V's experience, like on that level, since V's experiences changed him and let him grow as a character, Virgil is good now. He's a jerk, but he's good.
Yes.
Done.
Virgil gets to benefit from V's growth.
Yeah, but like...
And Urizen's loss... Right?
Yeah.
You would have maybe questioned whether he would have learned, but he didn't. Because up till the last second, he was clawing for more power after eating the fruit, to the point where I'm almost of the opinion that the way V's talking before he stabs him is one where he has to convince Urizen to let it happen.
Yeah, he has to convince him to
do
it.
Because Urizen, if Urizen just probably didn't want that, it probably wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
Right? He has to say, let me come back in. You're about to die. You have nothing left, right? That's what I think, and that's the thing is, I think V, waiting for that moment, knows that it's only in the moment where he knows there's nothing left, that the only sign of power he'll have is the weak ass little goth kid standing on his chest, is where he'll accept him.
But what I'm talking about is like the reason why I feel that it is literally just as simple as Virgil good now. Okay,
because if they showed Urizen planting the tree, it would have made it.
No, not even that. Not even that. Is that the way Dante talks to him? Is just give me the Yamato.
Yeah.
And it's not like, and when Nero goes to fight them, it's not, hey, Virgil, you killed 1 million people. It's, I'm not going to let you two kill each other because you're family. And then they go and leave, and they're like, you are pretty funny. And like, there's no animosity. There's no anger.
But he does say, someone's got to keep an eye on your old man.
Yeah.
Can't be trusted with that thing.
Yeah. Because he's done stupid portal shit in the past.
Yes. So effectively, like,
it's okay.
It's not as explicit. It's definitely not as explicit as it should be for the purposes of like, well, we don't know if they want to go anywhere in the future with this.
Yeah.
And you're right in the sense that if they showed the fucking they could have showed the planting to really hard lock that in there.
But here's the thing:
the plausible deniability. I hate the fact that you have to say that there's plausible deniability there.
Really? I'm gonna go on a different path here. Let's say Urizen plants the tree, right, and uses the Yamato arm to do all that shit, right?
Yeah. Go ahead.
It's very clear that Nero and Dante make a distinction between what Urizen does and did, Urizen. What Urizen does and did, and what Virgil is, because they clearly do not blame Virgil for Urizen's actions.
The way they treat him is more amicable than Urizen, but still like, God fuck, we can't really trust you.
Well, no, because he's a dumbass and he's a jerk.
Yeah, which is basically the fusion of the two.
But he's really tough, and we need to go to Namek later. So, like, Frieza's back. Like, and they also have a weird problem.
I mean, I hear you, but it sounds like they're treating him like he's V and Urizen together.
I know. They think they're treating him like Virgil from Devil May Cry 3, who's a jackass.
Who is a jackass.
And also, you didn't see anyone get crushed by the Temenigru. All those buildings could have been... they have literally set it up in a way that they could literally go...
Arkham was going to do it anyway. Virgil just helped.
Virgil doesn't even get to kill Arkham. He tries to kill him. And Arkham survives. Like, it is...
Dude... Like, it's like, so the Temenigru and everything in that city.
Oh, they're all empty.
Yeah.
Just like when Superman punches Darkseid through all those buildings.
So, but, and like, all the, like, the demons literally coming up to Dante's door. Down the street from him, mind you.
Yeah, that's right.
Right, him being in that city.
Actually, that was Arkham that did that. It's funny, yeah.
Everyone was fine otherwise.
Like,
yeah, okay.
Wooly, I agree with you. I really do. But the game is pretending they're pretending because Dante doesn't care. He really doesn't care.
They could do more. They could have easily done more to show you.
Remember in DMC3 when he has the speech at the very end of the game and he goes, I need to stop you because you're a bad person? Despite the stakes in this game being way higher, that doesn't happen.
I mean...
He gives that speech to the big evil gross demon, not to the person.
Urizen talking about how you will resent being born human and weak. You don't have devil's power and whatnot. Is him basically talking to himself, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Being like super duper butthurt about being partially human, despite the fact that in the end it turns out that the more human you are, the better off you are.
Dude.
With being a devil conductor.
I really love that everyone has come to like a generalized agreement that it's under Saiyan rules.
Yeah.
One
drop of demon blood
lets you DT.
Yes. And the rest is based on how much human is in you.
Yeah. And it's feeding you power constantly.
So it's actually way better.
You're a mini Clifot.
It's way like Nero's kids are going to be better than Nero.
Like Nero caught up to the most powerful characters in the universe.
Yeah.
In like a week. Look at all the shit Virgil and Dante had to do in that game.
Yes.
And Nero just caught up because he felt real strong.
Unstoppable Octoroon Devil Trigger.
Yeah.
Like, when you get to the point where 1/8 of your blood is slightly devil.
Oh, man.
It's even better. Right? The world is heading to a good place where the sons of Sparta are unstoppable as they become more human.
Mm-hmm.
The best thing they ever could have done was crossbreed. And defy the time cube.
That being said, I don't know what they do in the future with Don. I really do feel like a good part of that ending is to like kick fucking Dante and Virgil out to pasture, because like I don't know what there is to even do with those characters, as they're both they're now like the strongest shit ever that's ever been. Like in DMC4 they talked about how Dante's stronger than Sparta ever was, and he's like 100 times stronger than that now. Like
Now, would you say that
just go kill hell?
Would you say that this is a similar situation of like we want to say more definitive things, but perhaps we won't based on not knowing what we'll do in the future.
That's absolutely what I think it is.
Fine. Well,
I absolutely think there could have been a much more definitive thing.
Yeah.
But they wanted to leave a situation open where every playable character, including V, can return in the future.
Well, removing the desire for that obscurity, I think what that fog of war is hiding is something that I like. That's close to what I've described.
I think,
and I feel that yes, it could just be coincidental, and it could just be like events playing out the way they do. But I think when someone that knows how to write a script and write a character that has flaws and has a journey that they're supposed to sort of complete, you kind of try to have these arcs for them, right?
Sure.
And I think that when you have someone like Urizen come along and be like, V is so much more real of a person than Virgil ever was.
Oh, absolutely.
But Virgil makes V is to Virgil as Virgil is to Urizen.
Okay.
Urizen is nothing.
That's right.
He's absolutely nothing as a character, right?
He's the monster of the week.
Yeah. And I think the fact that Virgil original has a bit of humanity and is leaps and bounds above whatever you would call Urizen.
Yeah.
And V being the most human is leaps and bounds above Virgil is practically intentional because it's so much of a gap.
Of course. But at the end of the day...
So I think it was written in a way that they wanted to conclude these 3 arcs.
I completely agree. But at the end of the day, Nero is more angry at fucking Virgil for being a deadbeat than he is over the supposed millions of people that he killed.
I mean, you know, and I think, again, I think you just have to read into Dante saying shit like, you can't be trusted, you're old man, I gotta keep an eye on him, give me the sword, whatever. Like, I think...
See, you know what I interpret that as? Dante is looking for any excuse to leave.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Because Dante is played as depressed.
Yes,
whenever he's not fighting demons.
But the whole depressed Dante narrative is just as like it's the same. It's coming from the same place of
but
what
there's
I'm
nothing
putting
conflicting
forward
with that.
I mean, like the idea of him like actually walking around and frowning and whatnot. It's very clear that you can go. The early games didn't quite have this character down yet.
No, they didn't.
And then you just retroactively fit it, and guess what? Hey, it works. Right?
I don't know, man.
And it's fun.
Dante
and
just chilling in an office with no power for however long.
And it's fun to think about based on this being something that retroactively explains the past and retroactively explains like a franchise learning what its character should be.
Yeah. Whereas
in this case, you know that somebody sat down at a computer and literally wrote out the beginning prequel like novel of DMC5 all the way through to the end credits. You know, in the same sitting.
Yeah, and when Dante's not fighting anything, he's kind of just chilling out and being bummed out and reading magazines.
Yeah, he's just sitting around doing his thing and Devil May Cry.
But when he's like, "Hey, I'm gonna go fight Virgil in hell forever," he's like, "Ha, yay!"
I'm not like saying that theory. I'm not saying that theory is false because I buy into it as well.
Yeah,
I think it's real and I think it's fun. But I do think that you're left with it's not explicit enough. There's no actual moment where you see Dante sitting staring at his shoes, and then a client walks in and he goes, "Whoa, hey, ho, pizza!" Like, you know what I mean? Like they didn't expressly.
That'd be so good.
I know, and that's what we want to see, but they didn't actually put that on camera, right? In such a way where you'd go, "Oh, that's definitively what they're doing."
Oh man,
right? We're just going there based on our observations and also looking at the previous games. I'm in that same space right now.
You never get that
right?
feeling from Lady or Trish either. Like they seem like when Dante's not around and they're not murdering stuff, just chilling, having a pizza, talking, whatever. But you never get like what I mean.
The raw surface of Devil May Cry is not meant to have this type of thing going through it underneath. You know, it's not something where like, because if they wanted it to be more clear, they would make it more
Anime's
clear.
canon.
Anime's canon.
That means Dante's depressed.
Okay.
Period. Done.
Okay.
The what you're talking about him being staring at his shoes.
Yeah.
That is like every 2 episodes in that anime. He is like depressed eating ice cream.
Okay.
Like that 100% canon. And in fact, he's trying to get away from Patty in his introduction in the thing.
Right.
From the anime, and he's like, I don't want to see people. I don't want to go to a party.
Okay.
I just want to either sit here or go kill shit.
Okay. That's cool. I thought that most of that was coming from not the anime place, but considering
There's
they work those characters in there, that makes a lot of sense.
There's a little hint to that where one of the mission finishes is him depressed in the van eating a sundae in DMC5, and he's just looking at a chocolate sundae with like Dante is a depressed eater. When Dante is depressed, he eats ice cream.
Yeah. So, but that's pretty much it. You know, like that's the one thing I just wanted to touch on was I thought there was
when Virgil's depressed, he wants power.
Sure, which is all the time. I felt like V was written as a character that has like an introduction, a middle, and an ending, as you would for this type.
V was written so that female fans of Devil May Cry can fucking blow their seats off with gushing.
That too. Let's go watch any Gundam franchise with boy bands in the lead.
Because Dante and Virgil and Nero and all that, like I could see them like having a certain appeal, but like clearly it's been established that V is where it's at.
Yeah, and it's been established that the parts of him that are V are the parts that fucked.
Yeah.
It wasn't the Urizen side of him
V knows what
that
sex
got
is.
laid. V is the side of him that got laid.
I saw a really funny tweet. I know it's way off topic, but it was just like, stop kidding yourself, you horny fuck. Sex isn't real. Your mom kissed your dad, then the bird brought you, you fucking idiots.
Right.
That's great.
And there's these this hilarious post 5 world of like fucking Virgil awkwardly rejoining this cast is hilarious.
Yeah,
because he's such a weirdo. He's such a complete and utter weirdo.
It's really
so it's funny and amazing how successful they were at conveying the weirdness of this kid from 3.
You know what? It really
in a further context where everyone knows how to awkwardly write him into the rest of the world.
I really feel like it is very like post Majin Buu, like fucking Vegeta, where hey, remember Vegeta did all that shit, but we fixed it. So you're cool now. Yeah, I'm cool.
Well, and then you can give him lines like "Me and the Namex have a troubled history," and then people go, "Oh, that's good." That's good, because you know what that is? That's a little bit of growth.
Yeah.
And you're not going to get a whole lot of it.
So if we get a sequel that has Virgil in it, I bet you that the redemptive arc is going to just continue.
Well, here's the thing, right? There's never been a time or a place where a sequel couldn't come along and completely fuck up something that existed or was established in the previous franchise. For example, anyone who watched Gundam Seed and is familiar with the character Kigali knows what happens to her in Gundam Seed Destiny, right? We can go to the biggest, smelliest, literal shit pile and show you that a sequel can try to set something up, or rather a series can try to set something up, conclude it, and then decide, you know what, we need more content, so we can just double down on it and ignore what we did.
Okay.
Right? So there's definitely no accounting for the fact that anything can happen in a Devil May Cry 6, and it doesn't have to at all really consider Devil May Cry 5. But looking at what Devil May Cry 5 tried to do with this dude V that showed up and then went out, and this dude Urizen that showed up and then went out, and then them becoming this one guy that's a callback to what we knew, but also kind of different, and then giving him something that is like, what kind of ending do you deserve as a character? Because I couldn't imagine a better one.
Yes, because if they ended that thing and it's like, okay, well, Virgil, you go on your way and you have a good day and you go open up a shoe store. That'd be fucking weird.
Like the core of why I really like what happened with Virgil overall here is because anything else would be awful. It would be unsatisfying and it would be shit, right? Perhaps the future will undo that in a way that I'll hate. I don't know. But for this purpose, you're tagging out in a right place, because if it was better, he doesn't deserve it, and if it was worse, he doesn't deserve it.
Yeah.
This this weird limbo is exactly what you deserve.
Talk about limbo. You know, that was a city.
Yeah. This weird non-future is exactly what you deserve.
So I just realized that Virgil gets the same ending in both games that he's the primary antagonist. Is that he goes to hell and goes, I'm in hell. Dad was a badass, but I'm a huge badass. I'm gonna do it. And the only difference is in one, it's played as a future loss, and in the other, it's played as a pseudo victory, right? In 3, it's like, oh, he's gonna fucking lose.
Yeah.
And in 5, it's like nothing's gonna stop these two ever.
Oh no,
ever, right? Like,
I mean, I like, quite frankly, show me the scene where there are kids playing and they both decide that jackpot's a cool thing to say when they do a team up attack. You know, like the funny part about the whole like, man, my dad was the coolest badass ever. I can go surpass him and whatever. And oh man, Sparta, Sparta, Sparta. Everyone wants to be Sparta. Yeah. Is that now what we know about Nero proves to you that guess what? Dante and Virgil are way fucking better than Sparta.
Yeah.
Because they're more human.
Yeah.
And Nero is way better than them because he's more human. And if we just follow that logic all the way through, it's like Sparta, legendary badass.
It is Nero's responsibility to have like a bunch of kids, and they're all going to be the toughest freaks ever.
Sparta, the legendary badass, when push comes to shove, does not have what the others would have, which is the ability to knock that fucking devil trigger up higher and use that human blood to do more. Mm-hmm. They don't have a human blood generating factory within them, you know? That thing is like that part of the story.
It's really clearly like Saiyan rules, right? It's really
no,
like
because S cells is like
Mr. Gohan, man.
S cells is
the old Saiyan rules.
That's what I'm saying. S cells is weird shit we don't know about.
Well, that's
now.
demon juice. Yeah, well, it's the same thing.
But no, just the amplifier is what it is.
Yeah.
Right? Which then makes you think, well, hey now, hold on a second, why wouldn't you just inject a drop of demon blood into someone and see what happens, right?
Yeah.
Fortuna.
That's totally what happened. That's exactly what happened.
Also, what do you think of the fact that Nero's DT looks like a savior?
Well, that comes from like I actually internalized that myself as the reason why the DTs keep changing is what their own perception of the DT should be.
It has to play into it. It has to, right? Because like the simple explanation, and this is exactly like we're
like
we're
Virgil's
off of it.
genes do not tell him to have a sheath for a specific sword. That's him. He wants it.
There's so much that like the game kind of doesn't even really want you to care about. Yeah. But if you were to just kind of go like, let me scratch this for a second. Hold on. What does that why does that look like that, right? You're going to need a reason for why those devil triggers look different. And the actual reason is because we got a different artist.
Yeah. Or we wanted to change the design.
Right. Or like the fact that you read that prequel novel and it literally has an explanation for why Ebony and Ivory have the fucking 45 caliber art warks. Mm-hmm. And why Warks is spelt wrong.
Really?
Yes.
What is the reason?
Because the child, fucking young Nell's kid was so happy and whatever, and like just wrote out like a piece of art and wrote out artworks wrong, and Nell was like, "Oh, that's fucking cute," and decided to actually.
Wow, they really went ham on tying up loose ends on that.
But that's what I'm trying to say, right? Like the game is aware of the fact that these dumb things that are just actually explained by someone in Japanese didn't know how to write artworks. And then came back this time around.
I still remember when they fucking described the magical nonsense that is why Ebony and Ivory have fucking infinite ammo. And it's like the magic from one gun feeds into the other, and that's why he always fires them sequentially. It's like, oh,
and the whole like, what's up with like what's up with you getting a sword called your dad's name? What's up with other weapons also being demon devil arms? That's okay. Like they actually went to explain these nonsense things that were clearly just dumb mistakes. Right?
I actually think that like, because you know like what happened to Sparta.
Yeah.
I think Sparta is the fucking Force Edge. Because Devil Sword Sparta, like for most enemies, when they die, you get their devil arm.
After they lose and or concede.
But the Force Edge is the thing that's sealing the two worlds. You know, they're keeping the worlds apart.
But we know that he used his power to split into Rebellion and Yamato before that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So he was a bitch even then.
Who knows?
Man, Sparta was the best. Oh man, he's a weird bug man.
Oh god, are we gonna get a phantom pain for Sparta to find out he was actually just a piece of shit the whole time?
Yeah, he totally was a big piece of shit. He sent a letter to Arkham, and he's like, "I need you to do some shit in 2,000 years."
So all I wanted to say is that like, there's lots of little things that we're seeing here that they took into consideration that are like, not the obvious things the game is showing you, but they still thought about it enough to kind of go like, yeah, but we wanted to do this, right? To the point where when we say things like the reason why Nero's ghost devil trigger is floating next to him.
Yeah.
The actual reason is just because it looks cool from an artistic point of view. That's it. It looks rad.
Cool. It's man. It's
dope.
But
the thought that you can retroactively go, oh, the knowledge now that Yamato splits things means we can retroactively say that he got stabbed and it split him. That's not why they did it at the time.
No, but you can totally see like that's his devil trigger floating outside of his fucking body.
They partially separated.
But because Nero isn't like a fucking crazy asshole, it didn't turn into two different people.
Yeah. So that's what it is, and I think that every one of those points as well has the same plausible deniability.
Yeah.
But what they did with this ending, if you look at it in the same way, where you go, maybe not, but based on what you probably want to do here with these characters, it's like, yeah, you did the right thing.
Yeah.
You know. And Dante, in the meantime, what kind of ending does he get? Well, the fucking best one. He gets to have his brother back.
Yeah. Who? Yeah. Pizza.
The only
pizza
thing
is a brother.
Right. The thing that he actually cares about.
Yeah.
You know. For better and for worse.
But he doesn't. But he does.
And we'll see.
But there's no pizza in hell, Wooly.
There is no pizza in hell.
Dude,
okay.
That, DMC6?
Yeah.
That needs to be why.
Like, dude,
there's no pizza in hell.
That's the reason why.
100%.
Mm-hmm. You couldn't do it.
We fought for like a year and a half, and that was pretty cool. No pizza.
Mm-hmm. That sucks. That totally sucks. Yeah. 100% agreed.
Oh, that'd be fucking that. So I want that, but because Nero is like a straight man in 5, like he is a normal person almost, with everyone else being fucking cartoons.
Yeah,
and he's like, "That's stupid. You're stupid."
Oh man, what would Kyrie think if she saw this?
So I need Dante to come back and be like, "I came back for the pizza," and Nero to be like, "You're an idiot. You are a stupid man, Dante."
Either that or just the eye roll and there it is.
Yeah,
you know, his fucking shabby ass clothes and shitty look is all based on the fact that
they're poor because they take care of orphans.
They're too busy helping orphans.
Yeah.
Which, when you read the book, that's the first thing that comes up is like, or even in that cutscene where she's like, oh yeah, Kyrie is making food. Mm-hmm. Random, dark, weird stranger.
Come on in, man.
Right, giving off a menacing vibe. Come in, have some food. You look like you could use it.
Also, it's like, what does Nero have to feel from a random hobo? For real?
Of course,
like,
exactly.
I mean,
exactly. Which is why it's like through and through, you're good people.
Yeah,
you're good people.
Like, and you know, because like, there's no wedding band on Nero's finger, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that means there's absolutely no chance of the Nero children in any near time frame.
Not unless they jump.
What with Kyrie being a good Fortuna church-going folk.
No, not unless they skip forward.
Yeah. Well, that's what the Sweet Surrender's for.
So
it's for the Lord.
So that's what I'm
Sweet Surrender was made for the Lord.
Okay, first of all, we don't know that weird praying Fortuna bullshit doesn't requires matrimony.
She's basically a nun, man.
She is, but we don't know the requirements. Also, I'm gonna go ahead and say that the last remaining few believers that got impaled by the Clifod might have probably convinced the rest to kind of give it up.
You know what I think? I think Nero is, and Kyrie, they have to wait till marriage. And the reason why, despite Sweet Surrender, is that Nico made Sweet Surrender for Nero.
Yes.
And she constantly fucks with him. So she
you think she made it?
I think she just made it.
And he's not using
and just
it?
threw it down at him. And he was like, Jesus Christ,
nah,
Nico.
Take that shit to the void. See the abilities he figured out how to use with it. It's all there. He knows how to use it.
Nah.
He has used it.
Nah, that's the Fortuna. Do you think Kyrie still believes in the Savior?
Actually, here's two things. One, he never got a chance to use it because he grew his arm back before he got back home.
That's true.
Yeah. So she made it for him out on the battlefield.
Yeah.
And he got back before he needed it.
He's like, you'll need this. And he's like, fuck off, Nico.
Yeah. He fucking grew that shit back. And two, no. In fact, I think Kyrie fucking abandoned the church and all of that shit. Right?
Because that'd be stupid.
Yeah. I think they came out of there going, man, it sucks that we were raised in this bullshit. And I think they're kind of like behind that. That's in their past. And the few devout weirdos that get impaled.
You don't think that's just some woolly projecting?
I want to say that Kyrie probably came past that because, quite frankly, right, going on the prequel information from 4 as well, like the fact that, and this is also why it's so good when they handle this as well in 5, and I'm so happy that they did. Credo matters. Credo matters a lot.
It was baffling in 4 that they just kind of, he died, I guess.
Credo matters a lot, and remember how I pointed out like Dante and Trish standing around being like,
I guess he died, huh?
That sucks. Oh, anyway, let's go get that fuck. But meanwhile, like dude Nero got sucked in as it was going down kind of way. Like, that was a way bigger deal for him. The Credo is the Sasuke he grew up with. Yeah. Right? If you want to throw that out there.
Awful.
Well, you don't want... It's his Virgil, then. It's his kid, dude. And
he died because he was a bitch.
And Kyrie was affected by that as well. And the fact that comes back to be like, man, you know what sucks? Fucking Credo dying sucks.
That sucked.
And he brings that up.
He did a face turn.
And he brings that up, and like Kyrie is on the phone like, yeah, I know. Like, you think Kyrie is going to continue believing in the thing that killed her brother?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, horseshit.
Yeah. Like, you know what they need to do in the next game? They just need to put, Nero's character model, just put a ring on his finger. Don't talk about it. Have the same scenes with Kyrie or whatever. Just put rings on their fingers.
Right? You know what you're doing?
What's that?
If I was standing at the Vatican with the bodies of various cardinals at my feet, demon malfested cardinals.
Yeah.
And Steph's hanging around, and you're going, and I'm like, hey, wow, that was kind of crazy, huh? And she's like, yeah, let's get out of here.
It's time for the Fortuna Reformation.
And I'm walking out of the fucking bloody Vatican, and you're going, I wonder if Wooly still believes.
I
wonder if they still,
I wonder.
The ending of 4 is literally them stepping over the bodies, hand in hand, right?
Wooly?
Chappelle walking slowly over the dead bodies.
They are listening to a Fortuna-esque preacher on the fucking radio in the fucking first thing in the game.
And he turns it off.
Yeah, he turns it off.
That shit's
maybe that's because he's so sick of hearing that shit at home.
No, but the people but the weird Fortuna people that get stabbed clearly exist.
Yeah,
there's a radio station for them.
Yeah,
that's not Kyrie.
Maybe she runs it.
Maybe fuck off.
Kyrie is so invested that she's siphoning orphanage money for Fortuna Radio.
The orphans
up north.
The orphans are literally people whose parents died in that event.
Yeah.
Kids who
was all for a reason for Savior.
Kids who were made orphans by the Savior are their life's work, and you think their dedication to those kids is not coming from a place where they're like, man, that sucked.
Listen.
Sorry for the bad rap.
I know the Savior's real.
We got some food here.
I'm his grandnephew. Oh, no, grandson. Grandson. Why nephew? I put...
Yeah. Only assholes still pray to the demons and Sparta. And they're done. They're out. They're atheists now.
in the demon world.
Nero and Kyrie are atheists. Damn it! I won't have it any other way.
He's glowing with demonic power.
You can say what the fuck you will about me and my V Urizen story, but I will not have you telling me that Nero and Kyrie believe. Fuck you.
She's probably just a chaste lady wants to save it till the marriage.
That's kind of what happens anyway.
Yeah.
You grow out. Guess what?
Yeah.
Right? You grow out of the church.
You grow out of the specific rule set, but you retain the
core,
the feel,
and the overall, like, the thing that's inside that goes, hey, it's still probably a good idea to be a good person.
Yeah.
Yeah, that comes from Bible.
Yeah.
But then I go, well, okay, but fuck the actual Bible part of it.
Like,
but I still see the core of why that's a good idea.
You ever think that like Sparta and Ava were like the shittiest parents ever, and taught their kids a bunch of shitty lessons?
I mean, demons are attacking, hide in the closet is a pretty shitty escape plan.
It's when the house is burning down, hide in the closet.
Notice that,
bitch, are you for real?
Notice that she got 4 steps out the door.
She dies instantly.
Like, unless the scream is premature and then it's one of those, she gets pulled somewhere and then Dino Hell happens and she's wondering what, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, unless you establish more on that, that cutscene seems to imply that she takes 4 steps out from the room that
So
Dante is
I wanna-
hiding in
I really-
and gets ganked.
So
and
that-
the only thing Dante didn't hear was an announcer going sadistic smoking sick style.
So, like,
because
that-
she gets quadruple
That
S.
cutscene is like the single most important thing that ever happened in Devil May Cry, right? Is Ava's death, which starts everything rolling. The way it's directed, I laughed. Like it's slapstick. The way she goes out the door and dies like that. Like she dies instantly.
You want to talk about like keeping shit vague for not trampling on the future's
You never
purposes.
actually see her fucking die.
You have no idea.
So-
do we want to introduce someone that specifically killed her later that's not Mundus or
Yeah.
whatever the fuck, right? Whatever the case is.
It appears that Dante and Virgil's revenge should have been like fucking focused around fire safety. Be cool about fire safety.
I will picture, if you will, a huddling Dante in his closet with the crack of the fucking light of the roaring flames outside, and he's hearing the battle music slowly get lyrics because Ava is getting styled on so hard that whatever demon is doing it is just juggling the corpse with new weapons and crazy sword trick, gun, sword trick.
Oh, that was one of my favorite stupid memes, which was like throwing people's like confused faces, and it's like demon when you hear sword trick, gun trick, whirl in the distance.
Oh.
So DMC5's okay. It's all right.
Starts hearing music because he's doing the extended dance taunt.
Yeah.
It's like, why won't the battle end?
Did you see
Hide
the
in that
endings
closet,
of Bloody
Dante.
Palace?
Not yet.
They do something crazy with some of that.
I saw there's some insane animations.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's animations that are like, one's cheeky and one is cheekier and one is like, oh.
I think I saw a spoiler one in the form of V.
Okay. You saw V's and like his yeah, okay.
I saw V taking out Virgil.
So like I'm just gonna talk about what those are because if we're in the DMC5 Spoilercast,
Yeah.
like so the endings of Bloody Palace are cool animations. That it's like Dante goes, "Ha, I'm the best," and he has a big heart behind him, and then he slicks his hair back like Virgil from DMC3.
Oh, fun.
And
Okay.
and it stays, and and it's like, oh, they are twins. It's just the hair makes a bigger difference, right?
Wait, but Dante's face.
Dante and Virgil's faces are the same.
Are they?
Yeah, they totally are.
I mean, they were before, but
They are.
here in this game too.
Yeah, when he slicks his hair back, it's like, oh, that's Virgil. Oh. It's really wild. And
It really doesn't feel like
and
it.
Fucking Kylo Ren's. Sorry.
But the face model I saw was very clearly this one actor, and
They're not? Ah,
They
fuck
show
it.
you the side by side
whatever.
of the face model
They're
being
twins.
a different
They
guy.
should be the same, asshole.
But it's not.
Anyway, fine, they're different. But he looks just like Virgil with the hair. Okay. With V, he has the special kill against Virgil where he stabs him, but then he also has like he turns the cane into a lightsaber and swings it around.
Okay.
Right? But Nero's is he puts his hoodie on and his eyes go demon and he goes, "Now I'm the one with power," in a demon voice.
Whoa. Okay.
And the best thing about that is that when you beat Bloody Palace, you get those as taunts.
Yeah. Okay.
And
okay.
you get Demon Nero as a character when you do that taunt. You get Slickback Dante when you do that taunt.
And it stays until he gets hit.
Yeah.
That's really cool. That's cool. I fucking love that. Well, although lightsaber cane stays
No, it doesn't stay, but it has a hitbox.
when he swings it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
fine.
so stupid.
That's fun.
It's very Kylo Ren-ish.
Yeah, man. So, this we said it before or whatever, like who knows where this goes or what this does or whatever. Like, quite frankly, if you're going to go somewhere, the fact that they said they'd probably stay out of hell is probably a good idea. Or they
Yeah.
didn't say that, but they said to end of the story or whatever.
Yeah.
And I mean, of course,
It's the end of the Sons of Sparta.
and of course, all you can do with that is just blatantly lie and
Yeah,
then
you just
and
lie
then bring expectations
it.
and whatever the fuck. But it'd be cooler if you didn't. It'd be cooler if you let it.
Very excited for the special edition that'll add, obviously, 3 more characters.
They're making money,
Yeah.
I enjoyed it, obviously, but I did not expect there to be like any meat whatsoever to the story,
Yeah.
and
There was.
there actually was.
I completely agree.
And I really, really am like, expectations exceeded in that respect as well. And I'm not going to sit here and say that it's a filet mignon, but like based on what I thought I was getting,
story about Devilman.
Oh yeah. But based on what I thought I was getting, I was really like, oh wow. Especially when it comes to V. But I thought it was important to get out there that me, someone who is known as the biggest Virgil mark out there, 1,000% will sit here and tell you that V is a better character.
You know what they've totally done, right?
Virgil
They
is.
can easily, and I mean easily, run it forward and just have Virgil act like V in the future.
Absolutely.
They can just have Daniel Southward just reading William Blake poetry.
If they wanted to show you him embracing that side of him more and learning that the Urizen side is kind of worth nothing. Yeah. There's nothing worthwhile there at all. Yeah. Right? And like just that like there's only that's the only conclusion you can have if you bring both sides of that multiple man back together. And you're forcing them to if you're forcing V to sit in a chair with Urizen and have a conversation, so who's actually going to have more points to make? I
just had the best idea based on something that you said in the LP. So Goth Kid turns weeaboo when he sees the katana, right? What if instead of William Blake poetry, Virgil starts writing bad haikus?
So he starts making his own?
Yeah, he's a bad weeaboo poet.
That'd be hilarious. That'd be very funny.
And everyone is like, oh. And he's like, no, but my poems though, guys.
But it's too late because he's already doing the sword flicks like the Light Rail Avenger. Yeah. And he's also been given
wow. There's a poll.
And he's also been given a reason to because the fucking Japanese sword came from his dad.
I don't know if you know this, but Sparta invented Japan.
It came from his dad. His dad just go forth and be a weeb, son.
Yes.
Hey, other son, rock on with this Western shit. Dark Souls, Sekiro. He fucking gave it to them. You know, what chance did you have?
There's that line that Virgil says, like, what if our paths were switched? And all I can think of is, like, I want to see evil rockin' Dante and heroic, noble, like, weeaboo Virgil. Yeah. And in my mind, that actually is, that's much more common.
Yes.
I feel.
Well, yeah, that just becomes,
every anime ever.
Yeah, where the hero is stoic and the villain is wild. Yeah. Right? That becomes, like, not that's your blue Oni hero and your red Oni villain. Yeah. Is all. As we race to try and think of examples.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Remember when Mugen was the villain of Samurai Champloo?
I mean,
I do.
Brandon Heat is the blue Oni, and Harry McDougal is the red Oni.
Devil May Cry is stupid.
It is great.
So I think that the most
Raiden and Sam.
I think the best compliment you can give to a universe is that I want to see what it looks like when nothing's going on. Like I think the of a fictionalized like action universe, I think the best compliment you can give it is that I desperately want to see what is up when nothing is bad is happening.
I think you get a couple glimpses. I think you get the glimpse when the news is covering.
No, but like I would watch a sitcom in the Devil May Cry universe because it's so stupid.
I think you get a glimpse when Virgil's walking down the streets of Fortuna and the lady in red turns to look at him.
She in red?
She's wearing
literally
a
lady in red,
pinkish red thing.
Oh man,
with a white. You never did it? Yeah. The whole
that's funny.
There's a bunch of people walking around doing the church thing,
and she's like, "Oh, that cloak guy's hot."
Yeah, and then them driving down the streets of fucking Red Grave.
I just saw
the ending.
I just saw the stupidest thing in the chat, and I'm pissed.
What?
Because it makes me giggle. It's like, you know who that lady in red was?
What?
Jeanne.
Yeah, I saw that comic. What? There's all the comics now in the mods. What?
Did you see fucking
probably
Sei's original design in Persona 5? How it's literally just Bayonetta?
Oh no.
Yeah, fucking.
Didn't see that.
It's ridiculous.
What city did DMC3 take place in?
City. The city that Devil May Cry is in.
Where is that? Is that Redgrave?
I guess it would be.
The Dante's shop is there. Does that mean that's where or what?
I guess everything happens in Redgrave.
Is that the same shop or not? What about when in 4 when when the streets we got on that same street, but we're seeing the new version of it that they come flying out of and they do the fucking jackpot pose. What street? Where is that? Did the Temen Negru literally pop out of the ground down the block in Redgrave but 20 years ago?
Yeah, totally. For real. I'm trying to find this design. I'm not finding it.
You're not finding it.
Yeah, it's just Bayonetta. It's literally just Bayonetta.
Yeah. Yeah. So, anyway, that's where I'll leave it. Extraordinarily happy with that conclusion.
It's a very good game.
Yeah.
It's a very good game.
And
I eagerly await for Resident Evil. I guess it kind of did, but not quite. RE7 did the same thing, where it's like it kind of reset everything back to a state where like we can keep going now. But then they did a remake, so it's like it didn't really move forward at all. But
I've already said my bit on this, and people really hated it, so I don't need to go back there.
What's that?
That I think it's fine to end it, but you know.
Oh, people hated that?
Yeah, everyone really hates when I say that because they're like, "But I want more." And
I'm
like,
me too.
I know, me too.
But like, it can end on a nice note instead of a.
Well, because like everything else, I hate.
Hey, by the way,
I hate repeating this because it's just more. It's just like it's the whole like, yes, will they go on about the anthologies again? We know
about the anthology.
I know. I just think I have faith in the people that made it to make other things that are just as great.
Here's the thing, though, is that this is a thing. Is because it's a game. Like the gameplay aspect, like Devil May Cry gameplay.
Yeah.
I care way more about that continuing than Dante or Nero or any of those fucking people. You know,
100%, right? But like that mentality doesn't give you Bloodborne. That mentality doesn't give you Bayonetta.
You're right.
That mentality doesn't give you the new thing you didn't know you wanted, but you.
It also doesn't give you DMC Devil May Cry.
It also doesn't give you that.
And that's the.
It also doesn't give you that. But we know about this firsthand
because losses feel stronger than wins.
Yes, and I told but when the new thing is there, boy is it exciting when you had no idea, right? And I had this talk with a lot of this was part of what me and Spy sat down and talked about.
Yeah.
Right. A lot of this what we just went over. But a big part of it is like this feeling about like not necessarily wanting to let the old thing go. Is a bit of it ties into somewhat how how when we're playing current thing, the biggest request is for current thing part 2.
Yeah.
And as
videos, we're talking about videos and shit.
And deep down that you actually don't really care. Like you can get current thing part 2. But what you're not asking for is thing you never thought you'd get that's really cool after this. But you know what ends up happening? Thing you never thought you'd get that turns out to be really exciting is what you go, oh, fuck, and now you're on board with that.
And here's where
then you stop asking for other thing part 2.
Here's where the poison comes.
What's up?
All right. I beat Dark Souls 3. Mm-hmm. I'm like, I don't have to ever play a Dark Souls game again. Right? Mm-hmm. This is good. Right? Give me Bloodborne 2, though. Mm-hmm. And like... the feeling of, I could go for something new, got translated to, I want the part 2 of the other new thing. Mm-hmm. So when Sekiro got announced originally, all me and Paige are going, Bloodborne 2? Oh, it's Sekiro. Oh, that's cool. Mm-hmm. So Bloodborne 2, though.
Bloodborne is in a place where I would say that's a world and setting that deserves more exploration.
Well, guess what? In my headcanon, Sekiro is Bloodborne 2. Because there's the tiniest little,
but like all that to say that like there is definitely a difference that like blows up what I'm talking about when you're talking about something that's had a chance to be fully explored versus one, you know, and or like if there's a timeline where you've jumped around to multiple parts and then created like a comprehensive look like Metal Gear, which decides to pull itself all over the timeline. As opposed to something that had one entry one time with one thing. So, you know what? And Bloodborne was one entry one time with one thing.
Let's take Devil May what you're saying about DMC5 and let's compare it to fucking Metal Gear. Mm-hmm. When Metal Gear 4 came out, I had that exact feeling of like, I can be done with this. Mm-hmm. I would be excited for a new game, but I can absolutely be done with MGS4 as the ending, right? And then we got another one, and we got excited, and boy, I wish that MGS4 was the ending, right? It would bum me the fuck out if Devil May Cry 6 was the Metal Gear Solid Ground Zeroes fucking...
You didn't need to keep going, but you did?
You didn't need... It didn't need to exist. Yeah. It really didn't.
That would be sad. And it would be extra sad if you knew that you got something that was like, this is fun and very different, and would have been fine if it weren't called Devil May Cry 6.
And that
sentiment would suck.
Someone in the chat just fixed the problem and said, but Rising was sick though. Yeah, it was. And so let's get our goddamn Ladies of Devil May Cry spin-off game that doesn't need to have fuck to do with shit.
Just go elsewhere.
And right?
Yeah, I agree. Spin-offs are not necessary. Spin-offs are not the same as the sequels, you know? You can go elsewhere.
Yeah.
And still explore. And I completely agree with that.
Also, Dragon's Dogma 2 is absolutely assuredly the next game that Itsuno-san and the team are working on.
Mm-hmm.
I put this together, and the main piece of information I have is that when he asked, hey, when they gave me everything that I wanted at Capcom, I said we could do Dragon's Dogma 2 or DMC5, and I felt we should do DMC5 first, is the statement. And the other thing is, I was baffled by the Dragon's Dogma announcement of an anime, unless there's a game to go along with it. Because that game is a weird, obscure, didn't really sell all that much fucking game that was a massive commercial failure for Capcom that released last generation. Making an anime out of that, as opposed to all of their other properties, seems ridiculous unless they're planning for it to also exist alongside a new game.
Let's end this conversation with me grabbing my Yamato in the corner over there and slicing open a portal.
Oh, yeah?
And I want you to look inside this portal.
What's in that portal? Is there news in there?
What you're seeing is a world, a reality, in which the latest chapter of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure came out.
Yeah.
It's chapter 4000, and Jonathan is still chasing Dio. He's went on a huge, huge side quest to help out some friends because some aliens came and they're weird, like, pillar men that were not involved at all, but we don't know what their deal is. But the pillar men were actually just a side distraction because Jonathan really still has to go fight Dio. And then, you know, like, some weird Egypt stuff happened and whatever. But really, he's just chasing Dio, though.
Okay.
And chapter 4000 is him still trying to go there.
Oh, you mean, like, this week, for real, Berserk puts out a new chapter that's the Farnese and Shirk show again? It's been 30 years! By the way, Farnese is my favorite character in Berserk, by far. I fucking think Farnese is the best. I'd be cool with having it be the Farnese show. I think she's the shit.
Tell me again how scared you are for things to end.
But
hold the energy. Keep that same energy. Think about it.
But, like,
think about chapter 4000 of JoJo of Phantom Blood. Think about it and tell me you still want this world.
I can't.
Okay?
I can't.
Okay?
I can't.
Does someone understand me for a second? Versus what we have now?
And you know what's funny? Because
Do you understand how good Steel Ball Run is?
No, I don't. But you know what's funny to me?
Fuck!
Is that there is the opposite of this. And it is things that are not as narratively important. Right? So, you know what's exciting to me? Breath of the Wild comes out and it's like, Ganon is now a natural disaster.
Yes.
And is forever.
Yes.
Gotta go get him. And I'm like, good. I'm gonna go put him back in the hole again. Fuck Ganon. Right? I feel a sense of nostalgia all the way from being a child of, hey, fuck Ganon. However, there's only so many times I can fight Virgil.
Yeah.
There's really only so many times.
Yeah. And
there's only so many times Revolver Ocelot can be a dick. To me.
Absolutely.
You know why? Because they're characters or even that they're people. The Ganon, air quotes, is not a character. He's a fucking myth.
Okay.
He's like, you know what I mean? He's like a myth figure.
Mm-hmm.
Ridley, even, in fucking Metroid, is not a character. It's a fucking space dragon that's always a problem.
The desire to keep things vague in a place where you can build off of them is very powerful. It's something that in some cases has to exist in a franchise. And I want to call your attention to Mario Odyssey and the secret promise that's not so secret / like the carrot on the stick that is, oh my god, are they getting married?
Yeah.
Will Mario marry Peach? Is this going down? Are we getting a change? really? And then she's like, nah, fuck y'all.
No, fuck y'all.
Y'all are fuckboys. I'm gonna get my thing on without you, right?
Bye.
And that's hilarious, right? That is hilarious. However, let's not pretend that the carrot on the stick was not the thought of progress happening.
Oh, yeah.
And ultimately the decision to
Every
not
single Legend of Zelda
do it.
game is this going to be the one where we finally actually kill Ganon? No!
deep
Ganon's
down,
forever!
but deep down, the thought that they might get married at the end of Odyssey kept you going because it's what you wanted, and you know you wanted it.
Oh, wow. Mario Jr.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I know it's not.
If you freak out about the Devil May Cry series ending on principle, tell me how excited you are for Griffith to never get it, because he's never going to get it because Miura's going to die.
Steel Ball Run was only as good as it was, and it would not be possible if we did not hit the end 6 times before we got there.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. Oh!
If we didn't hit the end 6 times prior, that fucking manga wouldn't have the power it does to be the best part.
Also, just a little bit off topic, but not really. So, remember, I never got that far reading part 5. Glad to see weird shit like in the JoJo universe, the Spice Girls are canonically a better band or musical act than Notorious B.I.G. That's just confirmed.
Oh, is that what decides things now?
Yeah, sure.
The winner of the stand battle is
that is the best
canonically
band.
That's
yes.
okay. That's so okay. Hold on. So what you're saying is, if we actually go back and grab
You
all
can
the music,
get the Eric band tier list.
Wow, and then we don't have to go on Justin Wong's.
Oh, Justin! Oh no! You have the worst opinions! Holy shit! Oh man, I was wondering if we were gonna get to the fucking Justin Wong.
We don't even have to. But
oh my god, it's so bad. It's so bad.
That's really funny.
I've never seen something that no one asked for less be more terrible.
Oh fuck, that's really
like
funny.
Justin, apropos of nothing.
No, because he did the restaurants one, and it's just the tier maker, you know. And
I didn't see the restaurants
one.
one.
Yeah. No, and like the FGC, like tons of people have been posting like their taste list and their like cartoon list and so on, and the tier maker has been getting a workout.
Fucking
across
Family
Twitter.
Guy in A tier.
It's been
Holy
getting
Justin.
a workout.
Holy shit.
Anyway, the Araki tier list based on who wins the fights. That's pretty funny.
Yeah. What's the best band in the world? I don't know, but number 2 is King Crimson. Man, that's a good album. Red Hot Chili Peppers is pretty good, but it's not as good as But
what happens when it's a combination of multiple names together?
They're all really good.
Right? What happens when like the thing is called Made in Heaven, but the name of the chapter is Stairway to Heaven?
It's really good.
Okay.
Oh man, it's super good. But I really didn't know what Trish's Ora Ora was. That's great. That is very
I didn't watch this week's yet.
It's wannabe.
Yeah.
It's like
Right. And
really?
I mean,
it's so silly.
So this part is like, it's super fun because like everyone's getting one.
Yeah.
You know, it's more than just da. Like, you know, and like I said, I love the Arrivederci, but like Narancha gets his, and yeah.
Oh man, Spicy Lady is here to destroy Notorious Chase. So
that's
what's
unfortunate.
extra? So you didn't catch this week?
I didn't catch this week, but I did have the moment where the name of the episode popped up and it said Spicy Lady. And I was talking to Steph about like the previous one of Notorious Chase and all that, and how like I'm like, oh yeah, this is the first like hip hop one that's come in, and like some of the references get a little bit more contemporary from here on.
Yeah.
And it's like, and then Spicy Lady popped up, and I'm like, there you go. And she's like, I don't get it. And I'm like, oh, come on.
Yeah.
And I sat there and I fucking stared and I'm like, please don't tell me. She's like, I don't. And it took way too long.
Hey.
It took way too long
right.
to decipher the fucking Da Vinci Code that was Spicy Lady.
Oh, man. So, the wildest thing, because we make fun of the JoJo anime for its naming crap, because it's fucking crap.
Mm-hmm.
But the anime took it to the fucking next level in weirdness, in that the narrator is saying Notorious Big.
Mm-hmm.
First of all,
the voice actors are saying it.
Notorious Big.
Mm-hmm.
Not B-I-G, always big. Which is weird, because they've done it correctly in the past, right? But also, the actual text on the
they edited the
wall
writing. Yes,
is Notorious Chase.
They edited the writing in the thing, not just the subtitle. Yeah.
But not the voices.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's so stupid.
And sometimes you get really lucky where you can say, "My stand crush will get you,"
and some of those just get
and
changed
then the voice
overall.
actor gets to say crush.
Right.
And then you're like,
and
oh
then
yeah,
just
he's
say,
saying
you
crush.
don't have to say Crush 40. It's not.
No. That's not.
Oh, what was it?
So, because the way L's and R's work and A's and U's occasionally and vowels in general.
Don't you dare tell me it's Clash.
It's the Clash, man!
Fuck off.
It's the Clash!
Terrible! That's so bad!
Crush was not Crush 40.
Oh, I thought it was Crush 40!
Crush was the Clash, dude!
That's so bad!
Yeah! And you get to get away with it because the words and letters are so close. Crush.
That's stupid!
It can go either way.
That's fucking stupid!
It was totally the Clash, man.
Oh, man.
I thought it was great. Yeah.
I really I saw somebody's post, which was the end of that episode where Narancia beats those guys, and it's just like, what does this fucking look like from the people around them?
Oh, yeah. Who knows?
Like, it's very rare that JoJo battles are fought in big public
spaces,
areas.
yeah.
But, like, they're in a crowd, and one guy is just exploding blood, and another guy is just screaming at, like...
I mean, we've seen someone drinking a drink and suddenly a fucking cat leg appears in it, so, shit's gotten weird.
Yeah.
Why would it be some fucking Sonic band? Why would Araki big up...
Because it says Crash!
It's a Sonic band.
Why would I assume the word... That's stupid. I hate that.
I mean, I'd love to see Maniac Agenda get a stand in part 8 or 9, but it's just not going to happen.
Oh, man.
We're not there yet. Like, the fucking video game bands are not... Anyway. All right.
JoJo's fucking stupid. I love JoJo.
I'm going to keep this one quicker, but we didn't get to touch on it. I watched Us.
Yeah.
Did you watch Us?
I have not.
Okay.
Should I go watch Us?
You've seen Get Out?
Nah.
I
got the ending spoiled for me, and then I was like,
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Worth it.
All right.
You should still watch Get Out.
All right, I'll grab it on Netflix.
Then watch Us.
Yeah.
But it's not the same, and it's not...
well, I can tell it's obviously very different.
Very different.
Yeah.
Us is good.
Yeah.
Us is not as good as Get Out.
Okay.
Maybe part of that is based on going into Get Out not having any idea what to expect and getting something completely different.
Yeah.
Versus us going in expecting something on the same
shit. Yeah.
and then not getting quite that.
Yeah.
And I blame perhaps my own expectations.
Oh man.
But it is a pretty good horror movie. I think it proposes some weird things that are like, the literal events occurring are clear enough and entertaining enough that you're following along and you're like, great.
Sure.
But the subtext is not clear.
Okay.
And there's that overwhelming feeling that it's like you are making commentary on a bunch of things right now, and I'm only picking up...
They're not clear enough for me to actually pick them up?
I'm picking up about half of it.
That's weird.
Yeah. I'm picking up and
it's
going and watching other people's like videos and stuff afterwards. It's like, okay, I can see that possibility as well.
There's something to be said for clarity of themes, because you can make fun of Metal Gear Solid 1, for example, and the way it's ridiculously narrated, right?
Yeah.
But you get a real clear image. Nuclear armament is bad. War is bad. These are bad to do. No, there's absolutely no, like, wondering about that.
Yeah.
Memes will destroy society.
Echo chambers are bad.
Yeah, like,
Yeah. The
circumstances of your life will define you as a person.
But you don't have to be a slave to them.
Like, you know, like, etc., right? Right? It like, very clear.
In Us's case, the events play out and they are what they are. And then, again, the horror movie taking place on the surface is pretty good.
Yeah.
The subtext of what's being, like, told beneath the surface is interesting for what you can pick up. And there's some, and what you can pick up, you're going, okay, I can see some stuff there. And there's some stuff that's very relatable.
Yeah.
Right?
I, too, have been attacked by my shadow self.
I mean, there's that. There's in particular, there's a lot of interesting things with the characters as these, like, the characters are interesting in a personal way, because the whole family, like, you get a bit of the vibe from the trailer, but they're not, but you don't get a full on thing. And this is not really a spoiler because it's just who the characters are, but they're a black family that's quote unquote not black enough.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you can probably imagine that being something that is a challenge for the characters in some ways, based on the way society perceives, because if you're supposed to be performatively black, then, hey, sorry, you don't sound like Wooly does, and unfortunately, that's just going to be the weird thing about it.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I'm Canadian. But the other part about being Canadian...
It's snowing outside.
The other part about being Canadian that made this weird is that there's things in the subtext, such as, there's for example... something called Hands Across America was like a thing that happened in America. That,
what the fuck is that?
Yeah, exactly. Right. It was a charity thing that happened back in the past, and
I'm gonna look at my phone and be like, what the fuck is Hands Across America?
Yeah, and it was an event that took place where a bunch of people were basically, like, going to donate money for like poverty, to fight poverty and hold hands for a day. It clearly
what
has
does the hands have to do with the poverty?
Well, my point remains is that's a very specific American thing that is one of those things that is like, oh, that matters very much to people who know what this is. Yeah. And the further you get away from America, the more we have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
I had a situation in a stream somewhat recently where somebody started to talk to me about a region east of Mississippi, and I forgot that Mississippi was a river.
Okay.
I thought it was a city.
Right.
And thus was extraordinarily confused.
Okay.
Because I don't live in that fucking country.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
So there's definitely a, like, Get Out is fantastic and is, like, very much a story of a lot of American things. And this is also a story of a lot of American things. But the American things in this particular case are way more specific than they were prior.
Yeah.
So there's missable bits if you weren't American in this place at this time in the past enough to get it.
So I want to point out,
in terms of subtext,
that to the audio listeners at home listening to this in post, I'm going to narrate a social situation that just occurred. I made my point about how I did not know that Mississippi was a river for a moment, but then I remembered. But also, it's a state, right? Mm-hmm. Our live chat is going absolutely insane. How could you not know that? That's so obvious. Motherfuckers, tell me what province Saskatoon is in.
Hey, what is Labrador?
What
is it?
What is it?
Just
I'll be real. I don't really know.
Is it an island?
Is it a part of Quebec?
Is
it a weird satellite of Newfoundland?
Yeah. Dude.
You know
you
what?
Can't.
I got it.
You can't. It's very easy to be incredulous about things that are outside your own experience.
You know what? Because there's Americans that don't get this.
It's
right?
a dog.
Right? It's a dog. It's a dog. No, but Americans tend to do this, and it's really funny, right? Because they assume that everybody knows everything about America. And to Americans that don't understand what I'm saying, I can microcosm that and point at fucking New Yorkers. Okay? And I was playing fucking Spider-Man on stream, there were people telling me to go down to fucking Broadway and fucking whatever to see where Doctor Strange lives.
Right.
And I go, where the fuck is that? And they go, it's at the end of fucking this street and this street, obviously. I'm like, why the fuck do you think I know where a street in New York is?
Yes.
Just because you live in New York.
Yes.
You dumb motherfucker.
And it certainly doesn't help that it also is considered the capital of the world.
Oh, it's everything. New York's so important. Like,
don't drop those pizzas.
Oh my god,
but,
dude.
And I mean, not to go on the fucking anti-American hour, but there is definitely the part of it where it's like, if you're gonna know something about a country that's not yours, it's probably gonna be about America.
Yeah,
right.
Of course.
But there is something to be said where when we have a weird place of being outside of that. There's a lot of things that are common that are not common.
That are
for
not
people
actually common
when you're not in that country.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I remember I used a vending machine this weekend.
Yeah.
And I put in the bills, and I got back a bunch of American dollar coins, and I was like, "Oh, they have loonies now?
What, really?
There's American loonies now."
When did you guys get loonies? A dollar coins, I guess, because there's no loon on them.
America has loonies now, and
really?
I was like, "This is a new development."
I remember.
And then I got 2 shiny ones and an old looking one, and I go, "Oh, it must have been a long time ago."
Yeah. I remember listening to the fucking arrow pointing down podcast, and being like, "What the fuck is a bodega?"
Right. Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
It's Kyo Kusanagi's quarter circle forward punch move.
Right.
Bodega. It's people are going forever. They've had the coins forever, right? So hey, everyone in the chat right now that's writing, we've had these coins forever. Guess what? You come to visit America, right? You buy things or whatever. Guess what? Everyone hands you exclusively.
Yeah.
Dollar bills.
Yeah.
At no point ever
I've never even heard mention of this thing.
Ever. I want to say ever in the last 10 years that this coin has existed.
An American coin on a fucking movie.
Have I been handed a gold loony coin that is worth $1, right? So the thing that you're like, but this is everyone would know. No.
I got one for you. I got another one for you, okay? I started talking shit about the American penny because pennies are fucking stupid.
Yeah, they're a waste of time.
And I got comments back of like, why you got to do Lincoln like that? And I go, what the fuck does Link? Oh, it's Lincoln on the penny.
Is he on the penny?
Like, why would I know what's on your fucking penny?
I know Benjamin's 100 because there's a song about it.
Yeah. What's on the quarter? The Queen and the Caribou. Did you know that? No, of course you didn't.
Yeah. Who's on our 20? Go Americans. Who's on our 20?
Who's on the Canadian 20? And what color is it?
Yeah. All right. Our new Canadian money is vertical.
What do you mean it's vertical?
Our new bills in Canada, the art is printed vertically, as in sideways. So you hold the bill up and the art is printed like a lengthwise rectangle with the short point facing up and down.
Is it?
Yeah. The new bills.
Like newer than this?
Newer than that.
Oh, I haven't seen those yet.
Yeah. We got brand new bills where the art is printed going lengthwise.
That's fucking weird.
It's cool though.
Yeah, I guess.
Handling, because that's how you handle bills when they're in your hand, right? You pull out a wad of bills, you're not holding them
you're right.
Like a check.
You're totally right.
You're holding them vertically anyway.
Yeah.
So the printing going vertically makes so much more sense. It's really interesting.
Also, Americans like to make fun of our money because it looks fake. Their money fucking feels fake.
It does. But they do get the last word every time by going, yeah, but we're more important. Why do we have to know about your shit? And it's like, yeah, I guess. That's true.
I guess. You beat us there.
You
are more important.
You know.
I fucking love making fun of Americans. They're like your weird cousin. They do so much weird shit.
Yeah.
They're so fucking goofy.
But you don't have the moment, and you're totally compatible and fine until you go watch a movie where
it just expects you to know.
A big deal is this one thing that happened in this one place that clearly meant nothing to anyone that wasn't there.
So what you're saying is that it's like a big plot point of a fucking Canadian movie would be the fucking War Amps commercials with Astar?
Literally the okay. So how about this? And let's make it even. Let's get more Canadian. I was gonna say that was a conservative commercial, but I'm gonna go the Tories.
Yeah, the Tories.
The Tories ran an ad.
The Tories with Preston Manning.
They ran an ad attacking
Chrétien?
No.
Okay, so that was a shit show.
Yeah. Oh God. Like because you can't like come on.
Oh, don't do that.
Don't be tasteless.
That was
right?
tasteless.
Yeah.
Everybody was like, "What the fuck are you doing, you idiot?"
Yeah. No, they.
But that was the Tories.
No. The
Tories didn't exist at that point.
The Tories recently ran an ad attacking our prettiest of pretty boy prime ministers.
Oh yeah.
Over like the scandal with the
fucking nepotism shit
and the contracts.
Yeah,
and whatnot.
the contracts.
And
fucking Liberal Party loves their contracts, don't they? Oh.
And what they did was they framed it as a part of our heritage.
Shut the fuck up.
And
that's hilarious.
And they threw the borders around it.
That's really funny.
That's like a fucking 12 on 10, right?
That's really funny.
That's the best shit ever, right? Guess what?
Because it is.
Guess
it
what?
totally is.
Wait for chat reaction.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, "What borders?
Question? What? Huh? Okay. What? I don't get it. What are you talking? What?
Yeah. Welcome to our world, dipshits.
It's hilarious. It's super good.
That's really funny.
Yeah.
Fucking clap.
Yeah.
Good job, Tori. That's really funny.
But that's what it's like, you know? You guys are missing out on some Canadian gold by not knowing about what just happened. Who cares? Well, I went to watch a movie and a plot point was about a thing that was really specific.
Yeah.
I kind of missed out on it.
That's the point we're making here.
I looked it up afterwards.
We're engaging in some friendly ribbing of our southern neighbors.
Of course, because it's fun.
Yeah. My house is this a lot. This, like, me and Paige just constantly like, why do you do? But that's stupid. No, that is stupid. That is stupid here or there or whatever. It's fucking hilarious. Americans are so weird. You are a weird, silly people.
I think as I'm getting older and going to visit, I'm scraping more and more up against things that are like, wait, why is life like this here?
Why did it do like this?
And I don't. And I think it's like part of it is because I'm going there more often for work. Part of it is because I'm getting more set in my old man ways a little bit as a Canadian brain person, and I'm really hitting into these walls, going, but why?
But why does it do like this?
And it's more, and the reaction is often like, but what else there
Why
would
you do it otherwise? Why would you do it? And there are always these minor little things that don't matter for shit.
Yeah.
Like for me, I'm like, why is my waiter talking to me?
No,
why are they being my friend?
No, that's fine. That's great. That's not a problem for me.
No, it's not a problem, but it's different.
Yeah. No, the real issue is why is splitting the bill a problem?
We've been over the bill a problem?
In America, it is.
Why?
A lot of places they don't want to do it because it's too much trouble.
But it's like a math. It's like
but
a second.
Machine is, it would be a lot easier if you guys. Like, would you mind? Like,
That sounds like a racket.
I mean, we could. Okay, okay, it's fine. Just give me a minute. I'll be back, and I'll split the bill.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's
weird.
and
it sometimes it's.
You know what weirds me out when I go to the States?
As opposed to being default.
I'm like, hey man, I'd like to pay credit, and he's like, okay, cool, give me your card, I'll leave with it. I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Just bring the robot to me.
That's wrong, Wooly. No, it's not. Ask any of the other guys about this. We've all experienced it. Literally, it's like, here's the difference, right? It doesn't always happen in America, but it happens sometimes, right? Often enough that it's noticed. It never happens here. By
have
default,
never had that occur ever.
In Canada, you get 4 bills for 4 people sitting down by default without asking. So you literally are not correct.
You want a highly specific example for people not from Montreal?
Sure.
Go to breakfast. There's hair in Paige's eggs. There's fucking hair in it, right? It's like, oh my God. I'm like, don't send that back. It's like, why? You don't send food back. Montrealers do not send food back. Food does not go back, ever. But apparently in the rest of the world, food goes back if there's something wrong with it.
I've never sent anything back like that, but I also...
Have you ever, for any reason, told the chef, oh, I didn't really like this. Can I get something different?
No, I've only gotten the wrong thing and said, sorry, you brought me the wrong thing. Or I've gotten, like, something missing.
Yeah, right. It's like, oh, could you get that for me? It was yeah, right. But like the idea of like sending the food back, like this food is not good, or there's something wrong with this food. Please.
But I've never encountered that.
You
though.
sit there and you eat it. Apparently, people also don't queue up for buses anywhere else. You know the bus line?
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, that's a weird thing, almost entirely specific to our region of the world. People just crowd around the shit like animals.
There was. You know what? No, hold on. I'm remembering times when I would order like a Caesar salad before I was allowed to eat bacon, and they put the bacon bits on it.
Yeah.
And I'd be like, sorry, I can't eat this.
Yeah.
And then I'd have to get a salad without the
Yeah,
bacon
you know
bits
what?
on
I
them.
did see a situation like that. We went to fucking Van Roy's downtown. You know Van Roy's? It's really good. Pork chops there. Buddy of mine, I had two friends that were there. Ironically enough, the two Asian people in the group, deathly allergic to all seafood. They will die. They will both fucking die, right? Brings it out, fucking fish and shrimp and shit over every plate.
And you told them.
And we're like, no seafood. It's like, no, it's not. It doesn't. It it's good. It's like, no, dude. This bitch will die if she touches that shrimp. But it's good though.
Right.
And I'm not talking language barrier here. I'm talking like, no, it's fine.
What are you doing?
Like, no, my friends will die, motherfucker. We have to. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
That is weird.
Yeah. So anyway, Us is good. You should check it out.
Yeah.
But you expect to be confused by some things.
If you don't know about Hands Across America.
And some other stuff.
Does that go Hands Across America?
I don't know.
Shit?
I think I might have seen it in Forrest Gump once. I don't know.
Is that what Simpsons is making fun of?
Maybe.
With that shit?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't fucking know. It's an American event that took place in '86. That was a charity event that like didn't work or something. Anyway, looking it up afterwards, it made a bit more sense because someone explained it to me.
That's weird.
But it was definitely like, all right, you know, sure. But that is to say, and this is very important to underline things with, that like there is absolutely nothing wrong with making a local experience based on your story.
But I'm just thinking about what if there was a new movie starring Patrick Roy speaking English that took place during Fête Nationale.
Sure. Oh yeah, yeah.
Bon how applicable is that?
Oh yeah, it's Bon Saint Jean. You know.
Yeah. What? Was it Fête Nationale or was it Saint Jean Baptiste?
Bon Fête Saint Jean.
Oh no, it was Bon Fête.
You figure it out. You know.
That's who you're talking to.
Yeah, and you get that fucking Bonhomme mascot.
Yeah.
Up in the movie somewhere. I don't know. But yeah, the point is like no, it's super duper. Like great even sometimes to tell a very specific story about a very specific place with very specific things, but it just depends on,
like, I feel like
if your impact is related to whether or not you have previous information.
Like there's an example that I think
there's depth to knowing that some of the songs in the soundtrack are all related to Compton, for example.
So the one that I think of is True Detective Season 1, which takes place in a region of the world that I didn't know existed, which was the swampy shitland of Louisiana.
Okay.
Not that Louisiana in its entirety is a swampy shitland, but
there's
I'm talking about the fucking shithole
places,
parts.
yeah.
I didn't know that shit existed.
Okay. Yeah.
That shit seems like it sucks.
Meanwhile, there's a film that takes place in Bruges.
Yeah.
It's literally called, and it's called In Bruges because it's like, we're in fucking Bruges or whatever Colin Farrell goes off on. And it's like, we're in this weird little place with this weird little quirky story happening.
This very odd part of Brussels or whatever the fuck.
You know what the weirdest part about Fargo is?
Fargo.
It takes place in Fargo.
Which is probably the closest you're going to get to Canada.
Yeah.
In the US.
Not to say that everything has to be understandable on the macro level. At all. At all not what I want to say.
I honestly kind of find this whole thing fun.
It is. It is. Go watch us. We should, talk about news.
Also, go watch Wooly over at twitch.tv/WoolyVersus.
Why, thank you. Yes.
And youtube.com/WoolyVersus?
/c/WoolyVersus.
Oh, we got to do that shit still?
Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, you use a search bar, you'll find me.
Yeah, you'll find it.
If you type Wooly into a search bar on YouTube and Twitch, you'll find me. I am continuing to play JoJo's Bizarre Adventure 7 Stand User. I'm continuing the really, really hype playthrough of Wonderful 101 right now. And on Twitch. I haven't been there in a second because I've been super occupied with the travel and stuff.
Yeah.
But we'll be back with more fighting games, and we'll be back with more LP stuff. And we got to pick up on Resident Evil 2.
At some point.
And I know that I've seen a lot of people bustling about it, especially like in the Discord and stuff, going like, "Oh my god!" By the time Wooly gets back to Resident Evil,
you need to replay up to where you are.
Well, guess what? I'm gonna fucking grab the game and play. Like, obviously, I have to go warm up, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, if I just grabbed it and started streaming, it would be a nightmare.
Oh boy.
So yes.
Can you survive this nightmare?
But the problem is, the problem is like that's a lot of the other games I'm doing as well require this off-time play.
You know what I did a few weeks ago? I was telling a story about how I quit my job. And without thinking, I told parts of the story in French because they were the parts of the story that happened in French. Mm-hmm. People were very confused. Very, very confused. Because you forget.
While you were talking?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was talking about, like, I spoke to Lorraine. I was like, Lorraine, j'ai besoin de le papier pour mon 2 semaines, s'il vous plaît. Right? And I just, because that's how that story had happened.
Yeah.
And I forgot, oh, right, not everyone in my immediate fucking vicinity can speak the language that I'm speaking.
Yeah. There's a bit...
And when we go down to the States, it's like having a fucking superpower.
You know, there's a bit I wanted to do, but I couldn't do it because unfortunately, like,
too rusty.
Well, okay, so I was Ubering somewhere, and I was pulling up in right up on Sherbrooke.
Yeah.
Right around that Dakari zone. There's an area with a store, and the store is literally Gascon.
Yeah.
Right. You know, and I was gonna like walk in and go like, excuse-moi, juste pour.
Qu'est-ce que c'est le nom de place? C'est Gascoin?
Je sais pas, mais.
C'est Gascon?
C'est quoi?
Ouais.
Ici, c'est magasin.
Ouais.
On appelle. C'est quoi? Right? And just throw that up on Twitter, right?
Yeah,
and then
like,
and zoom in on the name just to see what would happen or whatever. But the place is closed. The business is shut down. So I was like, fuck, that would have been a great video.
Il n'y a pas de Gascoin pour vous.
No, mais. I want it, but I was like, I feel like that would have been a fantastic one to throw.
You know what
out
the really
there.
funny thing is because like when we do the French parts, like people in the audience who don't speak French are like, cheese, right? But the people who speak French are like, what the fuck is that crap they're speaking? What are these accents? What is this dialect?
They don't know, yeah, because anyone who's speaking Parisian does not know that we have "coin"
but
as
also,
a regular part
like,
of our.
I'll speak for myself.
Sounds.
I have a Montreal Anglophone French accent that's really strong.
Yeah.
That's like, ugh.
"Coin" is a real sound. Mais le mot c'est quoi? C'est quoi? Mais c'est quoi?
So Paige is learning French, right? She's dabbling because of course she is, right? And she's like, okay, what is this? And I go, wine. And she goes, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
I go, it's we, but it's like why? It's we, but it's why, but it's wine.
Yeah.
And she goes, what?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like,
Mm-hmm.
uh-oh. And the other fun thing about French is that, like, you know how you make a complex language faster? Just mash the entire sentence into a single spoken word.
I throw some apostrophes in there.
Yeah, fuck it. It's one word now.
Oh, the written, like, texting French, Quebecois specifically,
it's bad,
is amazing. Dude, when I saw fucking Kek shows, I was like, whoa, right? They wrote, like, K-E-K.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
K-E-K-C-H-S-E. Right?
Okay, we're gonna break this down because this is too obscure. No one gets this.
I know, but this is Gasquang.
Okay.
In a microcosm.
All right.
This is the whole thing right here.
In French, there is a phrase which is
quelque chose.
Quelque chose, which means something or somewhere, right? Something, right? And it's 3 words. Quel, Q-U-E-L, then space. Que, Q-U-E, space, shows. And shows means thing. Quel is the question. Que is a preposition, right? But when you speak it, you just say quelque chose, right? Like it's one word. But it's not. It's 3 words. It's a phrase. And now you're describing
No one says quelque chose.
No one.
Everyone
ever.
Speaking loose will be like quelque chose.
Quelque chose, ouais.
And if you're super ouais, québécois,
ouais.
you say on dit quelque chose.
Quelque chose, ouais. Yeah.
So they're writing out fucking quelque chose to get to quelque chose.
Yeah.
And it's hilarious because it's like that's exactly what it sounds like because that's what people are.
It's now its own phrase. It's completely separate.
You know, aujourd'hui is the same thing. Like they fucking aujourd'hui, the whole thing just compresses,
smash
into this fucking weird collection of letters, and you're like, that I don't know if I'm more angry that you did that or that I know exactly what it says.
I think the worst one is qu'est-ce qui se passe, because it sounds like one big word.
And
that is an entire sentence.
Yeah.
That's a whole sentence.
Spouse.
What's going on?
Yeah.
And spas.
Yeah.
That is se passe, which is it passes or it's happening. But fuck the vowels, just say spas.
Yeah. I mean, I remember catching some of that when my cousin had a exchange student that was from Japan that was there, and it was and she was staying at my cousin's place right when I was learning it for the first time and like taking classes.
Yeah.
So I decided to practice some, and just kind of throw some out and just be like, hey, do you want to do the little language exchange thing? And she threw out like a sayonara, which was like that was too slow. It was like I can't do it, but it was so fast and it sounded like one or two sounds.
One syllable.
Sayonara. It was all like one thing. And I was like, oh, that's what it actually sounds like, depending on who you're speaking to sometimes. And that's the most casual version of it.
It's an issue with a lot of languages because the way that it is learned on the page or even in spoken has no bearing on what it is actually spoken like.
And the weird thing is that, you know how because we know English and French, when we hear something like Spanish or another similar language, you can kind of grab a little bit of it.
Spanish and Italian, I can grab just a piece.
You can grab a little bit of it of what's going on, right? So these folks...
before I knew what puta meant, I kind of knew what it meant.
You kind of knew exactly.
Because I know what putain is.
Putain, yeah. Right? But, and not putin.
No, not putin.
Right.
I have been with somebody and they have ordered a putain at the fucking depth.
That's great.
That is not the depth, the fucking store. And I'm like,
that's fantastic.
Yes.
Also dep. But so that thing where you kind of can grasp it because it gives you a broader view of what like Latin-based languages are doing.
Yeah, all the Romance languages.
Okay, these folks don't have they don't
have Romance languages.
Missing.
Yeah,
it's English or nothing.
They have Germanic languages.
So it's all gibberish coming out when it's not like so like yeah. So there's a really like you are speaking nonsense noises.
Yeah. And the people who speak Spanish that listen
Feeling
to us
coming from
probably
us.
have a similar thing, except we're doing it with our Quebec shit. Oh. So it's all fucking rumbled up.
Oh, you guys got to come visit. You got all of you. You all have to come visit.
Well, Montreal is a tourist town.
And you got to hang out, and you got to see what it's like, and you got to hear it on the bus.
You got to see old Grand-Maman Belle Pro with her smokes.
With her purple hair.
Ah, she does have her purple hair.
And not like my purple hair. Like,
no,
she's got the old lady style in purple hair. You know?
Oh, mon Dieu, de raison, c'est spectaculaire, ça. Ouais, qu'est-ce que tu fais, là, Grand-Maman? Aucune raison de ça, la Belle Pro, là.
Yes, c'est vrai. Yeah,
right.
It's a thing. It's and like you gotta go sit on the metro, and you gotta hear just the sounds of the city around you to fucking
sounds weird
to catch the feel of what our lives are like.
I don't think I can think of any more cognitively dissonant situation than when we went to Toronto for to play Street Fighter. Remember that? Okay. I am clearly an Anglophone, primarily English-speaking person. My name is Patrick Boivin, not Patrick Boivin, right? Go to Toronto.
Well, the fact that it's not bois is already like weird,
right?
For folks.
Go to Toronto, the biggest Canadian city, and them disturbed by English street signs and ambient English.
Yeah.
Feels bizarre and uncomfortable even. Like, well, this isn't what...
Yeah, I'm telling you. Come hang out.
Where's JP yelling at somebody down the street?
Come hang out, and you two will you'll enter as you currently think of us as them Montrealers living up in the Quebec.
Yeah.
And you
Those good old goddamn queebs.
No, living up in the Quebec. Yep. Yeah, we got the king and queen up there, right? That's how that worked.
No, sir.
I'm in Washington D.C. That's what the taxi driver
Shut up.
said. Yeah. We were going to D.C. and we were like, yeah, we're from Montreal, and he's like, oh, that's up in the Quebec, right? Yo, y'all got the king and queen up there, don't you? And I was like, yeah, technically, I guess.
Quebecers are traditionally very not big fans of the monarchy thing.
Yeah, but you'll catch the Montreal and you'll catch the Quebec.
There's that old fucking commercial. Remember that thing with the Texan guy calling Montreal? Is for some fucking phone services. Bonjour, Montreal. And then the lady at the end goes, "Oh, hello, sir. How are you?"
I didn't see that. Although I just found out, apparently there's an official thing that was put out on Facebook where it's like a French pride kind of like video that was put out. And it's literally someone in French making fun of people with English accents speaking French.
Come on!
And it's like,
we're doing our best,
and it's
guys!
like, fuck off! They're learning. So even if it's like, bonjour, oui, je parle le français, c'est pas vraiment bon, mais si tu peux me comprendre.
Wow, you can really turn it on or off, huh?
Je pense que tu peux me communiquer.
So like, let me every French girl I've ever known thought that English dudes speaking French with English accents was cute. When I hear Paige try and speak French or do speak French, depending on what the mastery is on whatever, she has the thickest fucking American accent when she speaks French, and it is adorable. It's also fucking hilarious, but it's adorable, and everyone she encounters clearly sees it as adorable because they're like, it's America, America speak the French, hey, America friend. Like,
see, the funnest part about being English based and like being aware of the language, the thing there, and like watching enough fucking weeb stuff to be aware of some Japanese and accents there too as well, is knowing that like the difference between sounding authentic and not is doing the same voice you'd make like as a joke, except applying it for real, and it just makes it sound more legit.
That's weird.
You understand?
That's really weird.
It's very weird, right? But it's literally
air conditioner.
It's
Don't say air conditioner, say air conditioner, and that will get across. And it's like, I feel uncomfortable doing that, but it's.
How do you say helicopter in Japanese?
I don't know, and I'm not even gonna fucking try.
Helicopter.
Yeah. Right?
Literally just do it.
Yeah. No. You know what the ultimate of this?
Yeah.
Do you ever see Lifeline?
No.
You know the fucking PS2 game with the microphone?
Yeah.
Turns out you have to do a fucking racist accent to play that game. Because it...
Oh my god, no.
Yeah. So Lifeline is a game where you're supposed to talk into the microphone and tell the character, shoot, move, door, blah, right?
Oh, no.
Except it was designed by I think it's Tecmo Koei, and it was only programmed with a Japanese person speaking the lines in English.
Oh,
so when the game came out here, everyone's like, it's fucking unplayable. Like, you tell them to shoot, and it doesn't shoot. But if you go, shooto...
Wow,
shoots.
That's dumb.
Because they never, they were like, oh, it's English, it'll just work.
Why? Like, it's the same fucking, it's that SNK hubris where you don't get someone to just check the fucking win quotes.
So there was
everyone has to be Terry Bogard.
So there was a guy who was like, hey, let's play this game and let's try and do it with this accent. Turns out game's pretty good, works really well.
Huh.
Oops.
When you do that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. That's a fucking danger zone.
There's compilations of like actors in like J-drama switching to English temporarily.
Ooh, it's good.
And impressing the shit out of everyone around them, and or having like all the girls in the scene just cream themselves.
Yeah.
But the shit they're saying is
like the worst. It's so bad.
Oh boy, it's a fun YouTube
I feel bad for Japanese speakers trying to learn English because they're caught in a fucked up situation where it's taught everywhere but no one speaks it. So how the fuck are you supposed to learn how to fucking speak it? Right? You know,
force it into unnatural situations.
Like the reason why I can speak any French is not because I learned it in school. It's because I fucking worked retail. That's where I learn how to speak most of the French that I speak. That's why it's so garbage, because it's retail French.
Yeah, I'm not even that lucky. I just have like fucking French class.
Yeah.
And I have 2 years of immersion.
Well, and now you got the fiance.
Well, yeah, but we don't speak French. And she's fucking like got the like Ontario shit going on anyway, so it's, you know,
Ontario
/ Acadian. But it ain't the Quebecois. But we, yeah, I had the weird thing where like I had 2 years of French immersion.
Yeah.
Where for the first
That's
time,
rough.
I was learning concepts for the first time in French for a while.
Rough.
It was very rough, and I had to fucking switch out.
So hey, you want to know that English school, French school in Quebec is a wild, wild world. But the wildest is, depending on which school you go to, they're gonna teach you the hard shit like fucking math in the language that you actually speak, because it's hard. But when you go to a French school and you're Anglophone or Chinese or Spanish or fucking whatever, good luck learning math in a new language.
So hard cut to me at God knows what age, hearing someone make reference to bedmas.
The Americans call it
pedmas. PEMDAS.
Yeah,
right.
For me, it's bedmas.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck any of that is, because for me it was bomda.
Bomda?
BOMDAS.
Quoi ça, bomda?
Whatever. I don't even remember, but it was literally BOMDAS to get to your brackets. O. I don't know what the O was for.
Yeah.
But then the M, multiplication and division, addition, subtraction, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
And all I ever ended up learning was I remember my French teacher just going like, "Oui, c'est bon da," and I had to learn like concepts like that for the first time, and then come out and translate them in ways that I never fucking heard.
Yeah.
And it was just busted.
Yeah.
It sucked.
That sucks.
Not to mention the fact that my super not racist, but linguist. It's not a linguist. Whatever the fuck.
Yeah, no, I have actually struggled to figure out a
Yeah.
term for this, because occasionally the language thing here, it absolutely qualifies as racism.
Yeah,
like,
you're
absolutely.
You're like whatever you want to call it, like language elitist or
I had an
language.
old man start losing his mind at me back at retail because I asked him if he wanted, because he dropped his fucking gloves and I gave him his gloves back, and he started going nuts about how much of a racist I was for talking to him in English in this goddamn country. Vive le nouveau Quebec. And I'm like, okay, come on, man. I get it, old timer, right?
And so my French teacher pulled me aside when I was switching out of immersion, and was just like deathly fucking upset about the idea of me leaving, because it meant like they were losing one.
Ah, c'est la moitié de la langue.
Et les anglophones, ce sont des paresseux. Ce sont des paresseux, les anglophones. Tous. Yeah, literally, all English speakers are parasites. They're lazy parasites. Don't become an English speaker. And I'm like, what the fuck? Then like, how about the fact that I'm doing shit in your class because I can't grasp these concepts in a language I don't fully speak? I'm still learning it. Let me go back to where I was, you know? And it was fucking weird.
You got extra shit on that, because since you were black and you might have been a Grenada first at whatever point, like, you're an immigrant, so you have to speak
No,
French.
I'm not. I'm born here. I didn't have...
But to her...
Oh, probably, because the rest were. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so like anyone who's, if you're an immigrant and you come to Quebec,
gotta speak French.
You have to go to French school, right?
it.
You're forced to, right?
Which has the unintended positive side effect of almost every single one of those people speaking 3 or more languages.
Yes, because your first language is the language your
like
parents speak.
I got a buddy of mine, he speaks Russian. That was his native tongue.
Then you pick up French in elementary school.
And then he watched TV
and then
and hung out with his friends.
And then you make
so
friends in English, and so you could become trilingual. Exactly.
And a different friend of mine, his girlfriend, she speaks Tagalog.
Yeah.
And then she spoke French, and then she spoke English.
So Min is first language Vietnamese, because that's what his parents speaks. He went to French school here, and then he made English friends.
Yeah.
So Min speaks 3 languages, right? His accent is really thick, but motherfucker speaks 3 languages.
The intended purpose is to not let the language of French die out, so you force all the immigrants to speak it, but then they all just become trilingual and speak English too.
Exactly.
Oops.
Right. So that's and there's a lot of people here like that. Yeah. And yes, the assumption that I'm one of those as well often comes out, but it's like, no, I was born here. I actually have the choice. You know.
Every time I go to a government office, they read my name. It's like, oh, ouais, c'est Patrick Boivin, la prochaine, s'il vous plaît. That means Patrick Boivin, the next, please.
Yeah.
And I go and I sit down. Okay, Monsieur Boivin, je peux vous aider? Yeah, can you help me with this?
yeah. It's like, hey, you're in office. You're supposed to have this covered.
Usually what I can tell, what they do is they have to have people there who speak English and French and Chinese and Spanish, usually. And they go, oh, it's Patrick Boivin. I'll just give him to JP. And I go in, and JP's not ready.
For sure.
And like, my favorite is they call me on the phone. I've gotten phone calls, and it's like, hey, how you doing? And I'm cool. This is a weird Montreal thing. I'm cool talking to you in English. You talk to me in French.
That's how I work.
We'll just do it.
That's my QA days.
Yeah, we'll just do it. It's fine. It can be done. No problem. But when the other person's like not ready for that, and they're like very uncomfortable, it's like I'm not equipped to have this style of conversation with you.
100%.
Like I don't like, when I go to my bank or something, right?
Yeah.
I'm not comfortable enough speaking in French to do banking stuff.
Right.
And so if my bank called me on the phone, it's like, I'm not comfortable enough to speak in French to do banking stuff.
Yeah.
Can you just talk to me in French and I'll talk to you in English? Maybe not, actually.
Yeah.
Because you read my name, and my name is French as fuck, and you went, okay, yeah.
Yeah, c'est qui la prochaine? Oh, c'est Willy Madden. Oui, monsieur, comment je peux vous aider? Pour vous aider, excuse-moi.
You gotta get that zah.
C'est difficile, mais and exactly, like, hey, how's it going? Can I get this, that, or whatever? And I have no problem doing the back and
I'm
forth.
navigating it, it's fine.
But yeah, it's a brain shift. Fuck. Hold on.
You know what my favorite is? Get called by a telemarketer. Est-ce pour parler de monsieur de maison? Yeah, I'm here. Do you speak French? Nope.
Yeah.
Okay, I will call you back, sir. You have good... No call back. Call back.
That's done. That's fine.
Oh, man.
I've made it simple enough to, when the Uber pulls up, and I simply have the... can you push the chair forward? Pousse la chaise, s'il vous plaît.
Yeah.
It's one sentence, and you just do it, please, because I can't do the one and the other.
Yeah.
And then sometimes there'll be the quoi, and I'll have to tap it and just be like, I got knees.
La chaise, s'il vous plaît.
I got knees, please.
And that's usually you're talking to somebody whose second language as well is French. So it's like maybe their first language is like whatever, right?
Okay. This
culture is fun.
Yes, it is. Can we even get news?
Yeah, let's get some news.
All right. Wow. This is a long one, but we will do it.
I hope everybody enjoys culture.
Yeah.
Our differences are silly.
Yeah. You know what's fun? I saw so the podcast pacing is wild and different, and obviously this is a very different pacing to whatever we used to do before, because it's just like we just fucking go.
Yeah.
And it's like, if it's whatever's interesting and common is a thing. The news is something we cover and usually do, and there's a lot of desire to be more news oriented, get right to the meat of what's happening at the moment,
and every week we get less news oriented.
We do. But I've caught that people on the re-listen are skipping the news as hard as possible because
it's old.
Because why would you want to hear that, right? So I believe the term is evergreen content.
Yes, this is some evergreen shit right here.
Right? That was 3 hours and 40 minutes of evergreen content.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's why I said we got to get a move on.
Oh, man.
But
hey,
y'all, it's the news desire that you have right now is only right now.
That's right.
And if there's ever a re-listen,
we're teaching you folks about the world you don't even know.
This shit that we're about to go into will have no meaning or use whatsoever after this exact moment right now.
A world in which a cigarette is a goddamn cultural icon. Luckily not anymore.
There's a lot of movie news actually, but let's just talk about like some of the random quick announcements that have dropped. In particular, a couple of Kickstarters and Kickstarter-y type projects have been announced. In particular, let's call attention to Devil May Cry: The Bloody Palace.
What the fuck is this?
Heard about this?
What am I looking at?
It was Devil May Cry: The Bloody Palace.
What is it?
This is a board game.
Fucking sick.
Coming out. This is Steam Forged Games announcing the Devil May Cry board game that they're looking to
cool
kickstart shortly. Mega Man did it, right?
Dark Souls did it.
More importantly, Angry Joe did it with Street Fighter.
Yeah, that's
So
weird. Still
Capcom
weird.
has established a successful track record with their board game stuff.
Yeah,
So let's give it a shot
board
here.
games are fun.
Yeah. And all I need to know is whenever you attack something, if you have a D4 to roll to see what you max
Style.
act or exceed.
Nah, it's got to be style, man.
Well, style is just not dropping the combo.
All right, yeah, I guess.
Right?
I
For
guess.
every hit, you'd have to put down a thing that tells you that your combo meter goes
Yeah,
up.
you're right. You're right.
But like, did you time it properly? I just tell me that you got something in there like that, and I'm in. But yeah, it's called Devil May Cry 5. Devil May Cry: The Bloody Palace is the board game, coming soon to Kickstarter.
Yay.
So that'll pop up shortly, and that looks like a lot of fun. From what we can tell, it's a board game with the pieces and the cards and the dice. So yeah, we'll see what happens. There's also a huge shout out to. So we've talked about kill 6 billion demons in the past and Abaddon.
We have, yes.
And how fucking rad that is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Abaddon is now working on Lancer.
Oh, it's about that Fate character.
No.
Of course.
No.
Why would it be?
This is a Mud and Lasers tabletop role-playing game. Role-playing game centered on modular mechs and the pilots who crew them. So this popped up on Kickstarter. It blew past its goals instantly.
What does this have to do with Kill 6 Billion Demons?
It doesn't. It's a new mecha tabletop RPG.
Then why did you start talking about Kill 6 Billion Demons?
Because the guy behind Kill 6 Billion Demons is also doing
there
this.
you go. Okay.
I thought I said that. Yes.
Did you?
Yes.
I'm an asshole.
Is behind that, is behind this as well. Yeah, super happy to see that like it within day one crushed its goals. It was looking for 61.
Oh, you did. I'm not crazy. I'm not an asshole. I win.
I said Abaddon, the guy behind Kill 6 Billion Demons,
Yes,
also
you did.
behind this.
Damn you, chat. Why do you do this to me?
Because they're lying and they're wrong. They're wrong all the time. Have we not learned this?
But what if they're right, though?
They're super wrong all the time.
Though?
The only difference is now we're calling it out.
No.
So yeah, they got to 226,000 of the 61 they were asking for.
Well, that's pretty good.
So they're in pretty good hands. But if you like what you see here, give it a look. Art's on point, of course, and yeah, I can tell you that like the strength of Kill 6 Billion Demons and its like peerless world building. I will say peerless, but that's not true because the peer I can think of that's as good as Saga. Because fuck, those are the best at what they do. Is really, really strong and worth your consideration. So take a look at this Kickstarter, see if it is your fancy, and if you like fucking robots, and if you like worlds with robots in them are. I mean,
that's what you said.
No one's gonna tell you.
Just
what
said if you like fucking robots.
No one can tell you what to do or what not to do with your robot.
What about the robot?
It's yours. Well,
yeah,
it depends on its personality, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess.
Where's that dummy plug going? Why'd you call it a dummy plug? Check it out. They're doing quite well though, and that's awesome.
Those aren't even robots.
I got linked to another Kickstarter for a project called Hunt the Night. This is being billed as some folks are saying like Zelda meets Bloodborne with some of it. It seems to be, well, let's get that out of the way there.
What are you doing?
Seems to be a kind of gothic Super Nintendo looking thing, and they're currently at 24 of their 32K goal, so they're not too far away. They got a month to go. They're in pretty good hands. The sprite art seems to be pretty on point, and if we let's see, kind of go through some of what we're seeing. There's a couple of gifs and whatnot, kind of showing you what you're sort of doing, but yeah, seems like a pretty cool setting and world, and art is on point. And yeah, this too might be to your possible fancy as well. So bringing it to attention so that you may look at it and decide if you would like to support this kind of project. There we go. I have done it.
Good job. We've done news.
Those who have linked to me can say that I have done it. Fucking Mario Odyssey and Breath of the Wild are getting Labo VR support.
Yeah, I don't know how this works at all. That's so fucking
You put the
weird.
cardboard on your head and then you watch the game again, except it tracks to where your movements are.
That seems like the shittiest idea ever.
It's gonna be cell phone VR. It's like it's the same.
Yeah, on a 720p screen.
Yeah, I'm sure up close it's not gonna be fantastic.
That's gonna look like shit.
I'm assuming that the little Labo fucking goggle thing, like, makes it not hurt your eyes a bit.
No, it's gonna hurt your eyes.
No, I'm assuming that's gonna magnify it a little bit.
No, also, is this like hold the whole Switch on your head and then put your hands up near your ears to play the game?
No, there's got to be straps on that shit.
I don't fucking know. That looks like shit.
There's got to be straps on that shit. But yeah, I'm gonna hope that it magnifies it so that it moves the screen a little bit further away so that it's not as painful as it looks. However, it seems like it's just gonna be tilt your head around to control the camera. You gotta try it. Gotta try it to find out.
I bet you I don't. I fucking bet you I don't have to try it to know that it's fucking shit. But we'll see, I guess.
Optimism versus not optimism.
That's the Virtual Boy.
Would they fuck it up again?
Yes.
Hey, well,
yes, they would.
Well, fucking Yosp said he pre-ordered his on Twitter.
Yeah, he has to.
So he's going to find out.
He absolutely has to know more than even us.
If this fails, then they're not going to go back and do this for other games. But it seems like they're doing it with their two big ones as a trial.
We're talking about a cardboard piece of shit. Like,
people did use their phone VR headsets. It's garbage compared to real VR. Because it's just because all it becomes is just the head tracking, right? It's not at all about the sense of depth.
Also, putting a screen like that close to your eyes, like, dude.
Yeah. Unless I don't know for sure, but maybe because you see how this picture works, and you know what? I bet you if we just looked into it and actually tried it, we'd know for sure. Yeah. But it looks like because you see there's a screen here, right? And it's got the two eye holes. And unless the actual Switch screen has a split down the middle that actually has left eye and right eye, and then each of these eye holes is only showing you that part of the screen, in which case then you are simulating depth.
I bet it's actually just lenses that are looking at the whole screen.
That's what it depends, right? If it actually isolates two halves of the screen and it renders twice the same image and then it does left eye, right eye, then you will actually get a shitty sense of depth. But
whatever, Nintendo's 3D shit is the worst.
It's compared to the
3DS
real.
3DS is a fucking piece.
Compared to the real ones, it is quite bad. But yes,
this 3D shit sometimes makes me want to put on an eye patch.
But if anyone says, Nintendo, why aren't you doing VR? They can go, we are. Look, we did it. We are VR.
VR? More like we are. Ha.
That's the point of why.
I know, but I spruced it up a little.
It's the talking dog.
I spruced it up so that I could be like,
Troopers 3. Oh, virtual reality. VR Troopers. No. All right. Matt would have laughed. It's fine.
I don't know what the fuck VR Troopers is.
I know, exactly. Shit. Everything okay over there?
Oh no, you already cut it.
Don't drop your avocado face down. Get this.
No.
Too late. You already got it.
Shit.
Taika Waititi confirmed that live-action AKIRA is still in development. This did not, in fact, go the way of the fucking dinosaur that it should have.
So I went into the Reddit thread on our subreddit about this and formally apologized to everyone. Because
live-action AKIRA is still happening.
Because I think last week or the week before, I'm like, thank God that fucking live-action AKIRA is dead.
Yeah, well, it's not. And it appears to be the exact same, like one or version of events.
Leonardo DiCaprio back to AKIRA.
So, I mean, hey, look, Thor Ragnarok was really good, right?
Right.
But, yeah. I don't have faith
continuously
in this adaptation
and offended by the idea that we need to make localized or non-animated versions of movies to make them legit.
Yeah.
The Disney shit really grinds my fucking piss.
See, the issue is that, like, when something comes out and it ends up sucking, then it's like, okay, well, it came out, it sucked, and we forget about it, Ghost in the Shell. But then it comes out and it doesn't suck, and it's like, hey, that was all right, like Alita.
Yeah.
And you go, oh, it's possible if you treat it nicely and delicately.
AKIRA is not possible.
AKIRA, as a movie, the original, was already failing to capture the insanity of what the actual story is.
And also a huge amount of that thing is its place in time and its animation style and its animation techniques and it's like
AKIRA is a masterpiece because of the amount of insane like art direction and effort put into the animation. Its actual plot is completely nonsense.
It's fucking nonsense.
You cannot tell that dense of a story in 2 hours.
It's not possible.
It failed. AKIRA, the animation, the original movie, fails to deliver its story.
Well, now let's tell that story via a new...
that you have to warp that failure of a telling into this is insane to me, but it's like we're doing it anyway because it's a name that everyone knows.
Let me ask you folks,
and it sucks because it's all on the art.
Do you think 20 years from now there will be a unique shot in this version of AKIRA that is as highly referenced and homaged and celebrated as fucking Kaneda fucking going sideways on that goddamn motorcycle to stop?
Trailing brake lights.
Right? Simpsons did a fucking couch version of that fucking bit, for fuck's sake.
Kanye West uses it in his music videos.
Right? For real, though, like, seeing Beauty and the Beast, like, what a fucking... Like, hey, let's take this immaculately animated classic and let's make it like this boring-looking regular-ass movie.
Dude, motherfucker,
Who cares?
There are art school breakdowns of the AKIRA poster of him walking towards it, breaking down how genius the perspective and art and angles are and how bold and strong that is as a movie poster. It's awesome, right? The art design and the art direction and everything about what that is doing as animation is what makes it relevant and what matters. It's not the fact that there's a biker named Tetsuo and his friend Kaneda, and that there's a weird alien,
gray
weird
babies,
fucking zombie-looking things,
whatever,
and floating kid Akira with his body parts in the jar, and then the nuke goes off. That's not what matters.
Like,
but hey, man, live action means it's important.
So
now.
I just completed the thought in my head as to what this is. It's been bothering me for years. Because it's the idea of like, well, the animated shit, I mean, that's for babies, right? You got to make it live action for it to be real, right? And often Hollywood to be real, right?
No one cares until you do.
And I'm like, what is that?
Yeah.
What is that? And I'll tell you what it is. It's Sony saying, we don't want any of that 2D shit on our console because 2D is the past. And that shit's for babies. 3D games are the future. And it took decades to break that.
Yes, it is that. It's the same spirit. The difference is that, like, live action has always been, well, for one, the history of cinema starts with that.
Yeah.
Right? And second, and this is the harder part, right? Pixels and 2D and whatnot had to start and develop and become better and better as time went on, right?
Yeah.
The thing that makes the general public feel more comfortable when they see a face on a poster is the same thing that makes you feel good when you see a human acting as a role or whatever, is the recognition and the feeling good of the seeing of the human being. Is the story I want to tell is the thing I can care more about versus the cartoon.
Animation is a higher form of fucking media
I can't relate
live
to
action.
the cartoon as much as I can relate to the face of the thing that's the human that's like me. Also, it's a face I've seen in other movies before, so I feel extra good.
It's gotta look like me, unless it's Will Smith.
I feel extra good about the face of the human of the thing that I am telling the story because it's super like there I am, it's me. I'm in the movie. I feel good.
It could be me there. That's the only way I can relate if it could be me.
We already told this story in a different media. No, but now it's the version that I'm in. Now I care.
It's not some goddamn cartoon horse. It's a real horse. I know what a real horse is. I never
slaved
seen
and their
a
families,
cartoon
and
horse.
They fucking worked for years to make frame by frame, like almost rotoscoped animation that will be more effort than you've ever. It's me though.
You know what's a good example of this? I don't know shit about this anime, other than its outro. But there's some fucking school anime with a bunch of kids talking in a room called Love is War. Right? Some fucking pink-haired anime chick or some shit in that, right? But the outro is a pseudo-rotoscoped dance scene of her in an office.
I've seen it.
And it is
unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. And it is way better than a live-action person doing that dance.
Well, in this particular case, you can see... I think
it is rotoscope, but it's not entirely rotoscope.
But
certain things were accentuated. Certain things
saw a side by side, and I assumed it's the original footage.
I read an article
that they
interviewing the guy,
rotoscoped with,
and he exaggerated parts that are seen in rotoscoping,
but
and he de-exaggerated parts that were not. And
it was unbelievable. It was incredible. It was
right.
But respect for art is not something that is inherently like understood at a larger a level, and I don't want to do this fucking like I don't want to do this art hipster bullshit stance on things.
Listen, guys, we know what's the art, and
I
don't know. These plebs see their goddamn superhero movie. Wait, no,
but it's gonna take a real. But the fact remains that it's gonna take a real long time for the same reason that video games are as not a legitimate medium as books.
Even though in some cases you can have a much more powerful emotional response to something in a video game.
Because you can interact with it.
Because it is you.
And you are doing it yourself.
It is you.
You are the one creating that action.
I think
you have to deal with.
I think the most intense like feeling of guilt I've gotten from a medium is like the Walking Dead series when it's your fault.
Yes.
It's your fault.
You made these decisions and you have to now live with them and you feel the way you do, which is more powerful than someone else living them and you passively being along for the
Gatsby really
ride.
Fucked the dog on this one, huh? Oh, silly Gatsby.
But the point remains is that look, it's older, therefore it's more respected, therefore it's more real, right? Also, it's this thing again where it's not at its peak until it's live action and in a theater, right? And no matter how much you can explain away that doesn't make any sense or mean anything, the feeling remains.
I want to fight the movie-going public. You know what I mean? Like, I wish they could be condensed into a single person and I could just fucking fight them.
I mean, look, Netflix is doing its thing, right? It's already taking away the idea of the size of the screen. Next, you got to work on like the actual filming part of it. I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, there is more.
Oh man,
dude, the Bruce Timm fucking Joker with Mark Hamill behind it.
Yeah,
is a better actor. Like in terms of expression, there is more there than anywhere else. You know, but. Here we are.
You know what? I can break it down. I can break it down to a single argument, and it is within animation communities. It's people who take fucking screen grabs of smears and go, look at this crap. Look at this shitty animation. It's like, that's a smear. It's not supposed to be a single image, you stupid fuck. It's supposed to be an in-between fucking frame to create the feeling of motion, you stupid fucking idiot. Like,
oh yeah, no. Anytime there's those pictures of like Payne's face becoming a weird, goofy, like warble thing, and you're like, yeah, but did you see that it was frame 1 of 1200?
You're not supposed to. It's not supposed to be seen in a vacuum out of its own context, you idiot.
It was conveying motion in a ridiculously effective way. What do you want me to tell you?
And it worked.
So,
like I feel like people like that, they want their fucking 3D model style animated shit that looks like crap.
I got it. I feel like we touched on this before, but it's like the fact that like certain 3D renders in anime come along and they don't move smoothly. Oh, it was on Twitter.
Yeah.
It's on Twitter. Like when you see 3D in anime and it looks choppy.
It looks like shit.
Because the 3D is trying to
emulate animation.
the same anime frame rate. it
But
fucking sucks.
But you're using a 3D model. Use the advantages of a fucking 3D model.
Your brain knows because when you mix and match them, there becomes some weirdness to it. But you can't animate at a really higher frame rate because that becomes way more hard.
And then you see
your
clips
budget can't handle that.
Then you see clips of that fucking Steven Universe fucking anime with the gem girls and shit, and that looks great. That's all 3D. That looks like a fucking anime.
Exerd.
Yeah, and then you look at Exerd, where they're creating smear models, which are all nightmares. Which are all fucked up.
Dude, it really, really, like, the fact that we have to just pretend that, like, these choppy 3D things happening mixed with 2D look good, and they don't.
Here's a good example. Look at Spider-Verse.
Well, I was going to go there before I forgot the point, but that's where I wanted to go, was we are going to have...
Spider-Verse is the best Spider-Man movie.
And guess what?
Ever.
And guess what? That's going to happen, like, countless more times, but it doesn't matter because it's like Spider-Verse shows you that you can have a better movie than fucking 5 failures, right?
Well, you know who knew this forever?
Homecoming was pretty good.
You know you know what group of people know this forever is the DC fans.
Yes, well, yes.
Because the DC animated movies
are
almost all slam dunks.
And have been crushing it for a while now.
Live features are almost all garbage.
Yeah, but it not...
Apparently Shazam's fun.
But it not being in a theater means one, less eyeballs. Two, there's no like even.
I actually like the Superman in the DC animated universe.
And here's the thing is, even if you put like star power voice acting behind it, right? It's still like not in the same thing.
Oh man,
right? And like here's what we got now though. We got Pixar movies, right?
Yeah.
And we got 3D animation movies where it's for kids, it's in the theaters, it's big, it's the Frozen, it's the Tangled.
Oh, look at that Frozen.
It's as big as you can fucking get.
Yeah.
But there's still this need to go back to things and bring them back and make them live action when it's not necessary.
Yeah.
And that's not going to go away.
Like, here's the
soon.
thing. If you're going to remake Aladdin or fucking whatever, why is it live action and not 3D? Is it because it's more serious? Or is it so you can cast people?
I mean, Lion King's doing that, but, you know.
Lion King is not... you said Lion King, and I started to have an argument that wasn't happening, which was Lion King is not goddamn live action, and I was
yeah, exactly.
Just reacted.
So we can keep this one going because there's the related one is they announced the casting for Cowboy Bebop, the live action.
These picks could be way worse.
Okay, so here's the thing about this story, right? One. These are really interesting picks.
They're really interesting.
Okay. I did not expect this to go in this direction.
I did not see John Cho as Spike.
John Cho as Spike.
But you know what? I can see John Cho as Spike.
Bushmaster from Luke Cage, Mustafa Shakir, is going to be Jet Black.
Yeah.
That's unexpected.
Well, that argument is now finally done. Is Jet black? Yeah, he's black.
Is Barrett black?
Barrett's black.
Yeah. Well,
Barrett's like ridiculously black.
What about anyway. Daniela Pineda as Faye Valentine and Alex Hassel as Vicious. No one announced for Ed.
Ed's going to be tough.
I don't know why they haven't told us who Ed's going to be yet. What the fuck?
Ed's going to
Tell me what redheaded, short, tan-skinned child you casted as Ed. I want to know. Anyway, I like they're
CG.
Yeah, Ed is just a CG blob thing. Yeah. So yeah, that's the first thing about that is like that's some interesting casting. Okay, they definitely went for the diversity.
Dude. I'm super excited to see Ein, and it's like a husky.
So
could you imagine?
I've already had that spoiled for me because one Austin Eruption owns a dog.
Yeah, he does.
Named Ein that looks exactly like Ein.
I remember when he mentioned that, and then I was like, Austin, really?
So I actually literally had that moment already.
Oh.
Right?
You know what I'd be good for if Ein was a cat?
Oh, fuck.
That'd be fucking stupid.
So that's what they did with the casting, and people are pretty generally going like, whoa.
Weird.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Right? Spike is... What is Spike?
His name's German.
Yes.
But he's not.
And he's a skinny guy with fuzzy hair.
Big hair.
He's not.
He's kind of vague.
He could be.
He could be a bunch of
or
shit.
Asian or both.
And we're in the and Bebop takes place in like the post-China future.
Is he Jewish? Right? He could be Jewish.
He could be Jewish.
I don't know.
It would make like the big hair would make sense.
It would make sense. Spiegel.
Yeah. Yeah.
German Jewish.
Maybe.
I don't know. Right. But either way, this is what they're doing. That's all cool. That's all fine and dandy. And yay for everyone happy with the casting. This does not instill the faith in the fact that a Cowboy Bebop live action thing is going to be good.
Nothing will ever.
And
because you need to bring in Yoko Kanno.
And it does not justify its existence to me at all. For all, like, that's cool. Good job casting. This might still be a huge steaming turd. Because I still haven't seen.
Hey, you want to talk about like things that were animated and took strength from their animation? Like every part of Bebop is immaculate in its own form. Like I don't see what you could possibly improve, right? Like what is there to?
It's not real until it's
also.
live action.
I recently found out that Bebop. You know why Bebop fucking exists? Because
Watanabe is a genius,
and those guys fucking tricked Sunrise. They fucking hosed them.
What'd they do?
Do you remember when Cowboy Bebop came out?
Mm-hmm.
You know what was the biggest, hottest thing at the time? Fucking Phantom Menace. And they said, hey, Sunrise, you want to give us a bunch of money? We can make a space fiction in Japan, and we can piggyback off the fucking hotness that is the sci-fi of the Phantom Menace. And we're going to do Japanese Star Wars.
Look at this Bebop ship. Doesn't this look like something out of episode 1?
It does, doesn't it? It looks like a fucking Star Wars ship.
That's funny.
And they're like, okay. And then they made some fucking jazz bullshit.
Well, then they handed it to Yoko Kanno.
Yeah.
Who said, jazz, interesting. And then walked into a room and walked out with 9 albums worth of jazz and crushed it and made Harry Gregson Williams fall in love.
But yeah, no, like the fact that Cowboy Bebop is a scam is like a story I just recently learned, and it
just like The Walking Dead, actually. That's great.
Yeah. Well, really?
Yeah, we told you this. We told this one already, but it's always fun to tell it again. Walking Dead originally, Frank Darabont.
Yeah.
Was, or am I getting that wrong? I might be. But
Kirkman
was like, hey, want to tell a story about zombie apocalypse and a bunch of humans surviving and the interpersonal relationships. It's going to be pretty good. And they're like, yeah, okay, but no, because who cares, right? We've done this, movies, whatever, zombies. And he's like, no, it's really cool. It builds up, and it like the tension grows, and like the world is actually really building towards, and they're like building towards, and he's like, the reveal that the zombies are not zombies. There's an alien attack, and that these characters are actually prepping for war with the invasion, and the zombie thing is a huge front.
Okay.
And when the aliens show up, it's gonna be nuts.
Okay.
And they're like, whoa. Okay, run it.
Okay, that was a big lie. It's about zombies.
Okay, 5 volumes later. Hey, one of those aliens gonna... There's no aliens.
Yeah, I tricked you. I tricked you. You're stupid. You know what that reminds me of?
It's like... And they're like... here's this fucking... You want this money? You want this money? Shut the fuck up.
So
Take the money. And they're like...
That reminds me of 2 stories. I think we talked about this like 2-3 years ago, but you remember the fucking whatever movie, Cowboys, Aliens?
Cowboys and Aliens.
Do you remember how that fucking got made?
No.
So a guy makes a script for Cowboys and Aliens, and it's dog shit because it's fucking stupid, right? And he brings it to the movie guys, and they go, fuck this, right? And he goes, I got an idea. And he commissions a run of a comic called Cowboys and Aliens and puts it in a limited circulation, walks in with a comic, and says, I have this comic I want to adapt into a movie. And they go, okay. And that's how that shit got made.
That's a fucking hustle. That's a fucking hustle right there. And it's amazing how that would have been a death sentence pre-MCU. Yeah. Right? Because there was that point when it was like, man, fucking comic book movies are the worst.
And now it's like, oh, they make money. They're free money.
Wow. That's a fucking hustle, man.
And the other thing is that I recently, like I said, I was playing the Metro games, and I was reading up on the development of the Metro 2033 novel, which is a really, really weird writing process in that The author was, by the way, the author wrote it when he was 18. And it is new. It is like 2003. It's a lot newer than I thought it was, right? So he writes it, and he's shipping it around to publishers, right? You know, book people. Fuck this stupid Metro bullshit. This sucks, right? Okay. So what he starts doing is he starts putting a chapter of the book at a time up on his like fucking bullshit Russian GeoCities website. And like 5,000-6,000 people are reading it a day. And going, hey, you should edit this part. And it's like a mass communal, like, wiki-style editing thing.
Yeah.
And then he tweaks it. He tweaks it there. He tweaks it there. And then he gets all the way to the end, and he saves the last chapter. And then he goes back to the publishing companies and goes, I have this big fucking story that hundreds of thousands of people are reading online, blah, blah, blah. It's built up. And people are now fighting over the book rights for what is essentially only the last chapter of the book. And that's how he got it published.
Whoa. That's weird.
And that's why that young dude who's now like 30, he's our age, that's why that quote about him ripping the fucking Witcher author makes way more sense. Because his book is new media. It is a crowdsource edited fucking thing.
Whoa. That's a fucking...
And that's why he was so eager to give it to the 4A guys and build that with them.
Okay.
Because he's also a gamer. Because he's like 30-something, you know?
Crowd-written storytelling.
No, it wasn't crowd-written. It was crowd-edited.
Crowd-edited.
Very important to make that distinction.
Yes, okay. Okay. Yeah, because it's the difference between, like, taking other people's shit.
And if I remember correctly, he lets you have the license for free if you want to write a Metro novel.
Okay.
But you have to live in a big city, and it has to be about your Metro.
Okay.
So if I wanted to write a Metro novel, I could use the Metro license as long as it was about Montreal's underground city Metro.
Interesting. Specific.
Yes. Because I believe he was a employee of the Metro system.
Wow. Okay. That's very cool.
Or he wrote it all the time.
That's
or some
very cool.
Shit. But he was intimately familiar with the Russian Metro system.
Fallout should have done that.
Yeah, it should have.
So...
Also, the Montreal metro system would make for a very dull post-apocalypse because the underground city is, like, lavish and enormous, and you could live in there no problem.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we'd be fine.
There's apartment buildings connected to the fucking thing.
Yeah.
Like
we could lock out the outside world, no problem.
Yeah.
So, speaking of comic book movies, though, those who are looking to see the X-Men show up in the MCU, Arc 2, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Era 2
Yeah.
can probably hold on because Kevin Feige says it's going to be a very long time before we see the X-Men in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Basically, the short of it is like, yay, we're happy they're home, but them getting here now means...
We have to plan a 10-year plan to integrate them.
And we've already done the 5-year plan that's in motion as we speak.
And people's response is, if I'm going to be ruled over by a fucking corporate entertainment monopoly, the best you can do is give me my fucking X-Men, you asshole.
It's the one thing I'm happy about when it all comes together, yeah. But no, the idea is, like, this thing happened long after the plan was in place, and they're rolling it out as we speak. So X-Men will show up, but it's not going to be for a while because, you know.
Joke's on you! Wolverine's going to kill Thanos!
Or whatever the fuck Far From Home is going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's where they're at. We've got... What else we got? We got this fucking random piece of animation weird news that popped up today as well. Crossover animation movie project between Gurren Lagann and Darling in the Franxx.
Fuck off.
I know. The teams...
That's all I have to say.
the people behind because it's, you know, the same folks worked on both, and basically we're talking about the idea of collaborating the two and seeing how, you know, worlds could collide. and Trigger is having a bit of a hard time with Darling in the Franxx in terms of DVD Blu-ray sales.
Really? Wow.
And Gridman is currently struggling as well, unfortunately. And Gynax is doing its thing. But yeah, it looks like the whatchamacallit. Yeah, Imaishi and whatchamacallit from Darling in the Franxx got together and said, yeah, we have some ideas. Let's work on a project together. They're going to come together. And yes, I agree. Fuck off. This sucks. Thanks. I hate it.
Fuck.
Of all the things you could have picked to crossover with, you picked not. Here's the thing. One, Gurren Lagann, not exactly the kind of world that requires a crossover. No. It's pretty self-contained, right?
It's also infinite in its own scope. So, like, what?
Yeah. If anything, other things cross in to Gurren Lagann, because when you go back to the Spiral King's flashback and you look at all the
that crazy shit,
all the Spiral Knights he rolled out with, there were basically like Gurren Lagann versions of old mecha.
Yeah.
From other legendary series franchises. It's fantastic. But nonetheless, this is unnecessary. Also, Darling in the Franxx.
I've heard zero good things.
Yeah, I did not enjoy it. Yeah, so someone has yelling out here, it's fake. One or two people said it's fake. But no, this article did not come out on April Fool's. This came out on Friday, which is not April 1st.
That's true. That isn't April 1st.
And this is posted on the fucking Kinja, whatever, anime website thing from Kotaku's owners and whatever. So, if this has been updated and proven fake.
Move on. This
yeah. So, once again, chat, fucking stop. And then we've got the fact that, okay, we did Lancer, we did that.
Fallout 76 is
falling apart again.
The microtransactions shit.
Oh yeah, you can buy to win now.
Oh, did we even talk about the fact that that article came out that shows off that BioWare is massively fucked up?
No.
Oh, okay. Kotaku reported on the why Anthem went wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Did you
we talked about that, and we talked about the response they made.
Oh, we did.
Yes,
okay,
yes.
Yeah, that was last week. My bad.
Yeah. We the first place we went was the response.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Last week's kind of a blur.
Yeah. And yeah, let's end on two quick little notes here. One, the Samurai Shodown trailer revealed the rest of the cast.
Cool cast.
And we got to see the other new characters.
It didn't even click in my fucking head that like Darlie is like Darlie. Part of it didn't click in my head until somebody pointed it out to me. Like, what the fuck? That's weird. Why are you in Samurai Shodown as a lady?
Yeah, I don't know, but it is.
Like, we make jokes like, haha, that's what it... Like, no, this is really actually weird.
Yeah, Woolly Bait's happening. It's coming out. It's a thing.
The character's got your name!
And purple dreads. And she's a fucking punch girl.
Like...
And she's got them abs, and it's really, really cool. I know. It's very, very weird. She looks like a One Piece character, quite frankly.
I totally see that. Yeah.
I don't know. She looks like what I think One Piece is. But Darlie Dagger is there.
There's also a new kid with the white hair and the big sword.
Ri Zhang is the new...
Chinese book magic girl.
Exactly, with the glasses.
Yep.
And then we've got Yashimaru Kuruma, who is a ninja-ass ninja.
I'm a fucking ninja.
With the big old white hair.
I got that mask thing.
Yeah. Tokugawa's coming back. The Six Blades. Tokugawa's back. That's really cool. I was
glad to see that guy.
Yeah.
Because he's not one of the classics.
No, but
cool.
He came out in 5. He was really, really good. So he made the return, as well as some of the other cast. And there was a screenshot no one's talking about of a black-haired, mysterious-looking badass type guy. And it's really up close, and you can't quite tell who it is. And I'm pretty sure it's that dude from Samurai Shodown 64 that was with Shiki.
That's a weird...
And he was in Neo Geo Battle Coliseum as the guy who's got long black hair, all black, and he's got like a huge sword. And he does like these massive slow attacks that slash the whole screen. Do you remember this guy?
Nah.
And he drops a shield on you and pulls a spear out. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that dude might be making a return as well. Samurai Shodown 64 pull. Forget his name, but he was cool. Yeah, man. That's dope.
Looks like a good cast.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Like, Samurai Shodown has a lot of characters to pull from.
It has way more than I thought it did.
And then there's all the Sen specific motherfuckers.
No, there isn't.
Yeah, there is.
Nah,
like there's Jay and the Casca girl.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, and last but not least, for you racing fans out there, I actually got to try this at PAX. So there's an anti-gravity combat racer. Formula Fusion got rebranded as Pacer, and this is a wipeout-ass fast pace.
Pacer's a good name.
Pacer's a good thing. The music is pretty good. Yeah, got to give this a spin. It is very fast. It is very like it has that like, oh yeah, this is Wipeout, I'm having a hard time controlling its speed type of thing going on. Where's that trailer? There it is. I want to say that someone that has been in contact with me that's working on it is like said that I think someone involved with Maniac Agenda was working on something with the music. I think so. I don't want to be wrong on that, but I might be. Either way, the music was pretty slick. It was fun. It's, again, if you're looking for this type of holy shit too fast racing, then yeah, you might enjoy it. But they just dropped a trailer out, and yeah, while this was, I did get to sit down and play it a bit at PAX and have some fun with it. I know that after that, the trailer just came out this week, so take a look, see what's going down if it's your thing.
Vroom, fast spaceship.
While we patiently sit and wait for the return of Captain Falcon.
Good luck with that.
Take a look over here. It'll happen eventually if you wait long enough. It always does. I mean, even if it happens and it's bad, it'll happen. Star Fox happened. You know, like you wait long enough and it always happens. Let's take some quick emails and get the fuck out of here.
Hey, if you want to send an email, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
Okay.
Sekiro should respect its players and add big anime titties.
I agree.
That's my favorite take on that whole fucking shit show.
Did you learn anything completing this game without big anime titties? No, you didn't.
I learned that I should have probably had more big anime titties in it.
You should feel bad about the fact that you had to mod big anime titties into Sekiro. And what about big anime asses?
The Sekiro difficulty thing has now become like a farce. It's so stupid.
What about big anime asses? And
what about them?
What about the fact that the wolf was trying to sneak through the castle, but his ass cheeks were dummy thick, and they kept alerting the guards?
Well, that's why I can deflect those ass cheeks.
Ass cheeks died twice. Brad says...
Hey, Brad, what's up? Hey, man.
Dear Vandemar and Kroop, see subject line. Should I spoil myself on everything? The logic is that spoiling yourself, looking up the plot on Wikipedia or TV tropes or whatever, allows you to jump straight to second viewing analysis and works blah. It allows you to jump straight to second viewing analysis mode, and that works on works that rely solely on. This is not really well written. Sorry, let me get back in there and try this again.
No, you know what? You need to read it exactly as it's read.
But my brain is tricking me into trying to correct it as I'm going, and then it's not correcting. Okay. The logic is spoiling yourself, look up the plot on Wikipedia or TV tropes or whatever, allows you to jump straight to second viewing analysis mode, and that works that rely solely or mainly on moment-to-moment shock, and which are ultimately less interesting on second viewings, would be essentially filtered out by this process. I'm basing this partly on because many seminal works were and are de facto already spoiled by the process of time, and by best works tend to hold up even when spoiled. Thoughts? Why, that's
why you got to read it verbatim, because you put it on them. All right, here's the answer. You know, there's a study that shows that people tend to enjoy even mysteries more when they know the ending.
Yeah, I heard
right?
that. I remember you said that last time.
That's been done, and it's been shown. The problem is that most of the people in these situations are the stupid motherfucking movie audiences that we were just complaining about. Okay? The problem is that the average person is the stupid motherfucker who goes, I don't get it. Why didn't they just shoot the guy? Fucking, I'm so stupid to animate it. Shut the fuck up.
Brad, I think it's a terrible idea to spoil yourself on everything because you're not going to be seeing it the way the creator intended you to see it. And chances are the way it was intended to be served is the best way to enjoy it. Chances are, right? Because you might find something really cool unintentional, but the intended way is probably the good way.
I would say that any story that you by default enjoy more knowing the ending is a story that fucking sucks or you're an idiot.
Well, because here's the thing. Go watch like bad, so bad they're good movies like The Room and shit.
Yeah.
Where like they're better when you're doing not what was intended.
Yes.
And that works because they're terrible.
Yeah.
But if the thing is good and worth your time, then doing it in that way where you've ruined what is supposed to be revealed to you slowly ruins the experience that you can only have once.
Like
also, you can only have it once.
Yeah.
Why would you rob yourself of that?
Why would you intentionally kneecap this unique experience?
Oldboy is fantastic, seeing that for the first time in the way that it's meant to be revealed to you. And if you take that away from yourself, sure, you don't have a lot of time. You're saving yourself from some time. But get your life, your entire life, you can't wipe that memory out. Mm-hmm. That's gone. You've robbed yourself of that moment forever.
Now, people are obviously going to point out that I did the JoJo wiki dive and thus am apparently acting like a hypocrite.
You totally did.
Yeah. I don't care. I didn't say that it would be fucking better. I said I was too impatient to go track them down because they weren't done.
But you're aware that it makes it worse.
Yeah, it would have been way better if I had just waited. I'm having a great time with fucking part 5 seeing the shit.
There you go.
But I was impatient.
Okay.
When there's a movie coming out and the movie's available, there's no patience unless you can't wait 2 hours?
Yeah. Quite frankly, I think you're a dumbass for ruining it, but that's you.
Listen, I didn't ruin anything. It was just as good.
If
I didn't cheat myself, I didn't cheat JoJo.
We've established already that you're like, I know it would have been better otherwise,
but I was impatient.
And I'm like, we're good.
You know when you're cooking something and you're like, if I waited a little longer, it will be better, but I'm hungry now.
Oh, yeah, that's me all the time.
And you just eat it?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, Wooly, have you seen that fucking pizza video?
Which one?
That Brazilian pizza video?
No.
I got a fucking Brazilian pizza video to show you.
Is this something gross?
It's about Brazilian pizza.
That part of my life is behind me.
No, it's not.
I've made it through.
No, you gotta watch it.
I've made it through to the other side.
It's a cultural experience. Learn more about Brazil.
Okay.
People in the chat are very upset.
Anyway, all right. So let's go and check it out.
You know what's really terrifying? When you watch a Brazilian pizza video and you post about how awful it is, and people are like, "That looks like a fine pizza to me," and you're like, "Oh no."
Right.
That's terrible.
Right.
I'm scared of you.
Okay. Dilly Dally says, "Hey, crippling depression and crippling depression plus hair."
Oh man.
There are often times where something I really like, I look up and I see a video. Where there's something I really like, I look it up and I see a video, and I immediately get pulled into a fully immersed, I guess, dive on that subject. For example, Halo. I like Halo. And one of the songs on the Halo 3 OST popped onto my phone, and I was immediately back in. I spent the next 2 weeks replaying 1 and 2, rewatching all the lore vids and all the novels, and getting into the anime and the movies. The fever ends, and I'm on the Wikia for said subject, and I realize I need to get back to being productive on my personal endeavors. Has there anything had the same effect on you?
Oh, that happens to me all the time. I'm a fucking wandering internet spirit.
Yeah, that happens.
Uh-oh. Tonight's a night where I accidentally clicked on the fucking Adeptus Mechanicus fucking link on the goddamn Warhammer 40k wiki. there goes fucking 2-3 hours of me.
So I don't have that, but I've recently had something that I pointed out was I used to never browse like random Reddit things. I'd only just go look at ours.
Yeah.
And then like I know that like Steph has pointed out a couple of like posts from different ones and whatnot, and I've had the ones that I love, like justice porn.
Yeah.
Where I'm just like, I will fucking go in hard on a justice porn video all day.
Yeah.
Because instant karma and comeuppance just feels good to know that wrongs are righted in the world. But there's a couple others that I've been alerted to that she showed me, and like now I kind of regret it.
Yeah.
Because I've been like kind of deep diving and checking some of these things and spending way too long scrolling through something. For example, Reddit, I am a total piece of shit.
Yeah.
Is just infuriating.
Yeah.
And I can't stop because it's just screenshots of people being awful. But unlike justice porn, there's no comeuppance or
just
correcting.
like, haha, I did it awful.
Yeah, and then here's someone pointing it out, and it's like, and it's also like, it's one of the things where they have like the no doxing rule, so they just kind of like censor the thing or whatever, or no links to the news article in some cases. And I'm like, but I want to know the reasons why you were such a piece of shit.
Yeah,
and you don't get that satisfaction. Or at least the karma comeuppance of the justice porn.
It's
infuriating because I'm just like, I hate everything about how awful people are right now.
There's a subreddit
and I read the next one.
There's a subreddit that a friend recently pointed me at because of this ridiculous bullshit, and it's called Unpopular Opinions. And most of it is opinions that are actually totally reasonable, just not the kind of thing you just talk about.
Yeah.
So like one of the ones that I like, there was a thread on. It's like, oh yeah, that's totally reasonable. It's like schools should do more about teaching you how to do your fucking taxes than, you know, history or geography, you know, that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Teach more about like how to live your life. But then there's this one that even the moderation staff were just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's like, does anybody in here like to eat frozen food? And I don't mean like eat like a frozen, like, you know, do you like pizza rolls?
Jesus Christ.
I mean like just, you know, just pop like a pizza roll in your mouth and just suck on it and so it thaws. And just like the moderation staff's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? What the actual shit?
Fuck.
You know, you ever just pop a Totino's in your mouth and just suck on it like it's a fucking Starburst? Or, God, what was the other one? It's perfectly okay to eat Starbursts with the peel.
Yeah.
And then everyone's like, you mean the wrapper?
Yeah.
The plastic wrapper?
Yeah, no, Darwin would have taken care of this.
Maybe.
In earlier.
Or they would have been a king.
In the early years. There's two in particular that go hand in hand with each other. It's nice guys and nice girls. You're aware?
No, but I can ballpark it from the name.
Screenshots, often of text conversations, of people just doing that thing.
That thing that they do.
Of both kinds, where, Wooly, effectively, it comes down to, with like, if we strip all language and words away, it comes down to, I am lonely and have an interest in you. Do you have an interest in me?
No.
I hate you and your existence. You are worthless and I hope you die. I never liked you anyway.
That's my favorite part of it, by the way. I never liked you anyway.
Haha, I was just kidding.
I was just kidding.
I am hurt. My feelings and emotions are very, very damaged, but I can't reveal that, so I have to lash out to protect those feelings. That's what it comes down to, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's filtered through the guys doing it or the girls doing it.
Hey, well,
and it's so fucking enraging
I
to
point
think
out,
about people that have to defend their rejection, because literally rejection, there's a study that proves that rejection, you feel it as a physical pain.
It sucks, yeah.
It's a physical pain.
There's a lot of mental pain that is actually physical pain. Like, you know when you see a dude get hit in the nads? This is obviously unique to men.
You can actually...
and you go, ooh, right?
That's real.
That's real. That is real pain.
Yes.
Those are signals.
Yeah. So this is what it is literally just like... your inability to deal with that,
this unpleasantness,
means you have to pretend your attempt was not an attempt to begin with.
That's most of what becoming a real adult is having dealt with so much unpleasantness that you're kind of numb to it, so you can function while it's happening.
But the lack of awareness in how you don't understand that this is why you're in the predicament you're in.
No, of course not, because you're young and you're stupid. Wooly, I can look back at myself at 25, right? I was appreciably dumber than I am now.
Certainly.
Right?
Certainly.
Also, I want to point out that you just did a big hypocrisy.
Oh, please.
Where I'm like, did you watch that gross pizza video? And you're like, I'm past that time in my life. So I'm at the nice guys fucking Reddit.
Yeah.
Wanting to vomit my soul onto the floor.
So yeah, 100%.
Yeah, right. You're past that time.
Oh yeah, because you know, well, you know what we're talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
But those are the not safe for life horrors.
Yeah.
And once you know that you can make it through those, you've proved it, and you can put that away.
I remember
those scars remain forever.
I remember the day I knew it was too much. The day that I quit the fucking, I bet I can watch this.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was when 2 Girls, 1 Cup came out.
Yeah.
Don't Google that. Don't look at it.
It's, at this point, it's nothing.
Right. And everyone was posting reaction videos of them screaming and running away and throwing up and shit. And I was like, I bet I can watch that. Mm-hmm. I'm not a pussy. I can handle it. Mm-hmm. And I watched it and I went, yeah, that's pretty bad. Time to stop.
Okay. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, I looked at it and I kind of blinked and like, yeah, it's pretty awful. It's time to quit.
Yeah. Pain Olympics and the Gauntlet, quite frankly.
Yeah.
But that's different because that's just like, oh God, that's the horror.
Yeah.
This is
deeper. This is worse.
This is other human behavior that is like so awful that it makes you lose faith sometimes. And then you gotta go fucking stare at, like, hey, check out this dog putting the ball in the golf hole.
You know what I do, Willie? You know who I follow on Twitter? I follow the Wholesome Memes Twitter account.
Sure, Wholesome Memes. Yeah.
And I follow those accounts that post puppies every couple of hours.
Well, you see, and I know,
because it makes me happy.
Yeah, and you see, that's I just the other day, Steph and I talked about the fact that I'm like, yes, we get it, more puppies and kitties, and that's the whole thing. Yes, we know. You get the fucking you see the thing, and it's like, oh, and then it makes you feel good. But like,
you need that shit.
But you need it. I'm seeing now, the more I'm going into it, that you need it to just fight back whatever else is going on in your brain that's making you lose faith in humanity and whatnot. And the one that I pointed out that I'm loving is kids are fucking stupid.
Okay.
Because
kids are dumb as shit.
Because and it's just that.
Yeah.
And it's kids being really, really dumb. And the picture in particular that fucking got me is just like it's just like there's 2 Lego towers, and one of them is flying out of the frame, and the other one is a really short little shitty one. It's a little girl standing there crying, and this caption is just like, stupid girl should have thought twice before she challenged me to a Lego building competition. And she's just staring at the huge tower going, because her tower sucked. And that shit's awesome. Fuck you, kid.
Oh, man.
You got what you had coming. I love it. That's great. That puts it all back in. Really good time on that. But
see, that's wholesome. Laughing at stupid children is forever.
Yeah.
Because children are always going to be stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, that's real. Man, so that, like I said, you see the horrible things happen and you go like, oof, and that creates some permanent battle scars. But the ones that are scars on, like, this is the way really trash, like, just shit people. Yeah. This is the behavior of shit people, and you go, oh, they're out there. Yeah. That's a different type of damage.
Yeah, you don't need that. You know what you need? You need Russian dash cam videos.
I did like. There's an hour-long compilation.
I watch it every now and then because it's just good time.
There's so much.
It's always the one. It's like
it's the guy who rolls off and softly rolls away.
It's him.
Oh,
it's the guy who the car comes to a complete stop and they just kind of flop onto the hood and slide off.
It's too much, man. It's too much.
Oh, what a silly place.
See, but the other dash cam video, the justice porn dash cams,
you really have to clarify what that means. That sounds really nefarious.
Okay, justice porn is quite simple. It's not porn. It's when someone does something awful and then the world corrects the situation by allowing that person to get caught, called out, and or punished for their actions.
Yeah.
And in particular,
like shoplifters getting their asses kicked,
or
like
whatever the fuck, right? Or motherfucker tackles Bret Hart and gets stomped the fuck out by a bunch of humongous jacked dudes who do nothing but out pump each other all day and hurt each other in the ring.
Yeah.
Just beat his ass as they drag him out.
A heart, period. A heart.
Wow.
What are you doing?
Wow. Yeah, and then this one particular one, this lady in this car like runs just driving like a complete asshole, and these guys that happen to be filming are just like, let's just follow this crazy lady who's driving like a complete asshole, and lo and behold, she runs over and hits an old dude, and one of the guys goes, "You get out and help him, I'm gonna fucking get her," and just follows this ass fucking shit piece of garbage human being until he pins her in a place where she can't go anywhere as he calls the cops, and she just sits there and goes, "What? I didn't do anything. What's the problem?" And you're just like, please just sit there and go through whatever you need to fight at the world until someone picks you up and puts you in a fucking box.
Yeah.
And it just feels so good to see them sitting there going, what do you have? You have nothing? Nothing. Awesome. Or like yesterday, when a dude walked in to a garage and saw some dude broke into his car and was like rifling through to steal his shit.
Yeah.
And he goes, "Whoa," and he hits the lock button.
Oh yeah, I heard about this one.
And just holds it down, and the guy's like, "Well,
I can't get out."
And then a bunch of other people come around and go, "What's going on?" They're like, "Yeah, assholes trying to steal my shit." And they're like, "Oh, this is great." And they pull their phones out and just stay by the door so that nothing's going anywhere. And you just watch for 5 minutes as the dude just sits there like a fucking moron. And then the cops pull up. It's great. It's fucking great. It's like, what was your plan? To be a piece of shit?
You know what I really like? There's an ancient one in some American Canadian mall, and the guy like shoplifts some big item, and he is hauling ass. Like it's like 5 different security cameras, and then they just cut to him just running as hard as he can into a sliding like plexi door, fantastic. And just boo, and just onto the floor, and just out, just out.
It's my favorite. It's my favorite. It's so good. It's so good. Because you don't get away with it. You fucking love it.
Oh man.
Yeah. Hell yeah. All right. That was.
You ever see the one of a Chinese shoplifter guy on a motorcycle steals a lady's purse, and then it goes off camera, and then in China, I mean, right?
Yeah.
And then it goes off camera, and then nothing's happening, and then all of a sudden you see the same guy like coming back and crashes the motorcycle. And a swarm of people appear, and people start coming out of the houses with sticks and just start beating his fucking ass. And you're
Hell
like,
yeah.
You're like, wow.
That's fucking great.
That's pretty intense.
That's great. That's super great. Love that. You know, yeah, anyway. It's just, and you know the look on like, you know the one where like there's a big crash in the house, and then the camera runs over to see what happened, and you see the dog with the table on its head, and it's just kind of looking down like, oh no. It's that expression of like, you fucked up, didn't you? You fucked up though, right?
I actually had an equivalent of this back in the day. The place that I used to live, you remember, had that big fucking intersection right to the south of it. People would blow through that red like every day. After like 10 p.m. people blow through that red, and sure enough, it's cop right fuck there every day, every single fucking day. And I'm just like walking into the store, it's like, and you can see it happen in advance. You can see it like, that guy's not gonna slow down, he's gonna blow it. There's a cop car. All right, and boop boop. Okay, you have a good day, asshole.
Yep.
People like you are the reason why I hate crossing this fucking street.
Yep.
You piece of shit.
Deserved. Right. Meanwhile, over on I'm a Total Piece of Shit, you get to read about cop that was pulling someone over for drunk driving, got hit by a drunk driver, and then the ambulance they were in got hit by a third drunk driver.
Community standards need to be improved, I think.
And then that's the post, and then you just have to feel the way you feel about that news. And I'm like, I can't deal. I need the fucking... Anyway, all right.
That sounds quite awful.
It's very bad. It's really shit.
You should follow the Wholesome Memes Twitter account instead. There's wholesome memes there. It's about feeling good about yourself. Positivity.
Fuck humanity, yay humanity.
Yeah, man.
Fuck humanity, yay humanity.
Hey, dogs are cool. You ever seen a dog do a trick?
I've seen it.
Aren't they wonderful?
They can be great.
Yeah.
Cats can be fun too.
Yeah.
every once in a while.
Stubborn as fucking dumb as rocks, but
Yeah.
I caught.
All right.
Elmo is so fucking creepy, dude. Like, that cat has all the hair on his stomach removed, and like I'll hear this horrible slurping noise, and I'll walk in, and the cat's got his legs spread with his paws like clawing at his stomach, and he's like sucking on his like pink stomach, and it's like, what the fuck, you gross old cat?
Yeah.
I love you.
Meanwhile, I saw you take a photo of the one at your parents' place.
Oh yeah, it's
You got your pupper over there, and
Yeah,
it was like,
he's stupid.
why don't you get a pupper?
Right now?
No, why didn't you?
Why didn't you?
Yeah.
Lucas Page brought Elmo over.
Ah, fair enough.
Paige had Elmo for fucking forever. He's like 12, 13 now. She got him when he was a cat with only 2 legs and covered in piss.
Well, you know me. Dogs rule. Cats drool.
Okay. You know what's wholesome? Homeward Bound.
Milo and Otis.
No. Oh, man. I ruined somebody's day talking about that recently.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, you know those?
Yeah.
We're talking about
that fun movie with those pets.
We're talking about like how if like an actor turns out to be like a wife beater or some shit, how it can taint the fucking show. And you know, it's and I'm like, it's like what happened with Milo and Otis.
Yeah.
And the person I was talking to went, "What the fuck are you talking about?" I'm like, you know what? We should just end this conversation right now.
Tap out. Pull the
End this conversation right the fuck now.
Yeah. Hey, podcast listeners, if you are a fan of Milo and Otis, you should continue being a fan of Milo and Otis and never ever look it up on Wikipedia.
Don't question it. Don't look it up.
Don't ever go and look up anything about the production of Milo and Otis on Wikipedia. Just enjoy this fun tale about these pets going on an adventure.
Yep.
Let's end it there, huh?
Yeah, let's end it there.
All right. You guys take it
Almost
easy.
5 hours, but not quite.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.